A man raised his 4 sisters by scavenging garbage. But after the sisters became billionaires, they personally had him thrown into jail. Yet he was not the least bit unhappy, because he felt there was no use in having high prestige after death. As long as his sisters could live happily, that was enough. Everyone thought he deserved to die. But what everyone did not know was that the reason the man ended up in such dire straits was all in order to raise his sisters. Yet in his sisters' eyes, he was simply a despicable, shameless scumbag. A loser trying to seize his parents' inheritance. To expose his crimes to the public, they decided to use state-of-the-art technology to extract and globally broadcast his memories. However, in the process of viewing his memories, Yeonju was shocked to discover that every time she had encountered danger, it was her brother Yechen who had helped her behind the scenes. Even so, she still did not believe the facts before her eyes, insisting that Yechen only did those things for himself. He was a loser and could not possibly have helped her. Host, the reason why Goddess Chrysanthemum said that must be based on evidence, right? Yeonju, of course. My memory is the evidence. After watching further, you will know how Yechen treated me. Everyone looked at the big screen. The picture turned again. The 2 sisters had returned home. Yeonju was very angry, sitting on the sofa pouting and refusing to speak. Yeonju comforted her, 4th sister, don't be angry about those things anymore. It's not worth it. Yeonju's eyes turned red. Why do those people say that? What do they know? Yeonju, right, they don't understand anything, they don't know anything. Yeonju, and that Yechen, he must be here to make fun of me. Otherwise, how could he appear at this time? You're right. A voice suddenly came from the door. The 2 sisters were startled and turned to look. The person standing at the door was not Yechen, who else could it be? Yechen stood at the door against the light, and no one could see clearly what expression was on his face. He leaned against the doorframe and looked down at the 2 sisters. I just came to see your joke. Yeonju's pupils dilated, perfectly displaying the classic expression of a certain angelic darling. Yechen, what did you say? Yechen's voice carried a hint of mockery. Didn't you say that before? I didn't go to save you, but to see your joke. You're right, Yeonju completely believed. I knew it. Yechen, you just can't stand to see me doing well. Yechen didn't hesitate. Why should I want you to do well? If you do well, doesn't that mean I'm a failure? I heard people outside say that you're washed up and can't write anything anymore. He suddenly started clapping. That's more like it. You should be just like me. No. You should be even worse than me. If you do better than me, I'll be very upset, okay? Yeonju's expression became more and more fierce. If looks could kill, Yechen would have been shot countless times. Yeonju couldn't bear it anymore. Yechen, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Yechen finally walked out from the backlight. He walked step by step towards Yeonju, with an extremely indifferent expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you feeling uncomfortable inside? Or are you feeling unhappy? But what can you do? Do you want to write a diss track against me? Yechen chuckled lightly, but can you do it? Little Yeonju, who's washed up. Yeonju couldn't take it anymore. Since the release of those 5 songs and her rise to fame, the most annoying thing was when others called her a little kid. Because these 3 words made Yeonju feel looked down upon and disrespected. Yeonju endured it to the extreme. She pushed Yechen away, who said I can't write. I will write. And I will write a diss track against your song. After pushing Yechen away, Yeonju ran back to her room and locked the door tightly. The scene froze there. In the studio, Yeonju felt triumphant. Did you see that? How did Yechen insult me? Seeing this, do you still think he did it for my own good? The host reacted quickly to this situation. Immediately, he firmly stood on Yeonju's side. What Yechen did was really too much. When you encountered this kind of situation, he not only didn't stand by your side, but didn't say a word for you. He even tried to drag you down to his level. What a disgusting person. Yeonju thought, this host is really good. He understands me. She continued, yes, Yechen is really disgusting. But, Yeonju's tone changed, and a smug smile appeared on her face. I'm afraid Yechen never expected that his words would reignite my fighting spirit. And then I wrote the song Don't Bite Me. The host got excited as soon as he heard this song. Yes, I remember, Goddess Ju, during your previous interviews, you mentioned the background of this song. This song probably doesn't need me to introduce it to everyone, right? This is the goddess's first rap, and it's still in the top 10 of the rap song charts to this day. This song was so popular, and at that time, rap wasn't as popular as it is now. It can be said that Yeonju was the first person in the rap world at that time. Yelan remembered this, because at that time, the 4th sister and Yechen were in a very tense situation. Although the feelings between the 5 of them had always been very tense, it escalated to another level during that time. Yelan specifically looked into what happened at that time. Naturally, it was also known that Yeonju was really stimulated by Yechen later. After a long period of seclusion, she brought out this song. With this song leading the way, the other 4 songs, although not very well written, were no longer important. After this song, the voices of the media saying that she was washed up suddenly disappeared without a trace. At that time, she was also very happy for her younger sister. But now, thinking about what Yechen had said before, Yelan couldn't help but speak up. But, 4th sister, can you judge whether Yichen's words were really not meant to remind you? Or maybe he was guiding you, making you think about how to write these songs. Yeonju looked at Yelan with a look of madness. She grabbed her hair in frustration. 2nd sister, you really have lost your mind, haven't you? To defend Yechen, you can even say such things? Yeonju and Yelan are twins, and their way of thinking is somewhat consistent. So in fact, Yeonju also thought so. 4th sister, I think 2nd sister might be right. Yeonju felt isolated. I just feel that both of you are crazy. No, not just the 2 of you. Yeonju thought of the breakdown and crying of Yi-mei she had encountered before. It's big sister and all of you who are crazy. All 3 of you are actually speaking up for Yechen. What on earth is happening in this world? Yelan's voice was very calm. I'm not crazy, I'm just reasoning logically. Otherwise, 4th sister, you tell me, why would Yechen suddenly say, let you write a song dissing him? Yeonju fell silent all of a sudden. She couldn't help but want to speak out. What else could it be? But because Yechen deliberately wanted to insult her. Although this idea was very strong, she didn't know why she couldn't say it. She was afraid. Afraid that Yechen really had such a strange power, and had unconsciously used some kind of subconscious method on her again. The host spoke at this time. If you want to know the truth, let's continue watching. In the picture, the sky was clear, without a cloud in sight. There was only 1 day left until the deadline of 3 months. If Yeonju didn't submit the lyrics tomorrow, it would be a breach of contract and she would have to pay a huge penalty. If she found a new buyer, perhaps the new buyer would cover the penalty. But the problem was that no one wanted these songs of Yeonju's at all. Yeonju became more and more anxious. She no longer had the calm and self-confidence she had at the beginning. Yeonju was not at home, but had gone to her little friend's house again. In front of her were a notebook with a whole page of lyrics already written. After finishing writing, Yeonju was not satisfied, biting the pen cap and pondering how to revise it. But her eyelids kept fighting, obviously about to fall asleep. Her little friend glanced at her and said, Xiao Xianxian, if you're tired, why not take a rest first? Yeonju immediately shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake, her eyes firm. No, I must write these revised lyrics today. She must be able to write them. She would definitely be able to. She would not be like what everyone said, that she was washed up and could no longer write songs. But the lyrics in front of her were like a ball of yarn played with by a cat. It was getting more and more chaotic. As time passed, Yeonju was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Why is this happening? Why can't I write it? Woo! Is there anyone to save me? Yeonju finally couldn't help but cry. The immense pressure was like a mountain pressing down on her. She couldn't bear it. Clearly, I had a lot of inspiration before. Why are all these inspirations gone now? Woo! My inspiration, please come back. Woo! Her little friend looked at her with concern. Xiao Xianxian, don't cry. Yeonju, woo-woo. I've lost my inspiration. Do you want to find your inspiration? Of course, woo-woo. Without it, how can I write lyrics? I understand. Yeonju didn't know how long she had been crying. Finally exhausted, she lay down on the table and fell asleep. She looked at Yeonju with heartache, as if she had made a great psychological struggle. Then she finally made a decision, ran to Yeonju, waved her hand, and touched her. Yeonju didn't move. So her best friend carefully took out her notebook. After confirming that she was asleep, she took the notebook and ran away. The audience in the live broadcast room was puzzled. What's going on with this best friend? Why did she take away Goddess Ju's notebook? It seems like she's going to find someone, but she shouldn't have taken the notebook with her. Yechen. How did the best friend go to find Yechen? On the big screen, the best friend did indeed run to Yichen's house with the notebook. Yechen stood at the door and looked at her. Why are you here? The best friend's expression was very conflicted, holding the notebook tightly, and didn't speak. Yechen guessed, is it because of the last time you helped me, and she found out that I heard the melodies of her songs outside? The best friend shook her head. Yechen, then what is it for? He looked at the notebook that the best friend was holding tightly. So you suddenly came to find me, is it because you want me to help with something? Do you want me to help write lyrics? The best friend's thoughts were guessed, and she didn't hide it. Yes. Xiao Xianxian hasn't rested for a long time. She has been struggling with the lyrics, but she can't write them. so I want to ask you to help her. Yi Chen, let me see the lyrics. The best friend handed him the notebook. Yi Chen quickly read through the lyrics. He frowned. The division between the lyrics and the melody is too severe. The level is too poor. No wonder people outside say that fourth sister has run out of talent. The best friend had been observing Yi Chen's expression all along. How is it? How are these lyrics written by Xiao Xianxian? Yi Chen closed the notebook and didn't tell the truth. It's okay. The best friend stared at him, shook her head, her twin ponytail swaying. My mom is a singer, my dad is a composer, and my grandpa writes lyrics. I can tell that Xiao Xianxian's lyrics are not good. So either you're trying to fool me, or you also don't understand. But I tend to believe the first one, you're trying to fool me. The best friend suddenly became eloquent and persistent. Her grape-like pupils looked at him brightly. All of Xiao Xianxian's previous lyrics were actually written by you, right? You don't need to lie to me, I can guess it. Xiao Xianxian has told me many times that when she used to come for inspiration, she could write many songs in a day. But after she came to my house, she had no inspiration. And before that, you inexplicably asked me to listen to the melody for you. Connecting all these clues, there is only one answer. Yi Chen was truly shocked this time. But he didn't expect that this little girl in front of him had such strong logical thinking. Is this the reason you came to find me? The best friend nodded. Please help her again. Yi Chen originally thought that he had done enough guidance that day. But he didn't expect. He talked to the best friend for a long time with his head down. Wait, you will tell her these things. The best friend agreed to everything. Okay. Yi Chen returned the notebook to her. Then I'll leave it to you. The best friend solemnly said, I should thank you. She closed the door with the notebook in her arms. Yi Chen looked at the closed door inside. Inside the room, Yeonju slowly woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and suddenly realized she hadn't finished writing the lyrics yet. Oops, my lyrics. Yeonju quickly picked up the pen and thought about how to revise them. Just then, her best friend hesitantly spoke up. Xiao Xianxian, I think the lyrics here. Listening to her best friend's words, Yeonju suddenly felt her inspiration returning. So that's it. Yeonju looked at the big screen, where her best friend was guiding her from the side on how to modify the lyrics, and her pupils widened. She remembered this moment. But in her memory, it wasn't her best friend guiding her on how to modify the lyrics. It was when she and another person were discussing, and she suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Then she revised the lyrics herself. However, now that all the memories were played out completely, Yeonju realized that back then, it wasn't at all what she thought was a burst of inspiration. It was Yi Chen manipulating things behind the scenes. He collaborated with her best friend, first listening to her melody, then looking at her lyrics, and finally telling her best friend how to guide her in modifying the lyrics. Yi Chen. She never expected that it was really Yi Chen who did all this. The barrage in the live broadcast room started to go crazy. What's this? Asking for a hammer and getting hammered. Didn't Yeonju say before that she didn't expect Yi Chen to save her? Oh, without Yi Chen, she wouldn't be able to write the lyrics. Exactly. She was so arrogant, telling others that she could write lyrics on her own within 3 months. And what's the result? She's still there crying, saying she has no inspiration. I just want to ask, did she ever have inspiration? No. Am I the only one focusing on that best friend? Damn. This best friend is too cunning. Ah, I recognize her. Isn't she our sugar goddess? I never expected our sugar to be so extraordinary since she was young. Seeing Yeonju's frustrated expression, I feel so satisfied. Both 8 years old. Yeonju is much lower than Sugar. Not only did the audience in the live broadcast room feel satisfied, but Lei Xiao also felt the same satisfaction. Different viewers could only send barrage messages in the live broadcast room, but he could directly talk to Yeonju and dare to confront her. Yeonju, finished watching? Do you have anything else to say? Yeonju's face turned slightly pale. I want to ask Sugar in person. She didn't believe the memories being played out. She wanted to ask Sugar herself. The host naturally couldn't stop her, but because she was on the show, he requested that Yeonju must use the speakerphone. Yeonju agreed. She dialed her best friend's number with a pale face. Soon, the call was answered on the other end. Xiao Xianxian, why did you suddenly call me? Aren't you participating in the show? Yeonju heard her voice panting. Sugar, are you practicing dancing? Sugar, yes, I'm rehearsing for the evening program. Is something wrong? Yeonju scratched her palm with her nails. Under all kinds of entanglement, she still asked, Sugar, there's something I want to ask you. Do you still remember what happened when we were 8 years old? Because I couldn't write the lyrics, I stayed at your house for a long time. Sugar was silent for a few seconds. Xiao Xianxian, has your memory played up to that point? So you've already seen the scene where I went to find Yi Chen. It wasn't a question, but a confirmation. Yeonju felt a suffocating rush of emotions like a tidal wave overwhelming her. So, is it all true? Sugar sighed. I didn't originally want to say these things, nor did I want you to know, but I never expected that you would find out. Yi-chen was indeed the one I went to find, and I did say those things to him. Yeonju couldn't believe it. Why did you go to find him at that time? Sugar. Because you said you wanted to find back your inspiration. Yeonju couldn't bear to listen any longer. She didn't even say anything else, and just hung up the phone. So even Tang Tang could tell that the lyrics at the time were not written by her at all. It was Yi-chen who was secretly helping her. Lei Xiao became even more sarcastic. You've heard it all. What did your good sister and best friend say? Even your best friend can tell that those lyrics of yours couldn't possibly have been written by you. It was Yi-chen. Yi-chen has been helping you all along. Yeonju was deeply affected. She didn't know how to face it. Why did it turn out like this? How did everything become like this? Lei Xiao wanted to continue mocking, but was stopped by Yeonju. Regardless, Yeonju was her sister. She didn't want to see Yeonju like this. Lei Xiao, please stop. Lei Xiao, seeing Yeonju's face, chose to remain silent. Yeonju still couldn't believe it. The information was too overwhelming for her to process all at once. It was crushing her self-esteem. The host looked on with pity. Goddess Ju, don't be like this, at the very least. At the very least, the melody is written by you. Maybe all your talent points are focused on the melody. So it's normal for you to be a little lacking in the lyrics department. Yilan also worried that her fourth sister would be too affected. She became famous at a young age and had a proud personality. Now, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Fourth sister, what the host said this time is right. They all praised the melody you wrote. And now your singing and dancing are top-notch globally. You just have a little bit of a weakness in writing lyrics. Yeonju suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Second sister, do you really think my melody is good? Yilan didn't understand why Yeonju suddenly said that. But of course, she had to praise Yeonju now. Naturally, she answered, of course. Yeonju fell silent. She knew her temper, and she knew. Yes, just like everyone said, she was very proud and arrogant, especially in the past. Later, she had restrained her temper. Many people thought she had finally learned, but it wasn't. It was because Yeonju was defeated. She met someone, or rather, she met a monster. She didn't know who the other person was. She only knew that he told her his name was blank. He was the most monstrous existence Yeonju had ever seen. She had thought more than once in her heart. Fortunately, the other party did not appear in front of everyone unintentionally. Even if he came out later to release a song, it was only one. But just this one song had already made his name resound throughout the music industry. Otherwise, how could she possibly rank first in this music industry? Thinking of this, Yeonju couldn't help but speak. So, second sister, what do you think of blank? Yilan was stunned, then her eyes involuntarily sparkled. Blank? The big shot who wrote The Lonely. Fourth sister, why did you suddenly mention him? Nothing. Yeonju suddenly didn't want to say anymore. She didn't know why, but in her mind, a terrifying thought suddenly arose. Is it possible that this blank is actually Yi-chen? Yeonju subconsciously didn't want to let herself speculate in that direction. If it really was like that, then for her, this blow would really be too much. Yeonju now felt like a criminal on trial. She both hoped for the trial to come quickly and also hoped for it to be slow. This complex emotion cannot be described in words. In order to prevent herself from continuing to think wildly, and also to prevent herself from truly believing that the Yi-chen in her memory was a good person, Yeonju frantically recalled some bad things Yi-chen had done in the past. She remembered. Let's get back to the point. Yeonju's expression was indifferent. It has been mentioned all along, Yi-chen did not intentionally starve us four sisters, but instead worked in an internet cafe. When I was looking at this memory, I felt it was ridiculous. We receive subsidies every month, and they are not small. Plus, Yi-chen embezzled my parents' property. There's no need for him to go work. The way Yi-chen acted, wasn't it just a deliberate show? Lei Xiao listened to Yeonju's words and thought she was talking nonsense. How old was Yi-chen at that time? And why would he put on a show? Could it be that at that time, Yi-chen had already anticipated that in the future, at this moment, he would be subjected to a memory trial? Yeonju's words were indeed full of loopholes, but a person pretending to be asleep can never be awakened. Her brain-dead fans are willing to believe what she says, and they even want to defend and praise her. Goddess Ju is right. Yi-chen is just putting on a show. Can't the production team play Yi-chen's memory? Then play his memory and let us see if he has any difficulties. Exactly. Production team, play it quickly. The production team's public opinion monitoring group quickly informed the director of these barrage comments. The director was stunned. Where could he find Yi Chen's memory? Up to now, he still didn't know how Yi Chen's memory got mixed in. Not only did the production team see these barrage comments, Yeonju also saw them. She looked provocatively at the director. Director, you said Yi Chen is with you, so why don't you bring out his memory and play the whole thing out? It's a simple matter, right? I also want to see if he looked so good and pitiful at that time, whether there was really another hidden story. Everyone was pressuring the director. What could the director do? He was also helpless. But how could he back down at this critical moment? He could only tough it out and say, play it then. However, in his heart, he had already begun to pray with folded hands. Queen Mother of the West, Jade Emperor, Amen. Whichever God is listening. Since you have been playing Yi Chen's memory all along, then please continue playing it now. Perhaps hearing the director's innermost desire, the image on the big screen slowly began to play. The sky was dark. The figure that appeared on the big screen was none other than the 9-year-old Yi Chen, wearing a thin coat. He was doing part-time work again. The people who often came to the internet cafe already knew him. They greeted him familiarly. Kid, you're here again. Kid, come over and help me pass this level. I've been stuck for so long. Help me pass this level first. I'll pay double. Yi Chen smiled and agreed to each request. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of sorrow. The reason he had chosen to come here to help people play games was simply to earn a little money, just enough to get by. But now, he had encountered a big problem. The money he earned from playing games was like a drop in the ocean compared to this big problem. It was completely insufficient. He had to figure out a way to earn some other money. Yi Chen's mind was racing. He had already roughly determined a direction. If he wanted to earn money quickly to fill that gap, he could only do it in the field of the internet. What's the fastest way to make money? Of course, it's games. Although the gaming industry was not as developed as in the future, its ability to generate revenue was still top-notch. After quickly helping the customers pass the levels, Yi Chen booked a private room for himself. He turned on the computer and browsed the games on it. In the recording studio, Yeonju immediately sneered when she saw this scene. See, Yi Chen doesn't really want to make money. Making money is just an excuse. His real goal is just to play games. But Lei Xiao was extremely excited as he watched Ye's rags to riches story. No one understands it better than him. Yi made his fortune through gaming. During that time, Yi was known as a god in the gaming world. It was also during that time that he met Yi. So, is the broadcast now about Ye's gaming experience? Once this idea was confirmed, Lei Xiao became even more excited. If it really is this memory segment, then everyone in the world will know just how much of a genius and monster Yi is. Everyone will go crazy for the games he makes. Under the two very different mindsets, the screen continued to operate. Yi Chen had probably finished browsing. Although this world's games already had first-person 3D shooting, the overall gameplay level was still below average. In other words, there were many areas where one could get involved. But what he lacked the most now was capital. Large-scale games were out of the question. But web games, on the other hand, were worth considering. Yi Chen quickly had an idea in his mind. The second-person growth simulator. This was a very small web game. It didn't require any complex programming. If anything was complex, it was the game's copywriting. But this didn't faze Yi Chen. He quickly started writing. In just 3 short hours, he had already written a rough version of the game. When the close-up on the big screen fell onto the computer screen, the audience watching the live broadcast exploded. Wait, what did I see? I think I've played this game before. I've even spent money on it. Damn, the game of my childhood was actually written by Yi Chen. This was a very simple, even shoddily made web game. But it was precisely this small game that, when it first came out, received countless praises. Many people played it just to see how outrageous it could be. With this in mind, they unknowingly got hooked. And at this point, the trap of consumption came into play. In those days, there was no such thing as watching an ad to get another life. Want to start over from scratch? 1 word, money. 2 words, spend money. Send a text message to XXX, and you could have a chance to start over. Those watching the live broadcast here now, back then, didn't hesitate to spend money on this game, just so that when boasting to their friends, they could say how awesome their achievements were in this game. The once sensational little game, it turns out, was developed by Yi Chen. Not only were the audience in the live broadcast room bewildered, even Yeonju couldn't believe what she was seeing. How is this possible? How could Yi Chen still be making games? No, this can't be right. More unbelievable than this is that when Yi Chen was making games, he was only 9 years old. If this game was really written by him, then he must be very rich. If Yichen is so rich, why would he take away their subsidies, even causing them to have no food to eat? Even the twin sisters were extremely puzzled. Everyone was watching the big screen, wanting to know what was really going on. Yichen only took less than 3 days from the initial version to the final version of this small game. The game was made, and now it was time for promotion. There wasn't much of a trend for internet celebrity live broadcasts at the time. The most popular were various forums. Yichen took action in this area. He started posting on major high-traffic forums. Shocking. 23-year-old young man in the room, doing this and that. Extremely dangerous. Little girl shouting don't. Quickly look. A 78-year-old man actually making a move on a 13-year-old girl. Late at night, the little sister-in-law sneaked into my room. The shock factor at this time was not as frequent as it would be in later years. Yichen released this post at this time, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A group of old perverts saw these titles and couldn't help but restrain their exploratory hearts. They involuntarily clicked in, wanting to get to the bottom of it. After all, there are always some people in this world who are needed to explore the great harmony of human life, in order to create happiness and strive for it. However, after they all clicked in, they found that the content and the title were completely mismatched. I took off my pants, and you show me this. A 23-year-old guy was playing computer games inside. The girl shouted, no, because she was angry at the game's ending. A 78-year-old man made a move on a 13-year-old girl to snatch the game from her hands. Late at night, the younger sister sneaked into my room just to steal my computer. The LSPs were angry. They roared, "What the heck?" and began various verbal attacks. After they vented, they finally focused on the content of the original post. Why does this game look a bit interesting? This process is kind of intriguing. Yeah, let me try it out. Unable to control their curious little hands, they were tempted and clicked on this small game. As a result, countless comments quickly flooded under the post. Damn. A 3-year-old drowned in the lake because he was too ugly to look at himself. What kind of ghost game is this? I can't believe it. What do you mean I died at the age of 6 because I was too smart and got angry at the stupid people around me? What's wrong with you guys? I have an even more outrageous one. I suffocated to death before I was born because I had a weak constitution. I'm the one who's going to be angry to death. I'm laughing so hard. What kind of game is this? I came here because of the title Taking Off Pants, but I'm leaving because of the hilarious comments. I don't believe it. I started a new game. This time I evenly distributed all the values. The result was that I lived to 30, feeling like I had lived a mediocre life, and committed suicide by sword. Damn. Thanks, I wasn't interested in this game at first, but now I suddenly am. I'm going to play it. Yichen sat in the internet cafe, looking at the replies under his post, feeling stable in his heart. As long as someone takes the bait, he's not afraid they won't pay. In order to force spending, Yichen had long made a hidden design in this game. Want to live well and live long? Sure, no problem. Just spend money. This was what the little horse taught him in his previous life. But before forcing spending, some small designs needed to be made. For example, Yichen posted the results he achieved online. Just couldn't stand it. I spent $100 in one go. Successfully lived a carefree life with a harem, wearing dragon robes, and living as an emperor. Sure enough, as soon as he posted this result, he received countless envious and jealous comments. In the midst of the generally tragic life endings of those who died inexplicably in their teens, Yichen's ending was so enviable and hateful. Of course, some people would say, is it worth spending $100 just to play this little game? However, these voices were quickly suppressed by Yichen. What's most important in playing games? The answer is, of course, to live better than others, especially friends. So, under Yichen's manipulation, everyone unconsciously started to compete. This naturally fell into Yichen's spending and gold trap. In just 3 days, Yichen made tens of thousands of dollars just by playing this game. You should know that tens of thousands now can be worth almost $1 million in the future. And the cost Yichen spent was just the money to go to the internet cafe. After watching the memories played on the big screen, almost all the audience knelt down. My mother came in and asked me why I was kneeling to watch the computer. I said because I admire Yichen too much. Help! What else can Yichen not do? Having experienced that era, I just want to say, I also contributed tens of dollars to this game. Yichen can make games, write advanced mathematics, do voice acting, and write scripts. I really want to ask now, is he really a scumbag who would do those things to the 4 sisters? This question also lingered in the minds of the 3 sisters. Yichen has already earned tens of thousands of dollars just from this game. So why is he still unwilling to move out of that basement? Where did all this money go? There are too many questions here. If General Zhang Ming is watching now, he must know where all this money went. Host, seeing this, I think many people are now wondering why Yi Chen, who is so rich, still hasn't taken the four sisters away from that damp alley? I think the goddesses also have the same question in their hearts. Yi Ju's eyes showed anger. Yes. Since Yi Chen can easily make tens of thousands of dollars with just one game, then I really want to ask, where did this tens of thousands of dollars go? Why is he not willing to improve the lives of us four sisters at all, and still let us four sisters continue to live in that damp and dirty place? There were audience members in the live broadcast room who did not dare to agree. Yi Ju said these things without any shame. Did she forget that they four sisters are wearing pretty Lolita dresses, but Yi Chen is still wearing ill-fitting clothes? That's right. If you don't look at the background, I really don't think they four are poor at all. And the company that Yi Ju signed with later is also Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's money, in the end, is still not used on us four sisters. Ah, I suddenly remembered something. Do you remember when Yi Mei went bankrupt? She also received relief from an angel investor. I have a terrifying idea. Me too. Yi Ju did not see these barrage comments, but she also remembered that the company she signed with was Yi Chen's. Fourth sister, Yi Chen, actually did use the money on us. Yi Ju chose to ignore this topic. That's all a few years later. I just want to know now. She insisted on this point. Where did the money he earns now go? Where did the money Yi Chen earned go? After withdrawing this money, he quickly transferred it to another account before it cooled down. After confirming that the money had all been transferred, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the four sisters will not be threatened for the time being. However, this way of giving money was just a temporary measure. A hint of fierceness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. A poisonous snake may temporarily retract its fangs because of a delicious meal in front of it. But, a poisonous snake is still a poisonous snake. Its venomous fangs are always there. To completely eliminate the threat of this poisonous snake continuing to harm him, it is definitely not as simple as giving it a meal every day. The best way is to root out the problem. Directly kill this poisonous snake. Yi Chen regretted that he was too weak now. He could only use this method as a temporary measure. However, this situation would not last long. He would definitely find a way to quickly root out the problem. Completely solve this threat. Yi Chen put away all his thoughts and was about to leave when he suddenly heard his phone ringing in his pocket. The number displayed on the screen was the one he had just thought of rooting out. Yi Chen calmly answered the phone. Hello. I didn't expect you to actually come up with 15,000. I'm quite curious, how did you get this money? You don't need to worry about where my money comes from. You just need to remember what you promised me, and you're not allowed to cause trouble for my four sisters. Fair enough, got the money, of course I won't cause trouble for your sisters. After hearing this, Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. He really didn't feel like talking to such a despicable person. Just give him a little more time. Just give him a little more time, and this despicable person will never pose any threat to them again. In the studio, the three sisters looked at the scene in front of them and felt like their minds were in a mess. What is this? Why does this plot feel so incomprehensible to them? Yilan frowned. Is Yi Chen doing this for us? Yi Ju pondered. From his conversation just now, it seems like someone is threatening him, wanting to harm us. But who is it? I don't know either. What is the reason behind everything Yi Chen has done? Yi Ju looked at her two sisters, second sister, third sister. You don't really believe it, do you? We were so young at the time. How could anyone want to harm us? It's completely unreasonable. Yilan's face became serious. Fourth sister, don't always have such a strong bias against Yi Chen. If according to your thinking, no one wants to harm us, then why would Yi Chen do this? Could it be that everything he did was just an act? He's not a prophet. He couldn't have foreseen everything that's happening now. Yi Ju naturally stood firmly with Yilan. That's right, there must be a reason behind all this that we don't know. Yi Ju rolled her eyes. There must be a reason. There must be a reason for everything Yi Chen does. In that case, let's continue watching. I also want to see what Yi Chen's reasons are. It had been 6 months since the last time. Yi Chen had successively developed several text-based games. These games quickly filled his coffers more and more. Yi Chen felt that he could move on to the next step. The pot for text-based games was still too small. Now that he had money, he could make some slightly more complex games. The first thing that came to Yi Chen's mind was the casual game that had been popular for a long time in his previous life. Harvesting crops on a farm. After all, farming is something that seems to be engraved in everyone's DNA. As long as there's soil and seeds, people can grow crops on it. When transformed into a game, its power remained undiminished. How many people used to guard their crops until they ripened, and then pick them? And how many people used to guard the time, thinking of stealing other people's crops? Once Yichen had a rough idea, he went to find a graphic designer to draw them one by one. These were not difficult. As for sound effects or anything else, Yichen could handle them on his own. It took Yichen about a month to make this game. Half of that time was spent on the graphic designer's drawing. After finishing the game, Yichen quickly started promoting it. With the experience from the first shock experiment, he was even more adept this time. This game quickly became popular across the entire network. And unlike the previous text-based games, this game was suitable for all ages. From 60-year-olds to 10-year-olds, people of all ages were fascinated by this simple little game. After monitoring the huge amount of data backstage, Yichen directly released the already prepared pay-to-win methods. Want your crops to ripen faster? Pay to win. As long as you have money, you can buy fertilizer to reduce the time. Don't want others to steal your crops? Pay to win. As long as you have money, you can invite scarecrows to drive away thieves. Want your crops to grow better than others? Pay to win. As long as you have money, you can grow more and better than others. Do you want crops that are rarer than others? Pay to win. As long as you have money, not only S-level crops, but also SSR level and UR level crops can be grown by you. Yichen's prepared game store is now open. This doesn't require a server update, because this game store has always existed from the beginning. It's just that Yi Yunqing felt it wasn't time to force spending before, so it was temporary and hidden. After everything was ready, Yichen couldn't wait to come out of the private room. Just before entering the internet cafe, he had already noticed there were quite a few people in the lobby, and the web page they had opened was his game. He wanted to see if this group of people had noticed. Yichen quickly found those people. Those people were indeed internet cafe regulars and were Bonash enthusiasts of this game. They quickly noticed that there was a new store in the game. What? How did a game store suddenly appear? What is this? Rare seed bag? Advanced fertilizer? Scarecrow? What strange things. They even want money for these? Ridiculous. I won't spend a penny. What? This rare seed bag is 8 yuan each. 68 for 10 bags. This is robbery. It's insane. What the heck? These fertilizers and scarecrows are also graded. Only idiots would buy these. The planners want to rob us. They must be crazy. It takes a lot of madness to come up with these. Crying, he could have just robbed us directly, but he gave us a game. When Yichen came out, he heard these people openly and secretly mocking. However, he was not at all impatient. He even felt like laughing. Did he really have to be crazy to set these prices? Of course not. He made these prices based on market validation before making a decision. And now, they say they don't want to spend money. Then, are you jealous when you see others have more crops than you? Are you jealous when you see others have prettier and rarer crops than you? As long as you're jealous, then you will definitely spend money. Yichen had already played out this theory of forcing spending thoroughly. He hoped that these people wouldn't be embarrassed later. But before forcing them to spend money, he needed a little push. Yichen was considering whether he should be the one to provide that push. However, while he was still considering, the first sucker, a smart person, had already started preparing to fall into the trap. Brothers, let me try the poison first. Let's see what this is all about. Yichen silently walked up behind him. He watched as the smart guy bought 10 packs of rare seed bags on the spot. Rare seed bag has a certain chance of producing UR level seeds, and for every 10 bags, you are guaranteed one S level seed. This smart guy directly opened the seed bags. When he opened 10 bags, a dazzling golden red light flashed across the entire computer screen. What is this? The smart guy's pupils suddenly dilated. On the screen in front of him was an exquisitely beautiful flower. Congratulations, you have drawn UR, rose seed. He wasn't the only one playing games in the internet cafe. Seeing this, a group of people quickly gathered around. They all started talking at once. What the heck is this? Rose seed. Isn't this for planting vegetables? How can it also grow flowers? Are you blind? Didn't you see that it's a UR seed? Hey, what's this that popped up on the side? Following the crowd's directions, the smart guy quickly saw that there was an encyclopedia next to the store icon. Amidst a chorus of voices urging him to take a look, the smart guy clicked on it. Then he saw that the encyclopedia was divided into several levels. UR, SSR, SR. No need to mention R. They can now unlock and grow all the crops that belong to the R card. There are only 8 positions for UR, so I drew one directly with this draw. Yichen didn't expect this person's luck to be so good. It's just like being a lucky king. In order to let this group of people know how powerful UR is, Yichen quietly added, "Quick, look. It says here that the probability of getting a UR is only 1.4%. Oh my god. You're so lucky. After Yi Chen's reminder, everyone was shocked. Really? Wow, you're so lucky. 6. Hey, plant it quickly, let's see what this flower looks like. Songming was also very excited and immediately planted the flower. The result was that as soon as it was planted, the time displayed above was 72 hours. Oh my, it takes 72 hours to mature. Isn't that too long? Yi Chen immediately followed up, it's worthy of being a rare seed. It's only natural for it to take so long to mature. Everyone also echoed, that's right. After all, it's a rare seed. It's normal, but we really want to see what it looks like immediately. Do we have to wait 72 hours? Yi Chen quietly acted as the backstage manipulator. Isn't there fertilizer in the store? It seems that one bag of this fertilizer can reduce the time by 12 hours. Someone also immediately realized, oh, right. Quick, buy a few bags of fertilizer and try it out. Brother, I'll pay for one bag for you. I'll join in too. With everyone's contributions, Songming quickly raised enough money to solve the 72-hour fertilizer problem. However, after he joyfully planted all the fertilizer, the UR-level rose flower did not mature. It had just sprouted. Everyone. Yi Chen naturally noticed the puzzled expressions of these people. He smiled and said nothing. It's been said that it's a forced spending, so why don't they understand the reason for the word forced at the beginning? For UR seeds, of course, they should have the grandeur of UR seeds. If you're going to spend money, you should spend the most. If you don't want to spend money, it's okay. No one will force you. But when you look at this little sprout, don't you feel anxious? Don't you want it to grow up quickly? If you have even the slightest desire, you can't help but spend money. Not to mention the fact that now so many people are watching. He directly vented his anger. Hey, I don't believe it. I won't let you mature today. He didn't need anyone else to pay. He bought 20 bags of super fertilizer in one go. Then he immediately started to mature the rose flower. 72 hours, the vigorous period. Another 72 hours, this UR-level rose flower finally matured. The pink brilliance instantly illuminated the entire land. Compared to the dull crops nearby, this UR-level rose flower was absolutely stunning. Not only did it have its own starlight effect, but it was also surrounded by butterflies and bees. It directly raised the entire farm style. Seeing such a beautiful flower, who would still have the thought of picking it? Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Help, it even has special effects. And there are butterflies and bees. Brother, what's your farm account ID? Let's be friends. Brother, Dad, I just need one more friend. Oh my god. You want to steal someone's flower, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush like this. Hey, brother, your flower was stolen. Not long after being praised, Songming suddenly received a message saying that his flower had been stolen. Songming immediately exploded. Having ordinary crops stolen was already frustrating. Having such a rare crop stolen was simply maddening. Damn it! Who stole my rose flower? Songming wanted to delete the friend, but what was the purpose of adding friends? Of course, it was to show off. If you delete your friends, who will you show off to? Isn't it all in vain? So, Yi Chen reminded silently again, isn't there a scarecrow there, saying it can prevent friends from coming to steal? Money has already been spent so much. Buying another scarecrow doesn't seem to be a big deal. The smart one can only chop his little hand again. With the scarecrow in hand, friends can't steal. Planting vegetables is addictive. After this move by the smart one, the heat of the farm soared again. The degree of money absorption also soared to the highest. And Yi Chen, hidden in the shadows. When the big screen played to this point, the live audience felt like their breath had stopped. And they felt as if they had been pulled back to the era when they were forced by an inexplicable atmosphere to crazily spend money. Why do I feel my liver and heart are hurting? Because I also went through this in the past. Damn! This game is also written by Yi Chen. Crazy. I still remember how much money I spent to collect all the UR seeds in the illustration book back then. I didn't expect all that money to go into Yi Chen's pocket. Yi Chen was only over 9 years old at that time, right? What was he thinking? How could he come up with such a method? As a person in the gaming industry, I really can't help but say this. The money-spending model of this game at that time was directly studied like crazy. All the games that followed copied this money-spending template. As a person in the same industry, when I learned about the money-spending model of this game, I admired the big shot behind it immensely. How is his brain structured? How can he come up with such genius ideas? This time, I just want to say Yi Chen has one. So, after seeing this, I am even more unable to understand, unable to comprehend, how could such a genius as Yi Chen possibly do those things to his 4 sisters? There must be a reason behind this that we don't know. Now it's not just the audience in the live broadcast room who are shocked. The three sisters are also shocked. Especially Yeonju, who doesn't believe in Yechen the most. Her mind is directly stunned. What's going on? Wasn't her initial idea to let everyone see what kind of person Yechen really is? How did it suddenly turn into watching Yechen's strange behavior? The twin sisters are also very confused. Yeonju, who was the most sensitive, suddenly noticed the proud and joyful expression on Lei Xiao's face next to her. Lei Xiao, do you know about these things? Lei Xiao couldn't help but straighten his back. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I call him General Yi? Yeonju, isn't it because that film and television company is owned by Yechen? Lei Xiao sneered, of course not. To be honest, that company can really be said to be the most losing company opened by General Yi. Isn't it losing money? In the 8 or 9 years before, Yeonju took on some small scripts. They were not well known at all. It was difficult to support herself, let alone make money for the company. Later, although Yeonju became famous, but she left the company. The money went into her own pocket. Yi Lan's brain is running at high speed at this time. She remembered a sentence Zhang Ming had said before. It's not just me who knows dust, everyone here knows dust. Could it be that what President Zhang was referring to at that time was this? Yi Lan couldn't help but look at Lei Xiao. Can you tell me, with Yechen earning so much money, who did he give that money to? Lei Xiao sneered. Even if I tell you, will you really believe it? You guys, just use your own eyes to see. After you see it, you will know. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. What can happen in 3 years? Perhaps for others, 3 years is just enough time to finish high school. For Yechen, it was time to set up the net and start officially catching fish. As he looked at the bank transfer records, with millions of dollars, Yechen's expression grew colder and colder. Human desires can be endlessly inflated. At first, the snake might have only wanted tens of thousands, but gradually, his ambition began to expand. He wanted more and more. In 3 years, he had already taken tens of millions. However, Yechen couldn't help but want to laugh. Today was the day he would be sanctioned. Taking the millions of dollars was quite refreshing. He just didn't know if he could still laugh when the truth was revealed. Yechen picked up his phone and made a call. The call connected, and an old voice came through. Yechen? Why are you calling me? It's not the payment date yet. Are you so eager to give me money? Yechen, Mr. Su guessed right. I am indeed going to make the final payment to you. But this time, can we meet and talk? After all, I also want to see you destroy that contract with my own eyes. Mr. Su laughed. Of course we can. Well, see you later. See you later. Yechen hung up the phone, his pupils deep and boundless. Two enigmatic figures met half an hour later. Mr. Su looked at the 12-year-old Yechen with infinite praise in his eyes. When I first saw you at the Yi family, I knew you were different. Sure enough, these two game ideas have made you a lot of money. A hero indeed comes from a young age. The younger generation surpasses the older one. Mr. Su clearly was not someone who knew nothing. How could a teenager like Yechen have so much money? There must be some other method behind this. So Mr. Su went to investigate. The results of the investigation surprised him. Despite being just a kid, Yechen's abilities and talents were no less than those of adults. He could come up with such great game ideas and sell them for money. If Mr. Su wasn't in the physical business and knew nothing about the gaming industry, he would definitely try to win Yechen over. Seeing Mr. Su's eyes, Yechen already knew what he was thinking. Mr. Su investigated him. How could he not know? He just let him continue the investigation, with a little misdirection. Until now, Mr. Su still thought that his money was earned by selling game ideas. No matter how hard he scratched his head, he would never think that he never sold any game ideas. Everything was done by himself. However, Yechen didn't want to tell him these things. He went straight to the point. I have prepared the final payment. You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? Mr. Su sat in his boss's chair and laughed out loud. You, kid, are really interesting. How much good karma did Jihye, that old man, accumulate in his past life to be able to adopt you into his family? Seriously, Yechen, would you like to come to my house and be my son? Yechen, I'm not interested in being someone else's son. So, you haven't answered my question. Mr. Su looked him up and down, then smiled. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. He picked up the tea in front of him and slowly started making tea, with a full posture. What I'm more interested in now is, why did you have to be dragged into this and come to this point? What's the point? As long as you're willing to be my son, I can completely tear up the contract with the 4 sisters that I signed with Yejien. Isn't that much better than what you have now? The audience in the live broadcast room was all confused. What? Why am I getting more and more confused about this plot? Who is Yejien? What contract did he sign? Yi Jian is the father of the four goddesses. Before, didn't we also have a conflict with Yi Chen? But what exactly does this contract say? I am also very confused. Why do I always feel familiar with this person named Su Yi? I also noticed that I feel like I've seen him in some news before. This Su Yi, isn't he the super big boss who was exposed for filming various explicit and romantic videos and selling them for profit in a live broadcast on the internet more than 10 years ago? I remember now. Yes, he was caught spreading explicit content and was sent to jail. Damn, it's actually this pervert. How did Yi Chen get involved with this pervert? See, Yi Chen's true colors are revealed. People who associate with scum are also scum. Yi Chen actually colluding with this kind of person. Disgusting. Amidst the angry voices of all the audience, the big screen continued to play. Yi Chen, I don't like to repeat myself. The final payment is in this card. As long as you give me the contract, I will tell you the password. Su Yi took the card and played with it in his hand. Are you still not considering my suggestion? Yi Chen reached out his hand. The meaning was clear. He wanted Su Yi to bring out the contract of the four sisters. Su Yi stared at Yi Chen for a long time, then bent down and took out a contract from the nearby tea cabinet. This is what you want. Yi Chen took the contract and checked it word by word. The big screen seemed to capture the voices of the crowd. It zoomed in on the contract, allowing everyone to see the content clearly. Yeonju was the first to finish reading it all. After reading the content, she could hardly believe her eyes. How could this be? How could it be like this? Her father. How could he be such a scum? And the other two sisters were also shocked and speechless. They recognized every word on the contract. But why, when combined together, they couldn't believe it. Even the host was shocked by the content of the contract and couldn't speak. Not to mention the audience watching the live broadcast. Damn, is the content of this contract real? No way. What kind of dog is the father of the goddesses? Seeing this content, I feel suffocated. Is it really the biological father, not an adoptive or stepfather? Seeing this, I can't help but think of the time when that scum beat Yi Chen. How disgusting and perverted he looked. I used to think it was because Yi Chen was not his own, so he would do this, but I didn't expect him to be even more ruthless to his own. Yeonju trembled and grabbed Yi Lan's clothes. Second sister, is it really written on this that dad sold us? That's right. The contract in Yi Chen's hand, rather than a contract, is more like a contract of sale. It clearly states that Yi Jian voluntarily gives up the custody of her four daughters and transfers them to Su Yi. Who is Su Yi? He is a pervert and a wolf in sheep's clothing. A big boss spreading obscene and indecent content. Just think for a moment about the consequences of the four sisters falling into his hands. The three sisters, after seeing the content of the contract, couldn't believe it and still couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? Their father, their biological father, he actually sold them. Sold them like livestock. This is completely unexpected by anyone. So why did Yi Chen give him money? Is it because he wants to rescue the four sisters from there? Destroy this contract? The three sisters' eyes were all focused on the big screen, wanting to know the whole truth. In the eager anticipation of the three sisters, the big screen continued to play slowly. Yi Chen confirmed the contents of the contract and immediately tore it up. From now on, my four sisters have nothing to do with you. Su Yi smiled, of course, since you've torn up the contract, what else do you have to worry about? Yi Chen showed nothing on his face, but inside, he was sneering. The contract was indeed torn up, but he would never believe Su Yi. He knew exactly what kind of person Su Yi was. Who knows if this contract was copied, and if there were countless copies hidden behind it. So when Yi Chen came, he never just wanted to tear up this contract, it was not that simple. Yi Chen had long prepared a trap. What he had to do now was to lure him step by step into the trap he had already designed. Su Yi, I've given you the contract, can you give me the password to the bank card now? Yi Chen, of course. But I have one more question, can you answer it for me? Su Yi squinted slightly, perhaps thinking that Yi Chen was young and not much of a threat. So he finally nodded. Go ahead, what question do you want to ask? Yi Chen, why did he sign this contract with you in the first place? Su Yi laughed, so that's what you want to ask? You've been adopted by him for so long, don't you know what kind of person he is? Yi Jian, that old guy, never cared about bloodlines, let alone whether the child he raised was his. He only cared about his money. In fact, this matter had been buried in Su Yi's heart for a long time, and he had never told anyone. People have a desire to share. Otherwise, no matter how many achievements they have, if no one knows, it would be boring. At this moment, Yi Chen sparked his desire to share. Su Yi eagerly spoke. At that time, he happened to encounter some setbacks in his business, the capital chain broke, and he lacked a large sum of money. So he came to me, wanting to borrow money from me. Borrowing money, you need chips, right? When Yeonju heard him pause, he knew he was waiting for his answer. He gave him a lot of face. So my 4 sisters are the chips? Suyi had poured himself a cup of tea at some point and was savoring it carefully. That's right. Yi Jian, that old guy, never had a conscience. From the moment those 4 children were born, he had already treated them as chips in his hands. He had already made a balance in his heart of how much to invest and how much to return. Although selling them off too early would devalue them, at that time Yi Jian was in desperate need of money, and no one else liked little girls. So he came to him. Originally, he planned to wait a few more years before making a move on these children. But there was a little accident in the middle. He accidentally saw Yi Mei. The first time he saw her, he was captivated. So he had originally planned to wait a few years before making a move, but now he couldn't wait. So he was ready to make a move. However, when he was about to make a move, he encountered another unexpected event. This unexpected event was Yi Chen. He got the news from somewhere and came directly to him. Suyi directly told him that he had a contract with Yi Jian at the time. If he didn't make a move, he could leave. If Yi Jian paid him the money he owed, he wouldn't go after those 4 girls. When he started saying this, it was just a casual remark. He never thought that Yi Chen could really come up with tens of millions. However, what he never expected was that after he finished speaking, Yi Chen continued, asking if he could pay back 10,000 in the first month. Of course, he could. After all, it was originally said as a joke. Who would take it seriously? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually transferred the 100,000 over. And his only request was one thing. Not to lay a hand on his 4 sisters. And he would find ways to repay the money Yi Jian owed him. After he repaid the money, the contract would be cancelled. Thinking back on this, Suyi still had endless emotions. Who could have imagined that this child in front of him could actually produce so much money? However, too naive. A child is still a child. Although young, with such talent, able to earn so much money. But in the end, he is still just a child. Completely unaware of the dangers of the adult world. Does he really think that once he repays the millions in loans, this matter will be settled? How is that possible? This child is so young and can earn so much money, proving that his future is limitless. Rejecting such a golden opportunity, he must be crazy. Suyi looked at Yi Chen with a certain meaning in his eyes. But Yi Chen, as if he didn't see it, got up from his chair. I have already given you all the money, we have also torn up the contract, so now, there is no longer any connection between you and me. Never see each other again. However, as he turned to leave, Suyi put down the teacup in his hand and looked at him with a smile. Little boy, do you really want us to never see each other again? This request may be a bit difficult. Yi Chen turned to look at him. What do you mean? Suyi slowly spoke. You did tear up a contract just now, but it was only that one. Yi Chen had already anticipated this in his heart, but still tried to please him. You made a copy. Suyi, ha ha ha. Little boy, although you are very clever, your methods are still too naive when it comes to these matters. Do you really think that a little money can buy off this contract? That is just the price of one of your sisters. Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly with a triumphant look. He raised his hand to look at the time on his wristwatch. The time had come. There was no need to continue acting with him. Yi Chen looked at him coldly. Is that so? Do you really think so? Then how do you know that I don't have a trick up my sleeve? Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside. You can't go in. Mr. Su, we can't stop them. If you continue to rush forward, we will sue you for illegal entry. Amidst the noisy voices, a group of people pushed open the door to Suye's office. You are Suyi? Suyi frowned at them. Who are you? What do you want by illegally entering my office? Do you believe I will immediately sue you? The leader sneered. Sue us? Before you sue us, come with us to the police station first. Take him away. Lock him up. Several people rushed forward, surrounded Suyi, and then took out handcuffs from their waists and directly put them on him. At first, Suyi wanted to struggle. What are you trying to do? I warn you. This is illegal. I will go find a lawyer to sue you. You better go explain to your lawyer first about all those shady deals you have. What's the deal with that pile of money in your hands? Take him away. After he finished speaking, Suyi was taken away. All the illegal businesses he operated were naturally confiscated. The crimes he committed could easily land him in prison for life, unable to come out. Naturally, the contract with the 4 sisters would no longer be valid. More importantly, the snake behind this has been killed and can no longer harass them. Yi Chen spent 3 years lurking, finally getting the opportunity to uproot it. He walked to the French window and suddenly pulled open the heavy curtains. The brilliant sunlight poured in from outside, covering him in a sacred cloak. Yichen looked outside for a long time, his eyes cold but resolute. I said, anyone who harms my sister, I will never forgive. The scene ended, and everyone watching the live broadcast fell into silence. The first to break the silence was Lei Xiao. President Yi. Wah! President Yi is so domineering. Wah! A tall man of 1.8 meters, seeing these scenes, actually shed tears. He was truly moved. No one knew the turmoil in his heart at the moment. When he first followed Yi Chen, he had doubts and suspicions. But soon, he was won over by Yi Chen's charisma. Following such a boss, he felt completely secure. The second person to react was Yi Lan. She covered her mouth, desperately holding back the urge to cry. When she watched the previous memories, she already felt that Yi Chen had done a lot for them. But after these memories were played, Yi Lan realized that when they didn't know, Yi Chen had done even more for them. What kind of person is Yi Chen? How could he do so much for them and never tell them, even allowing them to slander him, insult him, and look down on him? He never said a word to defend himself. Compared to Yi Lan's relative calm, Yeonju beside her couldn't hold back and began to cry. When they were young and didn't know, they had actually been in such a huge crisis. And at that time, the 9-year-old Yi Chen had kept it from all of them and quietly resolved the matter for them. They didn't know from beginning to end. Yi Chen, you've done so much for us, written scripts for me, and even started an entertainment company just for me. Wah! Yi Chen, how could you end up like this? The twin sisters cried heavily, only Yeonju was holding on. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yeonju refused to believe this result no matter what. How could she believe it? Not only did Yi Chen not take their money, but he also took on tens of millions in debt because of them. This was just too unbelievable. The twin sisters said in unison, fourth sister, it's already so obvious. And you still don't want to believe it? Obvious? What's so obvious? Yeonju's eyes were red, filled with anger or resentment. Sisters, do you really think these memories are real? It's ridiculous. How could Yi Chen have known so much when he was so young? Is he a god? Yeonju's questioning quickly gained support in the live broadcast room. That's right. Ju goddess makes a lot of sense. How could Yi Chen have known so much when he was so young? The production team must have used high technology to create false memories. Yes. It's so disgusting to whitewash Yi Chen. When these comments came out, the regular viewers were stunned. Can't Yeonju's brain-dead fans stop showing off their low IQs all the time? I really can't believe it, everything is fake. Then I can also suspect that her memories of being hurt by Yi Chen are also fake. That's right. If it's fake, let's all fake it together. The host finally came to his senses from the shock. Looking at the public opinion in front of him, he understood that if he sided with Yeonju, he would definitely be criticized. He thought of a compromise, neither admitting nor denying, and also, changed the subject. Yi Chen may have really done these things, but in the end, he became a detested figure by all four goddesses. There must be something behind this that we don't know. Chrysanthemum goddess, can you tell us? Yeonju naturally was willing to tell. The despicable things Yi Chen did to them were too numerous to mention. She absolutely would not allow Yi Chen to be whitewashed like this. Yeonju took a deep breath and without needing to think, she brought up the bad things Yi Chen had done to her. Everyone knows that I became famous at a young age, so naturally many people would like me. The clearest memory I have is that Yi Chen always restricted me from making friends. He was afraid that if I made friends, I would break free from his control. So every friend of mine was scolded by him. This also led to me growing up without many friends. Incredibly lonely. I knew early on that people without friends are very prone to becoming withdrawn. This is clear enough evidence. Yi Chen was malicious in his intentions. The twin sisters knew about this matter. At that time, Yeonju had just turned 12. Because she started school early, she was currently in the 6th grade of elementary school. Despite being in just the 6th grade, she had no shortage of admirers. After all, she became famous too early. Her song Little Porcelain had made her known to the entire nation. After the release of this song, she was immediately interviewed by the news media. As the popularity of this song continued to grow, it even made its way into the analysis of elementary school textbooks. This also led to Yeonju's increasing fame. She frequently appeared on various television interview programs. It was during this time that Yeonju's arrogance and conceit developed. She was praised too highly by everyone. From the moment she became famous, numerous art academies reached out to her. However, Yeonju did not immediately agree. Because she was already in the 6th grade, transferring schools at this point would not make much sense. So, her plan was to finish the 6th grade of elementary school and then directly enter the top art academy. Due to her previous commitments, such as various interviews and appearances, Yeonju had very few friends during that time. She only had one close friend. At that time, Yeonju saw that Yeonju was always busy with interviews and had few friends, so she casually suggested that she make more friends. Because a person's childhood is limited, if they don't enjoy it and do things with friends during their childhood, they will surely regret it when they grow up. Yeonju took this advice to heart. So during the second semester of 6th grade, she wanted to make more friends. However, every time she made a new friend, Yechen would come and cause trouble, turning her friends into enemies. Yeonju looked at the twin sisters and said, "You two also know about this, right?" There was anger in her eyes. If the twin sisters were to deny this matter, she would truly feel that these so-called sisters were not as good as these false memories. The twin sisters glanced at each other and did not deny it. Yelan sighed, "I remember this matter." Before she could finish, Yeonju interrupted her, not giving her a chance to continue. "Elder sister, you only need to know that this matter indeed happened. You don't need to defend Yechen now. There's no need." Seeing that she was currently angry, Yelan knew that no matter what she said now, Yeonju would not listen, so she gave up. Although Yeonju did not speak, she was thinking to herself, but did Yechen have his own reasons for doing this? For example, are those people approaching Mei with some other purpose in mind? In the anticipation of the crowd, the big screen slowly began to play. Yeonju is 12 years old this year, a 6th grade elementary school student. What sets her apart from ordinary elementary school students is her high popularity. Walking in the campus, she is always recognized by others. Carrying a small school bag, Yeonju entered the school. Looking around in confusion, she hadn't been to school for a long time. As a result, after returning to school, she didn't even know where her classroom was. Many people looked at her, whispering to each other, "Hey, she looks familiar." "You're silly, she's Yeonju, the genius composer and lyricist who wrote the song Little Porcelain." "Ah, I remember now. Our teacher just talked about this song a few days ago. He said the author of this song is from our school, and I didn't believe it at the time. Why is she standing here? Did she get lost? Should we go ask her?" "No, I'm afraid." "What's there to be afraid of? If you don't go, I will." The child who said this had a flash of determination in his eyes and really walked towards Yeonju. "You're Yeonju, right? I'm your fan." Yeonju snapped out of her daze, "You're my fan?" Yes. I love listening to your song Little Porcelain the most. You wrote that song so well. Thank you. By the way, I'm in the same class as you. We're really destined to meet." Upon hearing this, Yeonju finally remembered. It turns out she and the child were in the same class. Yeonju smiled, "Really? Then we are really destined. It's time for class. Let's hurry back to the classroom." Yeonju was eager for someone to show her the way, so she nodded. The two quickly returned to the classroom. After this opportunity, Yeonju quickly became acquainted with her. She learned that her name was Wu Shanshan. Wu Shanshan was a very enthusiastic girl. Yeonju felt that whenever she talked to her, she was always in a very comfortable state. And Wu Shanshan was a diehard fan of Yeonju's songs, she could sing all of them. This quickly brought the two closer together. As time went by, their relationship quickly warmed up, and they became very good friends. By chance, Yeonju soon learned that Wu Shanshan was from a poor family. Her parents had died early, leaving only a grandmother to raise her by picking up garbage every day. Wu Shanshan relied on welfare to go to school. Yeonju later heard that Wu Shanshan had to help her grandmother pick up garbage after school to make money. Otherwise, they couldn't sustain their lives. When Yeonju heard this, she felt a strange sense of empathy. Wasn't this just like her before? She used to have one meal and skip the next, and she even lived in a dirty and filthy place. Whenever she thought of this, she felt even more connected to Wu Shanshan. So, her relationship with Wu Shanshan seemed to become even closer. One day after school, Yeonju was planning to go home, but she unexpectedly ran into Wu Shanshan on the way home. Wu Shanshan was wearing a slightly worn-out school uniform, following an old lady, with a bright smile on her face, picking up discarded mineral water bottles. As they passed by a snack stall, Wu Shanshan saw several empty mineral water bottles on an unoccupied table and wanted to pick them up. However, as soon as she approached, the snack stall owner scolded her. "Where did this little beggar come from? Get out of here." The owner even pushed Wu Shanshan. When Yeonju saw the scene, she suddenly felt angry. How could these people be like this? It was at this moment that an idea suddenly came to her. She wanted to help Wu Shanshan. After making this decision in her heart, Yeonju quickly took action. She ran over quickly and helped Wu Shanshan up from the ground. She glared angrily at the owner of the snack shop in front of her. How could you do this? Just casually push someone down. Wu Shanshan looked at Yeonju in shock. Xian, what are you doing here?" Yeonju was resentful. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, were you planning to never tell me?" Wu Shanshan was embarrassed. "Tell you what? I haven't been hiding anything from you. Yeonju put her hands on her hips, and you say, with your family's difficult situation, why didn't you tell me earlier? I can help you. Wu Shanshan immediately shook her head upon hearing this, her eyes firm and slightly angry. I don't need anyone's help. And you are my friend. I didn't become friends with you for your money or fame. If you insist on helping me, it will only complicate our pure friendship. Yeonju was deeply shaken by this. I never looked down on you, and I never thought this would change our friendship in any way. Wu Shanshan still shook her head firmly. I don't need your help, because I have enough with my grandmother and myself. Yeonju wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Wu Shanshan. Okay, Xian, let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Let's just say, it's for our friendship. What else could Yeonju say? She could only nod. But in her heart, she already had another idea. Shanshan said she didn't want help. But couldn't she help secretly? The scene stopped. In the live broadcast room, Yeonju's fans began to speak up. Goddess Ju is really gentle. She is so willing to help others. That's right. She is so kind-hearted. This little friend looks very nice. Even though she was born in such poverty, her heart is still optimistic and positive. The hot spotlight shone on her head. Yeonju also looked at the big screen, with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. This is the second very good girlfriend I've met, besides my little friend Tang Tang. But what did Ji Chin do? He kept warning Shanshan, threatening her, and kept her away from me. Even later, he found someone to beat Shanshan, and even forced her to drop out of school. Yeonju was furious as she spoke, even though this had happened so long ago. But in her heart, she was still angry beyond measure. How important is a girl's innocence? But Yi Chen, this scum of a person, wanted her to. Later, Shanshan couldn't bear this stimulation and dropped out of school and left. She never saw Wu Shanshan again. The fans in the live broadcast room were furious when they heard this. Yi Chen is too disgusting. How could he do this? That's right. It's too much. Yi Chen is too disgusting. That coercion must be the kind I imagined. Why is it that every time I think he's a good person, he does something disgusting like this? Outrageous. The host also spoke angrily. Yi Chen is really too much. Let's take a look at what Yi Chen did at that time. The scene continued to play. Although Wu Shanshan said she didn't want her help, Yeonju secretly started to support her. After all, she had a lot of money from selling her copyright. Helping her little sister was not a problem at all. Just because of what Wu Shanshan said, Yeonju wouldn't openly help her, but did so secretly. From Wu Shanshan's perspective, her luck suddenly started to improve. She could win prizes just by casually buying something. Either when walking on the road, suddenly picked up a sum of money. Because this stroke of good luck improved her life a lot. Wu Shanshan was so happy that she ran to share with Yeonju. Xian, do you know? My luck has been really good recently. Yesterday when I passed by the supermarket, the salesperson told me that I was the 10,000th person to pass by their store entrance today. So they gave me a free discount. I bought a lot of things. It was almost 100 yuan. I am really so lucky. Yeonju felt extremely bitter upon hearing this. This was something she had done, so naturally no one could understand it better than her. She had thought of this method with great difficulty, and then wanted Shanshan to buy more things. But unexpectedly, Shanshan only bought less than 100 yuan worth of items. Looking at the excited Wu Shanshan in front of her, Yeonju spoke up. Isn't that great? She asked the doubt in her heart. But why didn't you buy more things? After all, it was free. Wu Shanshan shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. It's better not to. Being able to win a free discount is already very lucky. Just buying 100 yuan worth of things is really enough. And I am also very happy. After listening, Yeonju did not continue speaking. Shanshan felt good, so that's good. But in her heart, she was even more convinced that Shanshan was a person who couldn't be any better. She wanted to be friends with Shanshan forever and ever. When she returned home, Yeonju told her twin sisters about this matter. Then she smiled happily. Second sister, third sister. I really feel like I've made a very good friend. The two of them were also happy for her. This Wu Shanshan really seems very nice. Yes, she is indeed worth getting to know. Ridiculous. In the midst of their joy, Yi Chen appeared from somewhere. Then she looked at them with disdain. A very good friend? Worth getting to know? Ridiculous. Stupid. Upon hearing him insult her good friend, Yeonju immediately became angry. Yi Chen, what are you saying? Who do you think is ridiculous and stupid? Yi Chen crossed her arms. Other than you, who else can I say? Just because of these little things, you really think she is a good person? How do you know she's not deliberately fishing for big fish? Yi Chen knew these people too well. What they wanted was not just the small benefits in front of them. After all, if they were to stop just for the sake of those small benefits, it would be unfair to the effort and time they had put in behind the scenes. At this moment, Yeonju wholeheartedly trusted Wu Shanshan and regarded her as her best friend. How could she allow Yi Chen to say such things about her? Shut up! Shanshan is not the kind of person you describe. Yi Chen still sneered, people's hearts are inscrutable. You are not a tapeworm in her belly, so how do you know what she really thinks inside? Yeonju's eyes also became extremely cold. I have only heard one saying. A person is what kind of person, so when they think of others, they will also think of others as being the same kind of person. Yi Chen, I think you are the kind of person with a dirty mind. That's why you see everyone as having a dirty mind. After saying this, Yeonju turned and walked away, not even sparing a glance. The twin sisters also did not like Yi Chen's words just now. How do you know that Shanshan is not sincerely treating our fourth sister? I think you have a small-minded mentality. After saying this, they quickly caught up with Yeonju. Obviously, they wanted to appease her. Yi Chen looked at the backs of the three sisters and sighed deeply. Indeed, she did not believe it. That Wu Shanshan person was clearly a high-level player. She could endure for so long, which was enough to prove her grand ambitions. This was why Yi Chen was so certain. Of course, that's because he accidentally witnessed the scene where Wu Shanshan was talking to her grandmother. In fact, Yi Chen didn't really want to get involved in the lives of the four sisters. So at first, when he found out that Wu Shanshan was a good friend of Yeonju, he didn't have any vigilance or precautions. But things turned out to be so coincidental. That accidental encounter directly exposed Wu Shanshan's scheme. She approached Yeonju with a plan. After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately started investigating Wu Shanshan's identity. The result was something he didn't expect. The findings left him extremely shocked. Wu Shanshan looks like she's 12 years old, but in reality, she is an adult with dwarfism. Her so-called grandmother is not really her grandmother, but her own mother. The reason why the two of them were living in poverty and hardship was entirely because Wu Shanshan's identity was discovered during a scam, and she lost all her family property. After barely escaping from that city, she came here and fabricated a new identity. No one here knows about her past. So Wu Shanshan created a new life story for herself, portraying herself as a poor and destitute person with nothing. How could Yi Chen possibly feel at ease letting her stay by Yeonju's side? He must find a way. The final image on the big screen froze, showing Yi Chen's cold and cruel gaze. Yi Chen's gaze clearly indicates that he's up to something. Is he going to take action against Wu Shanshan? Goddess Ju just wants to make a friend. Who is he to interfere? Yeonju's fans were all feeling angry. In their increasingly agitated emotions, the image on the big screen started playing again. The scene in the memory was 2 or 3 days after Yi Chen warned Yeonju. This time, it was not Yeonju, but Yi Chen. Obviously, this was Yi Chen's memory. A secluded alley. Wu Shanshan appeared in the frame. She had a backpack on her back, looking like she had just finished school. Recently, she had been very lucky, so there was a bright smile on her face. However, as she was walking halfway, she saw someone blocking her way. At first, Wu Shanshan didn't pay much attention and tried to avoid him by turning left and right. But no matter which way she turned, the person was still blocking her path. Wu Shanshan finally realized that something was wrong. Holding onto the straps of her backpack tightly, she looked at the person in front of her with caution. Who are you? What do you want by blocking my way? The light shone on the person's face. With those familiar features and facial features, who else could it be but Yi Chen? Yi Chen, you are Wu Shanshan, right? Wu Shanshan became even more cautious. Who are you? Yi Chen, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know to stay away from my younger sister. She is not someone you can mess with. Just as Wu Shanshan was about to ask who his sister was, Yi Chen spoke up. You are very familiar with my sister. After all, she is the person you have been scheming to get close to. Yeonju. In that instant, Wu Shanshan's pupils dilated rapidly, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. She maintained a cautious expression on her face. What scheming? I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Chen sneered. Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Wu Shanshan, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Wu Shanshan took several steps back. Big brother, I understand what you mean, but Xian is my friend. What could I possibly be up to? Please step aside. Otherwise, I will have to call the police. Yi Chen sneered. Call the police? Do you dare? She has dwarfism. Her identity is forged. If she were to call the police, she would be in even bigger trouble than him. So she definitely wouldn't dare to call the police. Wu Shanshan was still an adult. After hearing Yi Chen's words, her heart was in turmoil. However, outwardly, she still forced herself to remain calm. Big brother, I really don't know what you're talking about. But you are Xianxian's brother. I won't tell Xian about what happened today, and I won't let my good friend Xianxian's brother end up in the police station for real. I'm going home. Wu Shanshan didn't know how much Yi Chen really understood about her. In this situation, the best thing to do was to leave quickly. Just as she turned around, Yi Chen's cold voice rang out behind her. Li Yu, this is my first warning to you, and it's also my last warning to you. I hope you have some sense. My sister is not someone you can manipulate. If you dare to have any evil thoughts about her, you know the consequences. When Wu Shanshan heard the name Li Yu, her body instantly became stiff and cold, as if she had fallen into an abyss. This person actually knew her true identity. Wu Shanshan turned sharply and saw Yi Chen's cold, fierce eyes. He was serious. Wu Shanshan took a deep breath and stubbornly held on. I don't know what you're talking about. With that, she quickly left. Yeonju, that bitch actually has a brother. And what's even more terrifying is that this brother has uncovered her identity. The footage on the big screen stopped here. After watching this short segment of Yeonju's memories, her fans, as if they had caught Yi Chen's handle, began to attack relentlessly. Everyone saw it. Look at how Yi Chen treated Shanshan's sister. Exactly. Shanshan's sister didn't do anything wrong at all. Who does he think he is to do this? He even made threats. Does he think he's a gangster? Wow, and he said, this is my first warning to you, and it's also my last warning to you. That's so badass. These fans attacked without restraint, completely forgetting how they had been proven wrong before. After all, in their eyes, whatever Yi Chen did was wrong. Inside the studio, Yeonju was also extremely angry. This memory, it's the first time I've seen it too. I didn't expect Yi Chen's attitude at the time to be so bad, because at the time, Shanshan never directly mentioned it to me in order to not worry me. I found out something was wrong on my own. Shanshan is such a good person. When I pressured her, she kept explaining for Yi Chen, saying that he didn't mean it, he was just worried about me. At the time, I let it go because of Shanshan's face. If I had known how bad Yi Chen's attitude was at the time, I definitely wouldn't have let him off. Although this incident had been so long ago, Yeonju was still very angry. Yeonju's current attitude was endure for a while. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Take a step back. The more I think about it, the more I lose. Even the twin sisters couldn't speak up for Yi Chen at this point. After all, the clues provided now showed that Yi Chen had pressured a 12-year-old girl. After living together for so long, Yeonju could tell what the twin sisters were thinking. She immediately spoke up, shaking their thoughts. Second sister, third sister, what could a 12-year-old girl possibly understand? How could she really have approached me, as Yi Chen said, to gain something from me? Shanshan was only 12 at the time. The twin sisters looked at each other. In their hearts, they actually believed half of what Yeonju said. After all, Wu Shanshan was too young. At such a young age, even if she had any conspiracy, she wouldn't have the ability to carry it out. But the other half of their hearts fell on Yi Chen. After all, with the precedent of those memories, their guard against Yi Chen was diminishing. Also feel that he is really not as embarrassing as they remember. In the silence, Yi Lan spoke. Let's continue to look down. As long as we continue to look down, the truth will eventually come to light. Yeonju knew that her attitude was not believed by her. She gritted her teeth. She just didn't believe it. This time, Yi Chen could still be whitewashed. Time reversed. Hospital. Yi Mei received a call from her subordinate and learned that the person who invested in Yi Chen was her. And over the years, Yi Mei has received support, and she can count the number of supporters on one hand. Among the few supporters, Yi Mei has met them, and the only person she has never met, Chen AI. When these clues are connected, an answer emerges in her mind, and Yi Mei almost couldn't hold the phone steady. And on the other end of the phone, she still didn't hear Yi Mei's response. Miss Yi, are you still there? Yi Mei tried to calm herself down and endured the trembling as she said, Yi Chen, the person who supported me. What's his name? Subordinate. Chen AI. In the end, the answer fell, and Yi Mei only felt a sharp pain in her temple. Although she had some vague guesses before, there was still a certain distance between guessing and the final answer. She only felt her brain in chaos, unable to think clearly, and only instinctively asked, why? Why couldn't it be found before? Yes, she had tried to find Chen AI before. She had tried to find out who supported her. But at that time, no matter how she searched, she couldn't find anything. But why, now it's been found? Unconsciously, Yi Mei wondered if there was some other conspiracy behind this. The subordinate also couldn't tell her the answer. Because before, when he tried to investigate, he really couldn't find anything. Zhang Ming had been listening on the side. When he heard what Yi Mei said, he roughly guessed what the content of the conversation on the other end of the phone was. Zhang Ming sighed and spoke in a low voice, if you ask him, it's better to ask me. Because I'm the one who helped you find out. Zhang Ming promised Yi Chen to help him hide everything well. Don't tell Yi Mei about these things. Similarly, when Yi Chen hid these identity information, he also helped. But now, Zhang Ming didn't want to continue helping Yi Chen. His good brother was now living in such misery. He was almost at the end of his life. But the four sisters, whom he had treated with all his heart, still treated him as an enemy, vilified him, and blamed him for the dirtiest and most insulting things. Yi Chen was really suffering too much, even though it was his choice. But at least when his life was about to end, give him back his innocence. So when Zhang Ming knew that Yi Mei had started investigating Yi Chen, he also made an effort in it. It was also because of this that Yi Mei was finally able to find out that Yi Chen was Chen Ai. Yi Mei looked at Zhang Ming in disbelief. Did you deliberately let me find this investigation material? Zhang Ming saw her suspicious look and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What, don't you believe what you found? Or do you think I faked it? Yi Mei pursed her lips and didn't speak. Zhang Ming, whether this information is true or false, you can check it repeatedly. I'll just tell you straight, you couldn't find it before because I was the one blocking you. Yi Mei remembered. At that time, when she was investigating, her subordinate did say that it seemed that there was someone else preventing her from investigating. Yi Mei hung up the phone and looked straight at Zhang Ming. So why aren't you stopping me now? Zhang Ming, because I want you to know how much Yi Chen has sacrificed for you four sisters in the end. The time point returns to the present. On the big screen, the images of memories began to play again. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Yeonju appeared in front of the camera. She recently discovered something. Her good friend, Wu Shanshan, has been acting strange lately. She has been wearing a troubled expression, and every time Yeonju looks at her, she feels like saying something, but ends up holding back. One day, Yeonju couldn't hold it in any longer. Shanshan, what's been going on with you lately? Have you encountered some trouble? Why do you look so down? Upon hearing Yeonju's question, Wu Shanshan immediately shook her head. Nothing, Xian, I'm fine. Yeonju didn't believe her at all and kept asking for a long time until Wu Shanshan slowly confessed, I ran into your brother. Yeonju immediately bristled like a hedgehog. How could he meet you? What did he say to you? Wu Shanshan tried to reassure her, it's nothing, just some casual chat. Xian, please don't take it to heart. The more Wu Shanshan tried to cover up, the angrier Yeonju became. She had a thought in her mind. It must be that scumbag Yi Chen, who went and said all sorts of nonsense to Shanshan. Although Wu Shanshan appeared to be comforting Yeonju on the surface, she was constantly observing her expression. Seeing the anger and disdain in her eyes, Wu Shanshan's mind quickly became active. Xian, you never mentioned having a brother before. Why? Is your relationship not good? Yeonju replied with a dark expression. Don't talk to me about this, I don't have a brother. I only have 3 sisters. Upon hearing this, Wu Shanshan was overjoyed. She knew it. She had never heard Yeonju, this slut, mention anything about having a brother. And that person was also very strange. Knowing her identity, why didn't he tell Yeonju directly, but instead came to warn her first? From these 2 points, it was clear that there must be some disagreement between the two. Now, Yeonju's words were enough to prove it. This was great for her. If the siblings were united, she would be finished. However, even so, the relationship between siblings was indeed very complicated. She was not sure when that person would tell Yeonju the truth. No, she couldn't continue to play a waiting game. She had to close the net as soon as possible. Wu Shanshan had already quickly thought of a series of plans in her mind. However, before that, she had to make sure that Yeonju couldn't believe in her brother. In the next 2 or 3 days, everything remained calm. It was as if the incident of Yi Chen threatening and warning Wu Shanshan had never happened. Yeonju had been very busy recently, so she naturally forgot about this matter. However, the incident occurred at this moment. After finishing her work, Yeonju returned to school and found that Wu Shanshan was not in her usual place. At first, Yeonju didn't pay much attention to it, but when the bell for class rang and she still didn't see Wu Shanshan, she felt that something was wrong. After the class, Yeonju went to ask her classmates, why didn't Shanshan come to class today? The classmate looked at her in surprise. Xian, don't you know? Shanshan seems to have had a car accident or something and is in the hospital. She hasn't been to class for 2 days. Yeonju was shocked. Shanshan had an accident. Then why didn't she ever tell her? Anxiously, Yeonju asked, do you know which hospital Shanshan is in? The classmate quickly gave her the name of the hospital and the department. Yeonju made a mental note and, after school, went directly to the hospital. She ran to the nurse's station and asked which bed Wu Shanshan was in. After getting the answer, she quickly ran into the ward. Upon pushing the door open, Yeonju saw Wu Shanshan lying on the hospital bed. Her face was very pale, and her limbs were still bound with bandages, looking severely injured. When she saw Jihye, her expression was equally surprised. Xian, why did you come here? Jihye approached with concern. If I hadn't come, would you never have told me that you were in the hospital? What's going on? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? As soon as this matter was mentioned, Wu Shanshan's heart twisted. She hadn't expected those lunatics to find her. She had only deceived them a little. In the end, they even squandered her inheritance. She had fled here and fabricated a new identity to start a new life. But they still wouldn't let her go. Wu Shanshan refused. In the process of resisting, she was beaten like this. Jihye hadn't seen her speak, but her mind had already started to quickly fill in the blanks. I know. Her face suddenly became extremely angry. It's Yichen, isn't it? He's the one who did this to you, isn't he? It must be Yichen. This damn scum. Shanshan had already told her before that Yichen had threatened her. So now, it must be Yichen who did such despicable things to make Wu Shanshan leave her. Jihye completely believed her own assumptions. Wu Shanshan looked at her in astonishment. At first, she hadn't thought to blame Yichen for this, mainly because she hadn't thought of it. But she hadn't expected Jihye to be so enlightened. She didn't need to come up with reasons herself, she had already filled in the blanks. But this suited her just fine. She had planned to do something else to make Jihye truly not believe in her so-called brother. Wu Shanshan naturally followed along. Xian, your brother didn't do it on purpose. His actions may have been for your own good. He might think that I have ulterior motives for getting close to you, so he has always been so resistant to me. Jihye burst into laughter on the spot. You think I have ulterior motives for getting close to you? Are you kidding me? I'm not a fool. If someone is deliberately getting close to me, do you think I wouldn't know in my heart? Shanshan, I know you consider me your best friend. I do too. Wu Shanshan sneered in her heart. You know nothing. What is a friend? A friend will never be more real than money. After confirming in her mind that Yichen was the culprit, Jihye didn't want to stay here any longer. She wanted to go back and avenge Shanshan. Shanshan, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this. Wu Shanshan spoke calmly. Xian, I don't want you and your brother to quarrel because of me. Jihye said, I never had a scumbag brother like Yichen. After comforting Wu Shanshan a few more times, she left. She wanted to go back and settle the score with Yichen. Jihye hurried back home. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yichen. Yichen had just come out of the kitchen, still holding dishes. Obviously, he had just finished cooking. Yichen heard the commotion at the door, looked up at her, and a fleeting look of hidden joy flashed in his eyes, so fast that no one could catch it. You sure know how to pick your timing. I just finished cooking, and you're already back. It seems that even if I didn't want you to eat, it's not possible now. Yichen turned to put the dishes on the table. Just as he turned around, Jihye suddenly ran over and directly knocked the dishes out of Yichen's hands, spilling them all over the floor. Crash! The fragrant food fell to the ground, and the dishes and chopsticks broke. Yeonju looked at the scattered food on the ground and felt an indescribable sense of joy welling up inside her. She glared at Yichen with a venomous look in her eyes. Eating, what are you eating? You've done so many outrageous things. How can you still have the mood to eat here? Yichen, are you not disgusted with yourself? Yichen looked at the food on the ground, his expression dark and inexplicable. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and looked at Yeonju. What do you mean by what you just said? Upon hearing this question, Yeonju became even angrier. You still ask me what I mean. Yichen, do you not know what you've done? Yichen, then tell me, what have I done? Yeonju, you sent someone to beat Shanshan. You even sent her to the hospital. Yichen, do you have no shame? How old is Shanshan? Why would you do that to her? Just because she's my friend. Yichen, you can't make friends on your own. It's your character and integrity that are flawed. But you shouldn't take it out on me. Yeonju became more and more agitated as she spoke, her eyes turning as red as a rabbit's. Yichen remained calm, as if the incident where Yeonju had knocked over the food had never happened. Who told you that I beat her? Yeonju rolled her eyes directly. Do I need someone to tell me? You are just that kind of person. Selfish and despicable, always resorting to underhanded means. Yichen looked at the angry Yeonju in front of him and already understood. It seemed that this was a play directed and performed by Wu Shanshan. No, it should be Liu. What was her purpose? Did she want to use a ploy to make Yeonju not believe him? If that was the case, then she was really wasting her efforts. Yeonju never believed him in the first place. So, Yichen spoke lightly, so, are you going to avenge her? Yeonju hated seeing him like this the most. There was nothing that could truly make him afraid. Yichen, don't think that the things you've done have gone unnoticed. Seamless, leaving no trace. I will find evidence. I will find evidence of you beating someone, and then I will take you to the police station. In the studio, Yeonju watched this part of the memory, her fists involuntarily clenched. She really had no way to deal with Yechen, because she hadn't found any evidence. And at the time, Shanchan had been very protective of Yechen and had refused to reveal any other clues. This ultimately led to the matter being unresolved. But Yeonju still remembered it very well. The host spoke leisurely. Shanchan really considered Ju as her best friend, even though Ju's brother had done so many outrageous things to her, she still subconsciously wanted to protect him. Wu Shanchan is really great. This friend is really worth having. At this point, Yeonju couldn't wait to speak. The host is right. Shanchan is really a very good friend. It's all because of Yechen. It's all because he ruined our friendship. Otherwise, how could she have been so lonely during her childhood? Yeonju looked at the twins, second sister, third sister. You've seen up to this point. Are you still going to speak up for Yechen? The two sisters looked at each other. Then Yilan spoke. Fourth sister, these memories have not been played to the end. Not reaching the end meant there was still time for a reversal. Until the last moment, they would never know whether Yechen's role in all of this was good or bad. Yeonju was really going crazy. Fine, you still don't believe it, right? Then just watch. After this, how did Yechen treat my Shanchan? The images on the big screen continued to play. It's been almost half a month. Wu Shanchan has been discharged from the hospital and has returned to school. Yeonju is by her side, looking very guilty. Shanchan, I'm sorry for what you went through. I've warned Yichen, he won't dare to do anything to you again. Wu Shanchan smiled and said, it's okay. Xian, he's your brother, I know. In her heart, her thoughts had already become twisted and she was becoming more and more impatient. Those people had found her and she couldn't stay any longer. She had to get something from Yeonju as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could she repay her for all these days of sacrifice? Wu Shanchan placated Yeonju, but in her heart, she had already planned various schemes and was ready to implement them tonight. What was the fastest way to make money? Besides robbing a bank, there was only kidnapping. Yeonju was a genius. Just based on the popular song she had written, it was enough to prove her wealthy status. At first, Wu Shanchan hadn't thought about kidnapping. After all, it was too low. But things didn't go as planned. She was running out of time. When Yeonju opened her eyes again, she felt surrounded by darkness. She had no idea where she was. Yeonju tried to move, but found herself tied up. Where was she? How did she end up here? Xian? A voice caught her attention. Yeonju turned and saw Wu Shanchan tied up next to her. She looked surprised and puzzled. Shanchan, how did you end up here? Wu Shanchan looked just as bewildered. I don't know. Xian, are we being kidnapped? Yeonju asked. Kidnapped? She was shocked. How could they be kidnapped? As she was in a daze, there was suddenly a loud noise from outside. Yeonju looked up and saw the door being pushed open. Two burly men walked in arrogantly. Oh, didn't expect you two little girls to wake up so soon. Yeonju looked at him in panic. Who are you? Wu Shanchan also looked scared. The man sneered. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if you don't come up with the ransom within 3 hours, your days on this earth will be over. Yeonju confirmed it. She and Shanchan had indeed been kidnapped. What to do? What to do? What should she do in this situation? Yeonju remained calm, her mind racing to find a solution. Wu Shanchan had been watching her out of the corner of her eye and quickly pretended to be scared and panicked, interrupting Yeonju's thoughts. Xian, we've been kidnapped. What do we do? I don't want to die. Xian. The man caught her eye and also stared at her. Now, I allow you to make a phone call to your family. Have them bring 50 million. It's your life in exchange. Yeonju was shocked. 50 million. Where would I get that much money? The man said, don't pretend you don't have it. Your songs are playing everywhere. What's 50 million to you? I'll let you use your phone to make the call. But if you say something you shouldn't, I can end you right now. Yeonju couldn't help but shiver. Although she was still young, she had experienced a lot and understood many things. She understood the man's implied threat. I know. I definitely won't say much. Man, if you dare to mention any words related to kidnapping. He reached out and directly grabbed Yeonju's neck. Then you will see whether your family can save you faster, or my hands can act faster. Yeonju felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She only felt the pair of large hands on her neck, like entwined venomous snakes, spitting venom, revealing venomous fangs. I know. The man took out her phone number. Yeonju recited a string of numbers. Soon, the man made the call. On the other end of the phone was Yi Mei's voice. Fourth sister, what's wrong? Yeonju tried hard not to tremble. Big sister, can you bring my bank card to me? Yi Mei, bring it where? Yeonju looked at the man in horror and read an address from his lip movements, and repeated, "You just need to hand it to the girl at the front desk." Yeonju was puzzled. Why can't you go home and get it yourself? What if the bank card goes missing when handed to someone else? Yeonju, it's okay, I'm very familiar with that girl, she won't do anything. Yeonju wanted to say something else, but the man hung up the phone. Then the man directly took a piece of cloth and gagged her mouth. Yeonju was terrified and trembling. Under immense mental exhaustion, Yeonju didn't know how she eventually fell asleep. When Yeonju woke up again, she was once again awakened by a loud noise outside. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking towards the direction of the door with a mixture of anticipation and fear. Had the man come back again? Was it because he had already received the money, or... Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. The dazzling light outside instantly shone in, dispersing the darkness in the room. Having stayed in the darkness for too long, Yeonju subconsciously closed her eyes upon seeing this incredibly bright light. When she opened her eyes again, she could finally see clearly who was standing at the door. Yi-chen, the person who had suddenly kicked open the door. It was Yi-chen. Yi-chen stood in the backlight, his expression unclear in the light. As he gradually approached, Yeonju's expression became increasingly astonished. Woo woo woo, woo. She wanted to speak, but was muffled by the cloth. As Yi-chen approached her, Yeonju could finally see his expression clearly. It was the anger of an impending storm, the solemnity of impending doom. This appearance of Yi-chen filled Yeonju with an overwhelming sense of fear. Yi-chen approached her in silence, without saying a word. He untied all the ropes on her body. Yeonju felt a rush of blood flow in the places where her limbs had been bound. After untying her, Yi-chen removed the cloth from her mouth. Yeonju moved her numb mouth and tried to speak. Yi-chen, how did you come here? Didn't she call her elder sister? Why was it Yi-chen who came in the end? And he had saved her. Yi-chen, expressionless, if I hadn't come, you would have been gone, do you know that? His voice was not loud, but it made Yeonju feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. She subconsciously dared not look at Yi-chen's expression. When she turned her head, Yeonju noticed that Wu Shanshan was still tied up. She subconsciously instructed Yi-chen, Yi-chen, quickly untie Shanshan. Yi-chen, of course, also saw Wu Shanshan. However, he just sneered. Untie her? Why should I help a kidnapper untie herself? Yeonju raised her head to look at him. Yi-chen, what do you mean? Only Wu Shanshan sitting on the ground shivered. She had been discovered. But she had been so careful, how did this man find out? Yi-chen still sneered. What do I mean? Miss Liu, you should be the one who knows best. Yeonju looked bewildered, feeling like she couldn't understand what Yi-chen was saying. What kidnappers? Who is Liu? What is all this about? Yi-chen looked at Wu Shanshan. Didn't I tell you not to have any ideas about my sister? But now it seems like you haven't taken my words to heart at all. He suddenly approached Wu Shanshan and grabbed her by the neck. Wu Shanshan looked like she was tied up, but in reality, the ropes weren't tight at all. After all, she was the mastermind. How could she really let herself suffer? She instinctively exerted force and broke free from the ropes. Wu Shanshan instinctively grabbed Yi-chen's hand and struggled. What are you doing? Let me go. Yi-chen sneered. What's wrong? Your hands aren't tied now. Wu Shanshan's face instantly turned pale. Yeonju was completely at a loss. She had no idea how things had gradually turned into the current situation. Yi-chen slightly loosened his grip on her hand, allowing Wu Shanshan to speak. Wu Shanshan struggled to breathe and, under Yi-chen's cold and fierce gaze, managed to say, Xian, I lied to you. The scene stopped here. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were puzzled. Did Goddess Ju get kidnapped? Why have I never heard of this? Yeah, the goddess has never mentioned being kidnapped. What's going on? And why does this Wu Shanshan look so eerie? What did she lie to the goddess about? Everything feels so strange. In the studio, Yeonju looked at the memory on the screen and felt equally bewildered. What memory was this? Why had she never had this memory before? As she thought about it, Yeonju's pupils suddenly dilated, and then she couldn't help but start laughing. The production team, you said you didn't fabricate memories. See, I found the flaw now, haven't I? The memories you're playing now, I never experienced them at all. In other words, the memories being played now are fabricated by you. The fans in the live broadcast room were completely stirred up. So that's it. The production team really did fabricate memories on their own. It's really disgusting. Why would the production team fabricate such inexplicable memories? Is it to whitewash Yi-chen? It must be. Absolutely. Oh my god. Exactly. Memories of Yi-chen being a good person are all fabricated by the production team. Trash production team. Get lost. Upon hearing Yeonju's words, the production team was also at a loss, especially the director. He was so angry that he almost went up to confront Yeonju in person. How is that possible? We absolutely did not fabricate your memories. These are definitely your own memories. If they're not in your mouth, you probably forgot them. Yeonju sneered. Are you kidding me? My own memories, would I? She stopped halfway because she suddenly remembered that something like this had indeed happened before. Her memories had been altered. Could it be that this time, her memories were still at risk of being altered? The director saw that she was not speaking and immediately said, Why did you stop talking? Because you remembered, right? Your memory has been self-modified before. But you don't know it yourself. Yeonju wanted to retort, but didn't know how to. At this moment, the twin sisters both looked at her. Fourth sister, there's something we three sisters have never dared to tell you. Yeon pursed her lips and finally said, When you were 12 years old, you were indeed kidnapped. Yeonju widened her eyes. What? Why do you all know about this, but I don't? Yeonju spoke, because this incident had a huge impact on you, causing you to subconsciously reject it. And the doctor also told us to try not to repeatedly mention this incident to avoid stimulating you, so we never mentioned it again. So, you also forgot about this incident. People have a protective mechanism. When it comes to harming oneself, people tend to subconsciously choose to forget. This is called selective amnesia, and that's how Yeonju is. Yeon frowned slightly, but we only knew that you were kidnapped. We didn't know the specific details and process of the incident. They knew because at the time, Yeonju was next to Yeonju when she received the call, and she sensed that something was wrong. At that time, the three sisters didn't believe it, but the final outcome proved them wrong. However, as they said, they only knew about Yeonju being kidnapped, but they didn't know the details of the kidnapping or what happened during the process. Second sister, when you think about it, it seems that Yi-chen really didn't do anything to betray us. Instead, he has been helping us all along. Yi-lan nodded reluctantly. With these words from the twin sisters, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became agitated. Look, Yi-chen has never done anything to betray them. If he did, either the situation hasn't reached its conclusion yet, or the twist hasn't appeared. Who doesn't know about the injustice suffered by Yi-chen? He's so pitiful. Misunderstood by the four sisters for over a decade. Who could be more pitiful than him? Next, let's enter the world of the unjustly treated. The screen continued to play. Yeonju stared blankly at Wu Shanshan in front of her, unable to fully understand what she was saying. Shanshan, what are you saying? Have you lied to me? Wu Shanshan gritted her teeth. I have never considered you a friend. I approached you with a different purpose. Wu Shanshan blurted out all those words, including the fact that she planned this kidnapping herself, with the aim of getting money. She even revealed that she actually has dwarfism. The only thing she didn't disclose was her real name, which is Liu. Yeonju's worldview seemed to collapse. No, it's impossible. Why would you lie to me? Aren't we best friends? What dwarfism? What does it mean that she's actually an adult, just looking a bit small? Yi-chen sneered. That's why I said you're foolish. Didn't I tell you earlier that she deliberately approached you? Yeonju just couldn't believe it. Shut up. I don't believe you. She covered her ears, shaking her head frantically, unwilling to believe the reality in front of her. All of this was just too bizarre. Suddenly, she understood and turned to look at Yi-chen. It's all because of you. You forced her to say this, right? Shanshan, I know. All of this is not your true words. It's Yi-chen who forced you to say that. Yi-chen, you villain. Don't think that you can destroy the friendship between me and Shanshan by doing this. Yeonju has fallen into madness. She doesn't want to believe this is real. After saying these words, she rushed out all of a sudden. Shanshan didn't expect that even when she had reached this point, Yeonju still wanted to believe her. However, she looked at Yi-chen in front of her, desperately proving herself. I have told her everything. I haven't hidden anything. It's her own disbelief. You can't blame me for that. Yi-chen looked at her coldly, not saying anything, but the hand gripping her neck tightened. Shanshan couldn't breathe, her whole face contorted. She struggled desperately. Killing is a crime. You can't kill me. Yi-chen showed a cold smile. So, do you think I care about that? His eyes were too fierce, like a wolf biting its prey. This time, Shanshan was truly afraid. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never believe that some people could make others shiver just by their momentum. She now knows very clearly that Yeonju is someone she can never outsmart, just because Yi-chen is behind her. Shanshan desperately started begging for mercy. I dare not. I really dare not. Please spare me. Yi-chen exerted force and threw her to the side. Shanshan bang hit the nearby wall. Before she could sit up, Yi-chen had already walked to her side, looking down at her from a high position. You should be grateful. Grateful that he wouldn't be like before, all alone and fearless. Now he has four sisters to take care of. He can't really go in. The immense pressure made Shanshan feel extremely difficult to breathe. She could only instinctively nod. And so, this matter was resolved like this. Yi-chan is so handsome. This is how she should be treated. Damn! This plot twist really shocked me. I never expected that Shanshan is actually a dwarf. Help! This is really terrifying when you think about it. Damn. I was still thinking, how could a 12-year-old girl have such thoughts? I never expected that beneath her exterior is actually the soul of an adult. All of this makes sense now. In the studio, Yeonju didn't know how to react anymore. If that's the case, then this memory is real. Then how did those memories behind it become so deeply rooted in my mind? Even if the two sisters said so, she has selective memory loss. But it shouldn't have added these memories. However, after watching this memory, she finally understood why she chose to have selective memory loss. Because, for her, this matter is just too difficult to accept. She can't accept that the person she considered her best friend actually has dwarfism and deliberately approached her for personal gain. After watching this memory, the host also felt his values being reshaped. But he still did his job. There must have been something that happened later, which caused you, Miss Ju, to have these memories. So now, let's see what happened later that made Miss Ju have these memories. The footage on the big screen continued. Yeonju had been hiding in her room for almost a week. The three sisters were very worried. Is the fourth sister okay? This matter has hit the fourth sister too hard. But we can't let her hide in her room forever, can we? So should we go in or not? While the three sisters were discussing what to do, the door that had been closed for a week suddenly opened. Yeonju, looking much more haggard than before, walked out. Seeing her like this, the three sisters were both shocked and heartbroken. In unison, they asked, "Are you okay, fourth sister?" Yeonju looked at her sisters with a puzzled expression. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" she asked. "Is there something on my face?" Her expression of confusion seemed genuine. The three sisters were stunned by her appearance and looked at each other for a while. Yimei tentatively asked, "Are you okay, fourth sister?" Yeonju looked surprised and replied, "What's wrong with me? Big sister, why are you looking at me like that?" It seemed as if she had already forgotten about the kidnapping. She walked straight to the living room and poured herself a glass of water. The three sisters exchanged glances and whispered, "It seems like she has forgotten about the incident." "It's likely. Then let's not mention it again, so as not to upset her." The three sisters quickly reached a consensus. Thus, the topic of Yeonju's kidnapping became a taboo. Completely forgetting about the incident, Yeonju went to school as usual the next day. As soon as she arrived at her seat, she noticed that the desks next to hers were empty. "Where's Shanshan's stuff?" she asked her classmates in confusion. Her classmate looked at her with suspicion and said, "Don't you know?" He was starting to doubt whether they were really good friends. If they were, how could she not know anything? Every time something happened, she had to ask him. Yeonju frowned and asked, "Again?" Her classmate didn't want to explain too much and simply replied, "Wu Shanshan dropped out." "Dropped out? Why did she drop out?" "I don't know either." The classmate shrugged, looking indifferent. He wasn't that nosy, so how could he possibly know why Wu Shanshan dropped out? At that moment, a few female classmates nearby overheard their conversation and joined in. They eagerly started gossiping. "I think I know something about this." I know too. Let me go first. I heard that Wu Shanshan was recently cornered in an alley." "Yes, and it seems like it was by several men." Being cornered by several men in an alley late at night, you can imagine what might happen. "And I heard from someone nearby that when she came out of the alley, her clothes were all torn." "Oh my, that's so terrifying. This tells us not to wander outside at night." "What's so terrifying about it? A fly doesn't bite an egg without a crack." If her character wasn't a bit off, how could she have encountered such a thing? But that's not fair to say. Her family is so poor, and she doesn't seem like the type to spend money frivolously. You can't be sure about that. People's hearts are inscrutable. Who knows what she's really thinking? As they continued to talk, Yeonju stopped listening. The words were too filthy and disgusting. She pressed her temples, trying to process the information. Shanshan was actually... No, that couldn't be. Yeonju no longer had the heart to continue attending class. She really wanted to know what had happened to Shanshan. Since she had often taken leave due to work, she simply didn't go to class this time. Instead, she went straight to Wu Shanshan's house. When Yeonju arrived at Wu Shanshan's house, she saw that the door was wide open. The furniture inside has basically been moved out. Yeonju walked in. "Shanshan? Shanshan!" No one was inside. A neighbor heard Yeonju calling out and came out. "Are you looking for the grandmother and granddaughter here?" Yeonju nodded. "Yes, where did they go?" "They hurriedly moved out a few days ago. They're not here, you don't need to look for them." Yeonju, she really left. Could it be? It's really what those classmates said, Shan was. In that instant, Yeonju had already imagined many things. Then, a lightning bolt flashed in her mind, and suddenly she understood. It's Yi-chin. It must be Yi-chin. He warned Shan before, telling her to stay away from me. It must be him now, doing those things just to make Shan leave me. The more Yeonju imagined, the more she felt she was right. She was so angry that she stomped her foot. Yi-chin, I will never forgive you. Tsk. I've never seen such shameless person before. Tsk. Obviously just making wild guesses without knowing the truth, and still taking it as real? Tsk. Even the goddess Yeonju, I think, is almost as bad as a dog blaming a woman. Really shameless. Yi-chen wants your forgiveness? Just based on these wild guesses, she's already taken Yi-chen as the culprit. I'm really amazed. What's so amazing about this? Isn't this their usual behavior? Never thinking they did anything wrong, always thinking it's Yi-chen's fault. The audience in the live broadcast room, after seeing the truth, began to criticize Yeonju. And after watching the memories, Yeonju sat on the large sofa. Even though the weather was hot, she still felt as cold as falling into an abyss, extremely cold. So, did she misunderstand Yi-chen again? How could this be? The host saw her self-doubt and felt very sorry for her. Goddess Ju, don't be like this. This situation has turned out like this, it's also unexpected for you. But at this moment, Yeonju didn't want to hear him speak at all. She was already caught in self-doubt. From the beginning until now, Yi-chen seemed to have played a very important role in her growth. So, is there a possibility? All the songs she wrote were actually Yi-chen's. Everything she has now, like Sanjia, was helped by Yi-chen? Yeonju was close to breaking down. No, it's not like this. What she has is clearly the result of her own efforts. She can't doubt herself. The twin sisters looked at Yeonju with concern. Fourth sister, are you okay? Fourth sister. Yeonju tried hard to calm herself down. After calming down, she laughed at herself. Maybe these memories are all true, and Yi-chen, indeed, has been very good to us. And, even though she tried to calm herself down, Yeonju still couldn't bring herself to praise Yi-chen. Seeing her like this, the twin sisters felt very understanding. Because before, when they saw these memories, they also had the same mentality. They really didn't want to admit it, but the naked truth was reminding them. Even if they didn't want to admit it, the truth was already in front of them. The twin sisters wanted to comfort Yeonju, but before they could speak, Yeonju had already adjusted herself. She was always the most confident. Even after experiencing all this, her strong self-confidence could still quickly help her recover. But even if all the achievements I'd made before were given by Yi-chen, so what? At least, my singing and dancing, the position in the singing and dancing world, were achieved through my own hard work. This, at least, can't be helped by Yi-chen. Yeonju was really scared. At this point, she really understood why the three sisters all had this attitude. She has been reminiscing. She has thoroughly gone through those memories, completely confirming that this matter has nothing to do with Yi-chen. Only then did she dare to speak these words. As a fan of the four sisters, the host also understands this matter very well. The goddess has indeed put in a lot of effort for singing and dancing. Everyone knows that although Goddess Chrysanthemum is very famous in the singing and songwriting circle and has a high status, but in the singing and dancing circle, she is a complete novice. So the goddess put in a lot of effort to learn singing and dancing at the beginning. What we know best is the goddess's path to seeking a teacher. Chrysanthemum goddess, can you talk about this matter yourself? Yeonju nodded, of course. She looked up at a 45-degree angle, her gaze penetrating the screen, as if she could see the distant past. That should be when I was 15 years old. Yeonju had always been creating before. The inspiration was endless. But later on, Yeonju found that sometimes she couldn't figure out how to write, even after thinking for a long time. But the outside world kept urging her. And rumors started spreading that she couldn't create anymore. Yeonju was really annoyed. So later on, Yeonju simply wanted to switch to a different field. She also had an excuse to say that she was no longer interested in writing and singing. She was already very famous at that time. Wanting to change careers naturally attracted a lot of attention. And at that time, there was a super big shot in the singing and dancing world, named Yeonju. She was a world-class singer and dancer. Everyone naturally thought that Yeonju would definitely go to Yeonju to be her teacher. After all, Yeonju was that kind of person, either not doing it at all, or doing it the best. But at that time, the teacher had already decided not to take on any more apprentices. As Yeonju spoke, the screen on the big screen also began to play the memories of that time. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and clouds drifted in the sky. A breeze in the air dispersed the stuffiness in people's hearts. Inside the house, Yimei frowned slightly. You want to learn singing and dancing? Why so sudden? Yeonju fanned herself with a fan, looking hot and irritated. Why do you need a reason? I just don't want to write songs anymore. Yimei looked at her seriously. Little fourth, don't always throw tantrums. You were doing so well with your songwriting, and you're already so famous in this circle. Now you want to give it all up and switch to singing and dancing. And then you tell me there's no reason for it. Do you think I believe that? Yeonju didn't know if it was because the weather was too stuffy or because there was a fire in her heart. She couldn't hold it in and threw the fan in her hand to the ground. Why do you care? I just don't want to write songs anymore. I just want to switch to singing and dancing. If you have time, take care of your own company and stop interfering in my life. After saying this, Yeonju left without even looking at Yimei's expression. The present Yeonju had grown up in a sheltered environment since she was young. She was like a flower carefully nurtured in a greenhouse. Anything that didn't go her way in life would make her irritable. Yimei had no choice but to sigh and watch her leave. After leaving home, Yeonju made a slight change in her appearance and blended into the crowd. She went to sit in a coffee shop in a mall. She had only just sat down when she overheard the people at the next table discussing her. Have you heard? It's said that Goddess Chrysanthemum wants to switch to singing and dancing. Why? Isn't she going to continue writing and singing? I don't know, but the songs she's been writing recently seem to be of a different standard than before. Could it be that she can't write anymore? What are you saying? How could our goddess possibly not be able to write anymore? It's probably just exhaustion. Okay, don't be angry, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about whether she really wants to switch to singing and dancing. Most likely, she has already publicly admitted it, hasn't she? But if she really is switching to singing and dancing, will she go find Wenwu to be her teacher? Wenwu is a world-class dancer. She dares to say she's second, and no one dares to say they're first. With the personality I know of Jujun, she definitely won't settle. She must go find Wenwu as her teacher. Sob, 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 my two goddesses that I like are going to be master and disciple. Hey, don't be so naive. Wenwu has said many times that she won't take on any more disciples, no matter how famous they are. Jujun being her student is zero possibility. Yi Jujuan listened from start to finish and only heard one conclusion. Everyone firmly believed that she would go find Wenwu as her teacher because she was the strongest and she would never settle. But this Wenwu was a big shot with her own ideas. She has long said she won't take on any more disciples, and she's not afraid to offend people. In short, Yi Jujuan definitely won't be able to become Wenwu's disciple. Everyone is waiting to see her joke. Yi Jujuan's eyes under her sunglasses were burning. Alright, everyone is waiting to see her joke, aren't they? Then she will let everyone know that she will definitely become Wenwu's disciple. After the arrogant Yi Jujuan decided this in her heart, the next day during an interview, she couldn't help but say it. In an instant, the reporters below started snapping pictures frantically. Is Jujun serious? Does Jujun know that Wenwu hasn't taken on any disciples for a long time? If Wenwu doesn't take you as her disciple, what will you do? Facing countless cameras, Yi Jujuan raised her chin slightly. My desire to sing and dance is serious. Everyone knows I'm not someone who settles. Since I said I want to learn to dance, of course I have to choose the best teacher. As for Wenwu not taking on disciples, Yi Jujuan was confident to the point of arrogance. I am so convinced that there are no teachers who don't want to take on disciples, only students who don't work hard enough. As long as I work hard enough and have enough talent, then I will definitely be able to make Wenwu notice me and take me as her disciple. The spotlight and camera flashes from yesterday were all focused on her. The scorching heat made Yi Jujuan even more arrogant and headstrong. She had no idea that the words she said, if they didn't succeed in the end, would lead her into what kind of hell. The fans in the live broadcast room, seeing Yi Jujuan on the big screen, didn't think she was arrogant at all. Instead, they thought she was particularly confident and powerful. Sob, sob, sob. Jujun has always been this confident. It's because of her confidence that she has her current status and achievements. Jujun is the paradise of the strong. What I love most is Jujun's confidence. And, Jujun really did what she said. She really made Wenwu take her as a disciple. Some people might think that Yi Jujuan's performance was arrogant, but her fans loved her for it. In the barrage, it was mostly Yi Jujuan's fans flooding the screen, but occasionally, there would be other viewers commenting. Hee hee, I'm really going to be laughed to death. Do you fans know that the teacher doesn't want to take Yi Jujuan as her disciple at all? If it weren't for Yi Chen, do you think she could really become the teacher's disciple? This comment was very long and directly dominated the entire barrage position in the live broadcast room. But unfortunately, the speed at which the fans were flooding the screen was really too fast. So this comment was swept away in less than a second. The truth was covered up without anyone knowing, waiting for a suitable opportunity to reappear. After setting this flag, Yi Jujuan had already sent someone to inquire about Wenwu's phone number and all other information. Soon, Yi Ju got her phone and invited her out, starting a crazy self-recommendation mode. However, just as the outside world said, Wenwu simply did not want to take on any more apprentices. No matter what Yi Ju said, Wenwu's attitude was a very gentle refusal. "I'm sorry, I know you really want to learn to dance, but as I've said before, I won't take on any more apprentices." Wenwu looked gentle, but her attitude was very firm. Yi Ju couldn't understand. "Why? Teacher Wen, I really want to learn to dance. I can guarantee it. I will definitely study hard." Wenwu still said the same thing. "I'm sorry." She looked at her watch, then picked up her bag and stood up. "Sorry, I have other work to do. If you have nothing else, I'll leave first." Yi Ju couldn't detain her, so she could only say goodbye. An hour later, Yi Mei returned home and saw Yi Ju looking dejected. "Sister, what's wrong?" Yi Ju was experiencing such a heavy blow for the first time. "Elder sister, what did I miss? Why doesn't Teacher Wen want to take me as her apprentice?" She really didn't understand. Since she became popular after writing her first song, she hadn't experienced such setbacks again, except for some criticism she faced at the beginning. Instead, she had been praised by countless people, but now, she had really hit a wall. Yi Mei comforted her. "It's not your fault, little sister. It's because Teacher Wen has already said that she won't take on any more apprentices. Can't you find another teacher?" Yi Ju sat up straight on the sofa. "Find another teacher? How can I do that now?" She had already made her intentions clear. Now the whole world knew that she wanted to be Teacher Wen's apprentice. Yi Mei sighed. "I've told you before, don't be so impulsive." Little sister had really been spoiled. She thought everyone would do as she wished, and that everyone would cater to her, so she dared to say anything. Especially this time. Yi Ju wouldn't admit it. "How am I being impulsive? I just want to do my best." Yi Mei wanted to say something else, but Yi Ju didn't want to hear it anymore. "Okay, elder sister, I'll handle this myself." After saying this, Yi Ju walked into her room and closed the door. At the same time, Yi Chen came out of his room. Yi Mei looked at him, but had no desire to speak to him, and turned back to her room. Yi Mei walked so fast that she didn't see that Yi Chen's face was extremely pale. Yi Chen also didn't seem to notice them, and went straight to the bathroom, closing the door behind him, and couldn't help but vomit into the sink. The vomit was tinged with dark red blood. After finally finishing, Yi Chen covered his stomach, breathing heavily. He closed his eyes in discomfort. His stomach ailment had flared up again. He wiped the water from the corners of his mouth, looking vacant, but his brain was actually spinning rapidly. When he came out just now, although he was in great discomfort, he still heard the conversation between the two sisters, and he had always been paying attention to Yi Ju, so he quickly understood what trouble Yi Ju was facing. Wenwu. He knew her. This person was even more stubborn than his little sister. Once she said something, she would never take it back. It would indeed be difficult to get her to take his little sister as an apprentice. But if this is what little sister wants, then I will do my best to help you achieve it. Asterisk cough cough cough. Asterisk on the big screen, Yi Chen's face was as pale as paper, with a hint of blood on his lips. The person who looks so fragile is still talking about helping Yi Ju. The audience watching the live broadcast fell silent. Yi Chen is really too good. Sob sob sob. I really want to cry. Yi Chen is clearly still sick and coughing up blood, but he is still caring for Yi Ju. What kind of extraordinary good brother is Yi Chen, an extraordinary big wronged person? Sob sob sob. Wait, am I the only one focusing on the fact that Yi Chen said he wants to help Yi Ju? So, Yi Ju was able to take Teacher Wen as her master because of Yi Chen. Suddenly I remembered, I saw a barrage earlier, saying that Yi Chen did indeed help. But the barrage was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. In the studio, Yi Ju saw this and almost collapsed mentally. She had repeatedly recalled that Yi Chen had not intervened in this matter. How come now, looking at this memory, Yi Chen helped her again? If it were before, Yi Ju would definitely find all kinds of excuses, either saying that this memory was fabricated, or just not admitting it. But now, Yi Ju has a different attitude. She doesn't want this memory to continue playing out. But in this program, from the moment they agreed to it, it is absolutely impossible to stop halfway. The only thing Yi Ju can do is watch these memories being played out. Just, if you really helped me, how did you help me? Yi Ju doesn't understand. If Wenwu is really the kind of person who once said something, she would never change her mind. What exactly did Yi Chen do to make Wenwu change her mind, even at the risk of breaking her own promise? Everyone is staring at the big screen, wanting to know what Yi Chen has quietly done behind the scenes. The image on the big screen slowly rotates. At this moment, the perspective in the picture has turned to Yi Chen. He is sitting in a cafe at this moment. Looking outside the window, it seems like he is waiting for someone. Just then, the wind chime outside the cafe rang. A person approached from outside. It was Wenwu. After she came in, she sat directly at a coffee table in front of Yi Chen. Obviously, she had been here before and was a regular customer. Without her saying anything, the waiter had already brought her the coffee she needed. Just as she picked up the coffee, Yi Chen walked towards her. He smiled, "Teacher 1. Wenwu looked at the handsome young man in front of her and put down the coffee in her hand. "Who are you?" "Yi Chen, you may not know me. I'm Yi Chen, Yeonju's brother." When Wenwu heard the 3 words Yeonju, she frowned. "Are you here to persuade me?" Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, her face had already turned cold. "You don't need to say anything, I won't take any more disciples." When she came in here, her mood was still good, but now, she didn't even want to drink the coffee. Yi Chen saw that Wenwu was about to get up, and there was no panic on his face. He just turned the coffee on the table and calmly said, "Teacher 1 has not had any works recently, and the outside world is speculating that Teacher 1 wants to take a good rest. But I'm afraid, Teacher 1, you don't want a rest, but your inspiration has dried up, right?" Creators in the industry are most afraid of inspiration drying up, because they rely on inspiration. Once inspiration dries up and imagination disappears, what awaits them will be a hopeless abyss. Wenwu's face became even more unsightly. She looked at Yi Chen expressionlessly. "What's it to you?" She didn't want to waste any more words with Yi Chen. She turned and left directly. Yi Chen looked at her back. "What if I can make Teacher 1 have inspiration again?" Wenwu's footsteps subconsciously stopped. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I dared to come to find Teacher 1. Naturally, I didn't come unprepared. It's still early now. Teacher 1, do you want to listen to the song I played?" Yi Chen walked quickly to the piano and said to the pianist playing a piano piece, "Can I borrow this piano for a while?" The pianist stood up and gave him the seat. Yi Chen sat down and started playing directly. Wenwu was indeed attracted by what he said. She turned to look at him, wanting to see what he could do. When she heard him say he would play a piano piece, Wenwu was very disdainful. Yes, she was indeed experiencing a creative block. Her mind was empty, and she couldn't create anything when she wanted to. This state of creative block had lasted for several years. It was because of this that she no longer took on apprentices and traveled everywhere to find inspiration. But it was all in vain. Her mind was still empty. Now, this person who appeared out of nowhere actually said that playing a piano piece would make her feel inspired again? Ridiculous. She had actually thought he could do something special. Wenwu turned to leave. However, when the first note flowed out from Yi Chen's fingers, Wenwu suddenly couldn't move. It was a gentle, original piano piece. Listening to this music made people think of the vast starry sky above, the boundless universe, loneliness, and solitude. Wenwu unconsciously closed her eyes. In her mind, a picture emerged. It was an ant, lost in the boundless universe, unable to reach the stars above. Its outstretched antennae could never touch its companions. It walked alone in the boundless universe. Tears streamed down Wenwu's face. Her nose felt sour, and she couldn't control her sobs. When Yi Chen stopped playing the piano, he saw Wenwu squatting down, crying uncontrollably. He waited for a long time before Wenwu gradually regained her composure from the pain. She blankly raised her head and saw Yi Chen's gentle face, holding several tissues in his hand. "Wipe your tears," he said. Wenwu then realized that she had actually cried. She hadn't cried for a very long time. Her emotions hadn't fluctuated so greatly for a long time. However, this piece of music had achieved that. She quickly picked up the tissues and wiped away her tears. When she finally calmed down, she choked and asked, "What piece is this? I've never heard it before." "Did you compose it yourself?" "I wrote it," Yi Chen said. After a long silence, he looked out the large floor-to-ceiling window and said, "As for the name of this piece, you can call it home." When he played this piece just now, he was thinking of his home in a distant past, a home he could never return to. Looking at Yi Chen in front of her, Wenwu felt a sense of loneliness enveloping him. Her inspiration, which had been dead for several years, suddenly began to surge. She wanted to dance. Outside the live broadcast room, countless viewers listened to this piece and unconsciously shed tears. "This piece of music sounds so lonely." "Yes. I listened to it and didn't realize when I started crying. The name of this piece is Home." What kind of loneliness and solitude did Yi Chen experience to feel that way about home? With 4 little sisters like that, how could he feel lonely and desolate? Sorry family, I was so focused on Yi Chen playing the piano, he's so cool. My focus was on the fact that Yi Chen can actually play the piano. And he plays so well. Yeah, someone guessed earlier that Yi Chen actually composed those songs, and now I think it's more likely. Yi Chen's skill level increased again x1. At this moment, the audience really wanted to say one thing. Yi Chen, what other surprises do you have that we don't know about? And in the recording studio, Yi Jo listened to Yi Chen's piano piece, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. What made her even more panicked was that this piano piece felt very familiar to her. Although there were many notes that were not quite the same, 70% of this piece she had heard before. But the person playing it for her was a blank in her memory. Yi Jo felt dizzy and her inner fear grew stronger. Could it be that the blank was actually Yi Chen? No, I don't believe it. Yi Jo bit her lip tightly, unwilling to accept this conclusion, and kept trying to convince herself. This piece is only 70% similar, not 100%. It's very likely that Yi Chen stole this piece from the blank. Yes, it must be like this. With this thought in mind, Yi Jo continued to watch. On the big screen, Wenwu muttered to herself, repeating what Yi Chen had said, "Home? This piece, called Home?" Yi Chen, yes. After getting confirmation, Wenwu looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression. The melody of this piece feels lonely, you're home. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chen interrupted her calmly. Everyone has different thoughts about home. I think there's no need to pursue it further. Wenwu also realized that she had gone too far just now. Sorry. Her attitude now was a complete 180-degree turnaround from before. She looked at Yi Chen with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Can you authorize me to use this piece? The melody of this piece was echoing in Wenwu's mind. She couldn't wait to dance to it. Instead of directly answering, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Can teacher Wen take my sister as your disciple?" Wenwu regained her composure. She remembered that the reason this young man had come to her was to ask her to take his sister as a student. Although she was moved by Yi Chen's piece just now, she still felt very conflicted about this. I have already told the outside world that I will not take on any disciples. Even though the person in front of her had inspired her with his music, it was not enough to make her break this rule. When Yi Chen heard this, his expression remained unchanged. It seemed as if he had already guessed that Wenwu wouldn't agree so easily. He added another bargaining chip to the table. What if I say that only this piece can inspire you? Wenwu's pupils suddenly dilated. An outsider might not understand the weight of these words, but Wenwu did. If Yi Chen could consistently play pieces like the one just now, it would be an amazing talent. After all, ordinary pieces could not inspire her at all. Wenwu had only said one word when Yi Chen sat back at the piano and started playing another piece. Unlike the loneliness of home, this piece was full of joy and childlike innocence. It was like the gentle February breeze, bringing with it a touch of green. It awakened the lake and turned the grass on the shore green. Children flew kites in the grass, and laughter filled the air. No one would believe that two completely different styles of music could be played by the same person. After the piece ended, Wenwu couldn't hold back any longer. I agree. Her inspiration, which had been dry for years, began to surge again because of the two pieces played by the young man in front of her. She couldn't refuse. Yi Chen stopped playing and a genuine smile appeared on his face. Wenwu felt a tinge of regret and annoyance at agreeing too quickly. She quickly added, "But these two pieces are not enough. At least 3 more. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. I can play 5 more pieces for you. Wenwu was afraid that he would change his mind and quickly said, "You said it. Then it's 5 pieces. And then you will play 5 more for me. I will take your 4th sister as my apprentice." Yi Chen, okay. The deal is done. Yi Ju looked at the hands of the two people shaking on the big screen, and her mind was completely blank. Is this the truth? Is the reason she was able to become teacher Wen's student really because Yi Chen fought for her? No, she didn't want to believe it. If she believed even this, then what's the difference between that and admitting that she doesn't know anything at all? She refused to accept it. Everything she had was all thanks to Yi Chen. She absolutely refused to accept it. Just then, the host heard the director's words in his earpiece, his expression somewhat complicated, but he still spoke up. Actually, our program team has prepared a surprise for you, Goddess Ju. Yi Ju came to her senses. Listening to the host's words, she had a bad premonition. This surprise, could it be that you've invited my teacher here? The host chuckled. When the surprise comes, Goddess, you'll know. Let's welcome Wenwu, Teacher 1. Yi Ju quickly turned to look at the audience. A figure was walking towards the stage. That familiar face, who else could it be if not Wenwu? It really was the teacher. Yi Ju instinctively stood up. Teacher. Wenwu hugged her. Xian, it's been a long time. Yi Ju looked at her, the panic in her heart infinitely magnified. She tried to calm herself down. Teacher, why did you suddenly come? You didn't even tell me. Wenwu, it's called a surprise. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. Yi Ju forced a smile. If she could, she didn't want this so-called surprise at all. The host, hearing the director's words in his earpiece, felt a strong aversion in his heart, but in order to keep his job, he had to read it out. Teacher 1, did you just watch the memories? Regarding those memories just now, teacher, do you have anything to say? Wonwoo obviously didn't just watch the program. She smiled and spoke, I guess you want to ask me if those memories are real. I can testify that all those memories are real. There is not a single bit of falsehood. These few words directly shut down everything Yeonju wanted to say. Yeonju was originally standing. These few words almost made her faint. Wonwoo had been keeping an eye on her all along. Seeing Yeonju's expression, she couldn't help but sigh softly. The reason she spoke so directly from the beginning was to wake Yeonju up. Her apprentice had really been spoiled. From the first time she saw Yeonju, Wonwoo could see her arrogance and conceit. But this was also quite normal. After all, Yeonju became famous at a very young age. How could she not be a little arrogant and conceited? Moreover, she had already promised Yi Chen, so she naturally wouldn't always hold on to this point. And fortunately, Yeonju really wanted to learn to dance. So when she was in front of her, she would always slightly restrain that arrogance and conceit. But Wonwoo still wanted to spur her on a bit. Xian, I was just standing below the stage, and I watched all the fragments of your memories. I also know what you said. Yeonju's face immediately showed a look of shame. When she spoke just now, she was too critical. If it were someone else, she wouldn't have felt anything. But the person in front of her was her teacher. Teacher, actually Yeonju wanted to defend herself. But when Woo interrupted her, you don't need to say much, after all, I've been your teacher for so long, I naturally understand your temper. Before you want to explain, do you want to hear what I have to say? Yeonju nodded, of course. Teacher, please say whatever you want. When Woo looked at the big screen, a nostalgic look in her eyes, do you know? If it weren't for your brother, Yi Chen, finding me and playing these pieces, I wouldn't have taken you as my disciple. Even though there had been some foreshadowing, Yeonju's face still turned extremely ugly. When Woo's lips curled into a smile, do you want to know why? It's almost the same as the memories exposed. During those years, my inspiration had been constantly depleted, my mind was empty, and I couldn't think of anything. There was nothing to stimulate my desire to dance. But in addition to those exposed memories, there is another key point. That is, during that time, I thought about death. Just finding inspiration, how could it really make her go against her own promise? There must be something deeper. That is death. If the needle doesn't prick your own body, you won't know the pain. Naturally, no one can experience firsthand how desperate she was for the world at that time. Every second she was alive, she felt immense pain, constantly wanting to die. But it was Yi Chen, his piece of music that gave me inspiration again, and the desire to dance. It was also his second piece of music that made me want to continue living. I was already in such a high position in the circle, and I had heard countless pieces of music, but the music played by Yi Chen was the only one that touched my soul. You all just saw it, I think you can understand what I was thinking at that time. Yeonju couldn't say anything. She was already somewhat familiar with this circle, of course she knew how deep Yi Chen's piano skills were. Even she couldn't compare to 1 in 10,000 of him. The music played by Yi Chen was the real music that touched people's souls. When Woo looked at Yeonju, who was bowing her head and clenching her fists tightly, and knew what she was thinking. You've always wanted to ask me who is blank, right? I think, when I say this, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Yeonju's pupils suddenly dilated. At the same time in the live broadcast room, a group of barrage comments were flying by rapidly. Why did they suddenly mention Blank Master? Speaking of Blank Master, I'm really upset. Why did he only write one song? Help, am I in the wrong chat room? Who is Blank again? Let me explain, you may not know Blank, but I think you must know the song The Lonely. So it's this master. But why did Wonwoo suddenly mention him? I suddenly have a bad idea. This Blank. Could it be Yi Chen? Blank. This name may be unfamiliar to those who don't listen to music or play in circles. But as soon as The Lonely is mentioned, everyone knows it, everyone is familiar with it. This song is just too powerful. It has been at the top of the charts since its release. This song is played everywhere, even elementary school students can sing it. You sing a line, and you can definitely follow up with the next line with an elementary school student. Many musicians are lamenting. Why did Blank Master only release this one song, and then disappear without a trace? Yeonju is also one of them. But her thoughts at that time were more complicated than others. Others might speculate that Blank is the kind of genius who flashes like a meteor, fleeting in an instant. It can only shine for a moment, then disappear without a trace. But Yeonju knew he wasn't like that. Blank is much stronger than what everyone outside thinks. After she suddenly remembered, she had been subconsciously trying to ignore it. But now that Wonwoo mentioned it, Yeonju knew she couldn't continue to ignore it. Teacher, you don't want to tell me. Blank, he. Yeonju clenched and released her fist several times, before stiffly speaking, it's Yi-chen, right? Please don't let it be him, okay? If blank is really him, so her current position is really earned by her own strength, not because Yi-chen intentionally gave it up, right? Wenwu is like a big riddle player, playing a guessing game with her. I said, you already have the answer in your heart. It's just that you don't want to admit it. Yeonju couldn't help it. Why? Yeonju gasped hard, her eyes completely red. Not because of grievances, not because of discomfort, but because of anger. If Yi-chen is really blank, then what is he doing in the end? Is it because he pities me? Is it because he pities me, so he doesn't want to compete with me, so he gives up this position to me? Yeonju erupted completely. Her self-esteem does not allow for the existence of such a thing. If it's really like that, then I really have to thank him. But does he know that I don't need him to give it to me at all? Her outburst was too sudden. The twin sisters were completely stunned. It was Yelan who reacted quickly and quickly reached out to hold her hand. Fourth sister, calm down. Tell me, what did you mean by those words just now? She really didn't understand. Yeonju smiled arrogantly and pitifully. What do you mean? The meaning is probably that the reason I can stand in this position now is not because of my own strength. It's because Yi-chen pities me and gives it to me. What she cares most about is her self-esteem, and her self-esteem and confidence come from the position she has now obtained. However, now, someone suddenly came over and told her that everything she had obtained was actually given to her by others. How could Yeonju bear it? When Wu frowned, is this how you see this matter? Yeonju bit her lip and said nothing, but her expression made it clear. When Wu sighed disappointedly, your current attitude further proves that everything your brother Yi-chen did at the time was right. Yelan couldn't help but ask, what does this matter have to do with Yi-chen? When Wu, of course it's related. She looked at the big screen and recalled the distant past. Because of the blank, that's why it was born. The picture on the big screen was running. It had been 3 months since when Wu took Yeonju as her apprentice. When Wu lay exhausted on the sofa, even Yi-chen's piano couldn't relieve her fatigue. Yi-chen finished playing a piece. What's wrong with you today? Why do you look so tired? When Wu sighed wearily, what else could it be? It's still your precious sister, my precious apprentice. Yi-chen hurriedly asked, what's wrong with her? When Wu couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at his anxious expression. You only get so anxious when it comes to your sister. She poured herself a glass of water. What else could it be? It's an old problem. Xian, she's too confident. When Wu also embellished it a bit. After all, saying it nicely is confidence, but saying it not so nicely is arrogance. Yi-chen fell silent. In fact, he also knew about this issue. Yeonju became famous too early, like a flower pampered in a greenhouse, completely without the experience of the outside world's trials and tribulations, always thinking that she is the most unique existence, so she needs a teacher like you to guide her. When Wu made an X gesture with her hand. You must not praise me too much. Although I am her teacher now, it doesn't mean that she will listen to me for everything. In the circle of dancing, when Wu is indeed a world-class dancer, she says second, and no one dares to say first. But similarly, in the music creation circle, Yeonju is also a presence who dares to admit second, and no one dares to admit first. In this situation, even though when Wu is her teacher on the surface, Yeonju will not listen to her in everything. When Wu crossed her legs and looked very seriously at Yi-chen. Do you know what Xianxian's biggest problem is now? It's that there's no one who can match her. She's completely unrivaled. She's too smooth. This is not a good thing for her. Yi-chen knew. In one's experience, there should always be some ups and downs. That's why he has been trying to hone her, not letting her develop too quickly. But he overlooked Ju. When Wu sighed as she held the cup in her hand. Do you know what the best way is now? It's to suddenly produce a genius who is even more powerful than her. Let her know that there are always people better than her. The achievements she has now are actually nothing at all. When Wu finished the water in the cup, but where in the world are there so many geniuses? Not to mention surpassing your sister, who is a genius-level monster. After she finished speaking, she felt hopeless. Can she only find another way to change Ju's temper? Who said there isn't? When Wu, who sighed, suddenly heard Yi-chen's words and turned to look at him. Do you happen to know such a monster? Yi-chen's fingers danced on the piano. I need your cooperation. Damn it! This scene reveals too much. Blank is really Yi-chen. So blank is another alias for Yi-chen. The reason why blank exists is to suppress Yeonju. I don't know why, but I feel a little pleased. I can't wait to see what happens next. Hurry up and play. In the live broadcast room, the audience was frantically sending barrage messages, and the big screen image turned again. Ju was stretching in the practice room. Just as she finished stretching one leg, she saw Wenwu walking over. Teacher. Wenwu approached. Stop for a moment, I have something to tell you. Ju decisively stopped. What's wrong, teacher? Wenwu took out her phone. It's like this, I recently asked someone to write a song, but you also know that I'm not really good at songs. So I thought of you. Add him and help me take a look at this song, and see where it can be improved. The first thing Ju said after listening was, Teacher, you want to write a song? Why don't you find me or someone else? Wenwu had already prepared a reason. It's because I saw you were busy practicing dance, so I didn't ask you. Anyway, now you're the one in charge of this song. Ju saw the number Wenwu sent over. The profile picture was pure white, and the ID name was also interesting. It was called blank. Ju clicked to add the friend and said to Wenwu, my requirements are very high. Wenwu, the higher the better. Then, I'll leave it to you? Ju patted her chest, it's on me. After Wenwu finished speaking, she left. Ju's friend request was also quickly accepted. Blank soon sent a message, your teacher Wen's disciple? She has already told me, and my work will be handed over to you later. Ju quickly typed back, since you already know that I'm teacher Wen's disciple, then you also know who I am. My requirements are only high, not low. Don't try to fool me with rubbish. From these few words, it's enough to see how confident and arrogant Ju is. Of course, I never deceive people. This is teacher Wen's request. Listen to the song I wrote first. Ju quickly received a file. The file clearly stated Wenwu's requirements. Besides that, there was an audio file. Ju casually opened the audio. She was still thinking about something else. How could the teacher find someone else to write a song instead of her? She'll let this person know in a moment that she is very picky and pursues perfection. Ordinary stuff won't pass her ears. However, all of Yeonju's scattered thoughts disappeared as soon as the melody began. How can one describe the melody she heard? Yeonju was usually arrogant and proud, thinking that ordinary melodies couldn't capture her attention. But after hearing this particular melody, she felt as if her soul had been cleansed. It was a deep stirring of the soul. All external sounds seemed to disappear, leaving only the melody playing in her ears, leading her into the starry sky. It lingered in her mind for days. When the piece ended, Yeonju was still in a daze. This music is really amazing, she thought. It wasn't until she was interrupted by a message that she snapped out of it. It was a message from Kong Bai. Teacher Wen's request is to convey the loneliness of the stars and the vastness of the universe. Can you do that? Yeonju's first thought upon reading this was, how could that not be possible? This is absolutely perfect. However, when she replied, she asked, is this your own composition? The response came quickly, yes. Staring at this answer, Yeonju hesitated for a long time before typing, it's not bad, barely enough to pass my standards. Although she had been impressed by the music, she couldn't admit to such an embarrassing situation. No way. Even if the piece was truly impressive, so what? She had more than just one impressive piece. Yeonju quickly regained her arrogant confidence. She wanted to resume practicing dancing, but that stubborn spirit within her wouldn't be suppressed. When Wenwu came over, Yeonju seemed unfazed on the surface. How was it? Have you listened to his composition? Wenwu asked. Do you think there's anything that needs to be changed? No, his composition is quite good, Yeonju replied, then added without thinking, but if I were to create one, it would definitely be better than his. She had never created one. Wenwu knew her well. She had even anticipated her saying that. She brought out the prepared words. Is that so? Do you want to help teacher write a composition too? Let teacher decide who's better, and I'll use the better one, Yeonju said as soon as she heard the word better, her competitive spirit fully ignited. Teacher, are you serious? Wenwu replied, of course, why would I lie? Yeonju immediately spoke arrogantly, then wait and see, teacher. I will definitely write a better song than this Kong Bai. In the end, you will definitely use my song. Yeonju stopped practicing dancing and immediately started writing a song. Even her twin sisters noticed her dedication. Who has provoked fourth sister? I don't know, but she hasn't been like this for a long time. The twin sisters watched her, buried in thought for over a week. After more than a week, Yeonju finally wrote a song that she thought was really good. Phew! I'm simply a genius. This song is amazing. Yeonju thought her song was more and more impressive as she looked at it. She didn't even send it to Wenwu, but directly to Kong Bai, wanting to show off. After listening to your song that day, I thought about it and felt that there was something not quite right about your song. So, I wrote one myself. I feel like this is the right one. Yeonju proudly sent the song over. Then she waited for Kong Bai's praise. She had never heard of someone named Kong Bai in the circle. She didn't know where this transparent little figure had come from. Suddenly, she was connected to teacher. But that was perfect. She wanted to show this little transparent figure what a real boss was. Yeonju felt proud for a long time, but she didn't receive a response. She couldn't help but frown at the phone screen. Why hasn't he replied after so long? Could it be that he was so shocked by my music that he's too stunned to reply? Yeonju couldn't help but want to send a message to ask. However, just then, the phone vibrated. A blank message came back. So you like this feeling? I understand. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Yeonju, what does waiting for 5 minutes mean? And she started to get angry. This person didn't show any other reaction after listening to my music. Just such a simple response. Yeonju was already used to it. When she sent a piece of music to someone else, she would receive a long string of praise. Now suddenly someone was not playing by the rules. Yeonju was really getting angry. Fine, I'll see what you can wait for after 5 minutes. A blank said waiting for 5 minutes meant 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Yeonju received a new message from the blank. It was an MP3 audio file. Yeonju, what is this? Could it be the song he modified? Soon, the message sent by the blank proved her thoughts. Are you kidding me? She had only sent the song over 5 minutes ago. How could this person called blank have modified the song in such a short time? It must be a mess. Yeonju was very angry. Someone was actually fobbing her off. Yeonju angrily opened the audio. Before she opened the audio, she had already figured out how to talk to this blank person, not to fob her off with music. But when she heard this song, Yeonju fell silent. Instead of replying immediately after listening to the song, she opened the song she had written. She compared the two songs for a long time. Yeonju sadly discovered that the song she had spent more than a week writing had been completely surpassed by this blank. This is impossible. No, there must be something wrong with my hearing. Yeonju desperately looked for excuses for herself. She had been working hard on writing the song for more than a week. Her mind was full of ding ding dong dong. And she had listened to her song many times, and she definitely couldn't hear the amazing feeling. She was aesthetically tired of her own song. Yes, that's right. If another person listens, it must be that the song she wrote is better. Thinking like this, Yeonju opened her list of friends. She quickly found several friends in the music circle. Then she sent the two songs over and edited the message. Come and listen, which of these two songs is better? Soon, Yeonju received the first reply. Sienda, did you write this song? It's amazing. After listening to it, the only feeling I had was that you're amazing. Yeonju suddenly straightened her back. Of course I wrote it. You're even more amazing than before. This song is really great. Wah! Yeonju suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, which one are you talking about? What else could it be? It's the second one. It's amazing. Compared to it, the first song feels weaker. Yeonju didn't continue reading. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. Because the order she sent was the first one was hers, and the second one was written by blank. No taste. How bad is the song I wrote? Yeonju ignored him. At this time, the second person's reply also came. Sien, did you write the second song? It's so amazing. I just listened to this song and felt like I was looking at the stars. Yeonju. The third person. As expected of you, the second song is really amazing. The fourth one. Are you going to release this song? But if you have the choice to release it, the first song may not be suitable to be put together with this song. Because the first song is too weak. Yeonju only felt a sharp pain in her head. She continued to scroll down and found that she had sent it to several people, and all the praise was for the second song, which was written by Yechen. I really thank you all. Yeonju had never been so clear about her defeat as she was now. Is my song really that bad? Yeonju sent her last hope to Wonwoo. Maybe the teacher would like hers. Wonwoo's response came quickly and was equally discouraging to Yeonju. I choose the second song. I really like this sense of emptiness and loneliness. Things had reached this point, and even if Yeonju didn't admit it, she had to. She finally replied with a blank message. Your song is indeed good. Let's use your song. Yeonju sent this message fiercely. Then she waited for the mockery from the blank. After all, she was a top figure in the circle. Now she had indirectly admitted that she was not good enough. This person called blank must be feeling very pleased inside. She was ready to wait for blank's mockery or triumphant words. However, after waiting for a while, all she got was a good. Yeonju stared at the word, forgetting how to write it. Is that it? Just one word from this person. Just one good, nothing else to say. He had defeated her. Shouldn't he be very pleased in this situation? Shouldn't he be showing off to her? Yeonju was puzzled. Finally, she figured it out. This person called blank must be quite old. Yeonju repeatedly scrolled through their chat records. She found that blank's responses were always very short and efficient, never digressing. And the white profile picture. This style was just like those old grandpas. I know, this person called blank must be an old grandpa. Only an old man would be so calm. After reaching this conclusion, Yeonju felt a strange sense of balance in her heart. Even if he was better than her, so what? He was older than her. Even if he was really amazing, it was only natural. When she reached that age, she would definitely be better than blank. Thinking this, Yeonju forgot about the matter. If it weren't for Wenwoo's reminder later, Yeonju might have deliberately forgotten about it. Wenwoo, are you still chatting with blank recently? This guy is quite talented. You're in the same circle, so you should have a lot of topics to talk about. Yeonju was stretching at the time, but when she heard this, she stopped. Guy? Blank is a young man? He shouldn't be an old man with white hair, right? Wenwoo smiled and nodded. Yes, he's only a little older than you. Maybe 7 or 8 years? Yeonju. Although the other person's age was indeed older than hers, it was still very different from what Yeonju had originally imagined. Wenwoo saw that she was silent and continued. Although blank is not very famous in the circle right now, he's actually very strong. He just doesn't want to show it. Yeonju had already heard his strength from his 2 songs, but she still felt disdainful. In the circle, there were countless geniuses who were like shooting stars. This blank had only produced 2 relatively decent songs. How could he be very strong? But on the surface, she didn't refute Wenwoo. Okay, if I have time, I will communicate with him more. What Yeonju had never expected was that the communication would come so quickly. That day, she had promised to help someone write a song, but for some reason, she sent it to blank by mistake. When she regained consciousness, it was already too late to retract. Blank, is this a new piece you've written? It feels pretty good, but I think the melody here could be modified a bit. Seeing the meddlesome comment from blank, Yeonju couldn't help but laugh. Where did this little nobody come from, daring to give her advice, and saying she needed to make changes here? It was simply ridiculous. Yeonju wanted to block this person immediately. Just as she was about to click block, a message came from blank. Yeonju's hand hesitated slightly. Since the message had already been sent, she might as well see what insight this blank had to offer. Yeonju opened the message. I made a modification to this melody, take a listen. It was followed by a voice message. After opening it, she heard the melody of a piano piece. Yeonju, who had been in the industry for so long, naturally couldn't be lacking in musical taste. She could tell right away. The melody that blank had modified was indeed better than what she had written. However, Yeonju was different from others. Others might thank blank for pointing out the flaws. But for Yeonju, she only felt humiliated. Humiliated by a little nobody who came out of nowhere. Because no one could possibly be more talented than her. I think your modification is just SOSO. When Yeonju said this, she felt no shame at all. Blank's message quickly came back. Where do you think it can be improved? There are plenty of areas that can be improved. Anyway, your modification is just too poor. Understood. Yeonju stared at these 2 words. What did blank mean by this? Understood? Could it be that they were backing down? A few minutes later, Yeonju received 5 voice messages from blank. After opening them, she found that each one was a completely different melody. Each melody was incredibly powerful. Each one made her feel amazed. Do you think it would be better if it was modified like this? According to Yeonju's true thoughts, this wasn't just good. It was super good. Any of these melodies added to her piece would elevate the overall level of the song. Who on earth was this person called blank? Yeonju remembered what Wenwoo had said to her. She had originally thought Wenwoo was talking nonsense, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Yeonju's hidden competitive spirit was completely ignited. She also wrote several melodies. I think it could work if it's changed like this. Unconsciously, Yeonju had completely entered into blank's rhythm. She began to discuss and exchange music with them. The more she chatted with blank, the more she realized something. Blank knew too much. His knowledge was completely incomparable to hers. Sometimes she would deliberately mention some very obscure points of knowledge, but blank could answer them all. And he could make connections and even answer many things she didn't know. Yeonju tried to stay calm. Even so, she was much more famous than this blank. But one time, Yeonju couldn't help but ask, why don't you release the songs you've written on the website? Blank's message quickly came back. They're too trash, unbearable to the ears. I won't release them and pollute people's ears. Yeonju almost had a heart attack when she saw this message. Over the past few days, she had listened to no less than 5 songs from blank. Each one had amazed her. Yeonju felt like her songs had been completely overshadowed. However, now this person was telling her that the reason he didn't want to release the songs was because he thought they were too trash. Then what were her songs? Not even worthy of being called trash? Yeonju didn't know where she had been struck. Suddenly, she replied with a sentence. You didn't send it out. How would you know if the public likes it or not? Why don't you release a song first? After sending this sentence, Yeonju began to regret. How did she suddenly get so into it? Let blank sing a song? If he really releases a song, those songs will be even more popular than hers. Then she. No, she can't think like that. She is the best. Can't let her confidence be shaken like this. After a while, blank replied to the message. You have a point, so I'll give it a try. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. I'm laughing so hard, is Yi Chen in Versailles? Ha ha ha, look at Yeonju's expression. She's probably going to be furious. I'm really laughing so hard. Sorry everyone, my focus is on the 5 songs by Yi Chen. Damn, they're really good. Each one is no less than The Lonely. If Yi Chen really releases these songs, then the top position in the music world will definitely not be Yeonju's. So Yi Chen deliberately nailed the position. And also, have you all noticed the key point? Yi Chen said he's going to release a song to try it out. Could this song be The Lonely? I think it's very likely. So, the reason we can hear The Lonely is because of Yeonju's provocation. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I really can't help it. You just want to know if I can surpass you, right? Then try it and die. Send this to Yeonju. In the studio, Yeonju felt the hot spotlight on her head, making her feel dizzy. She felt like she was floating. Yi Chen is really blank. He's the one she couldn't help but admit, but still had to acknowledge. How could this be? And she finally heard the song blank sent her. Earlier, she was stubbornly saying it was only 70% similar. It turns out, it was because Yi Chen made changes later. In Yeonju's mind, she still vividly remembered the songs blank had sent her. Just like what these people were saying in the live broadcast room. Whichever of these songs is released, they are all as popular as The Lonely. But these songs, blank, no, Yi Chen didn't release them. Is it because she pitied her? And what made her feel stimulated the most was the last sentence she said. The Lonely, could it be the song she asked Yi Chen to release? If that's really the case, it means she personally asked Yi Chen to slap her face. Yeonju felt her head getting even dizzier, like she was suffocating. Right now, she only had one thought. This damn memory, please stop playing. Stop it, please stop. But the cruel reality of the screen continued to shatter her delusions. If a song really becomes popular, it doesn't take a day. Sometimes it only takes a few hours for it to quickly sweep through the entire network. The Lonely is such a suddenly rising song. Within 2 hours of its release, it directly topped the new song surge chart. Then, like a virus, it was put into everyone's repeat playlist, and quickly rose to fame. The number of plays on the first day had already reached a terrifying 5 million. You have to know, this song was released by a newcomer. A new creation by a newcomer. There was no prior promotion at all. 5 million plays is already very impressive. Not to mention that this was only on the first day, and the backstage data showed that it was still on a rocketing upward trend. Yeonju had been practicing dancing recently and hadn't paid much attention to the music scene for a long time. Even though she hadn't been paying attention for so long, she could still see this song being shared in her friend circle. The Lonely? What kind of strange song is this? How come it seems like overnight, everyone is recommending it? Yeonju entered with a hint of curiosity. Then, the music she heard completely shocked her. The prelude of the music sounded very oppressive. But within the oppression, there was a hint of desperate hope. When the first few lines of the lyrics started, Yeonju was shocked. It carried a sense of hopeless despair and struggle like a trapped beast, directly immersing people into that scene. But the last 2 lines suddenly changed the scene, like a glimmer of starlight in the dark night, allowing people to see the light from the despair. Then, the following lyrics directly pierced through the darkness. Who said that ordinary people, with their small figures, could not be heroes? They could also live as heroes in their ordinary positions. After listening to the song, Yeonju couldn't help but shed tears. The despair, oppression, and the final release in the song's roar were really unbearable. She couldn't help but open the comments to reply. Who wrote this song? It's really amazing. Soon, her question was answered. It seems to be a newcomer, called Blank. When Yeonju saw this name, she was stunned. Blank? Was it the same Blank she understood? How could it be Blank? Blank actually released a song? And didn't tell her? Yeonju opened the chat record and quickly clicked on Blank's contact profile picture. Is this song yours? Blank quickly replied. It's mine. Yeonju suddenly stopped all her words. Blank was actually so talented. When she listened to the song just now, she was moved to tears. Yeonju's fingers flew. How did you suddenly release a song? But that's not important. Your song is quite good. Quite good was already a very high praise for Yeonju. After all, she would never admit that someone else was more talented than her. Yeonju originally thought that after she said this, Blank would be very happy and proud. But the other side only sent a message. This song still has many shortcomings, I can make it better. Yeonju automatically interpreted this sentence as, but I think this song is very good. It's trash. I can actually make it better. Releasing it now is really an insult to others' ears. Very Versailles and green tea. Yeonju's eyelids twitched. If Blank's song was trash, then what about the songs before that? Were they even worse than trash? Regardless of what Yeonju thought, Yeonju's song had indeed exploded and become popular. From a song of struggle and effort at the beginning, it had become a must-sing for children. This feeling made Yeonju extremely uncomfortable. Because before this, the streets were playing her songs. She was the uncrowned queen of music. Now, this uncrowned queen had suddenly been replaced by someone else. Moreover, it was someone who was previously unknown, a transparent figure that suddenly emerged from somewhere. Yeonju, who had always been surrounded by arrogance and pride, couldn't bear it. At the same time, Yeonju was also thinking about something else. She couldn't let Blank continue to write songs. No, she shouldn't let him release songs. Yeonju felt a sense of crisis. If she continued to let Blank release songs, her position would definitely be suppressed. Yeonju, who had always been very smooth from childhood to adulthood, had never experienced failure, and didn't know what worry and fear were. At this moment, she finally had someone she wanted to guard against. What was a sense of crisis? Yeonju finally understood. Exactly. See, I was right before. Yeonju is Blank. The 12th screenwriter I admire the most is Yi Chen. My favorite singer is also Yi Chen. Now if someone tells me that Dust and that clown are also Yi Chen, I would believe it too. The words in front woke up the dreamer. Yi Chen has already laid out so many disguises. It's not impossible to have a few more disguises. If that's really the case, then it's awesome. Is there anything Yi Chen can't do? Boss Yi Chen. Do you need any accessories on your legs? Brother Yi Chen. In the long night, do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm delicate and can do any ballet pose. Damn, the person in front is shameless. But, I don't know if Yi Chen wants me, but I need him. The barrage in the live broadcast room gradually began to distort. The style also gradually became less serious. But in the studio, whether it was Wenwu or Yeonju, both of them looked very tense. Wenwu couldn't help but sigh softly. Do you not understand when you see this? Yeonju opened her mouth and finally spoke. Teacher, do you think I was too confident? People in the midst of things often cannot see clearly as bystanders. So Yeonju actually never knew what her problem was. But when this matter had gone on for so long, she stood at the result and looked at it from the perspective of a bystander. Only then did she suddenly realize. What was the intention behind these events at the time? When Wu nodded, you finally realize. Yes, you were really too confident at the time. You thought no one could surpass you, and likewise, you were the most powerful. At that time, you had no sense of crisis, nor did you have any sense of awe. So Yi Chen and I set up this situation. If a person is too smooth sailing, then she will not know what failure is. If this is the case throughout her life, it might be fine. But if she encounters some small twists and turns along the way, then she is likely to be completely overwhelmed and crushed. This is something Wenwu and Yi Chen do not want to see. But suddenly, another thought popped into Yeonju's mind. Wait a minute. If this matter was discussed by the teacher and Yi Chen, and this situation was deliberately set up, was the purpose to intentionally suppress her? So is there a possibility that Yi Chen is not just empty? Or more accurately, behind the name and codename Empty, it's not just Yi Chen alone. It's a group of countless talented musicians working together behind the scenes. They are deceivers. Wenwu is very familiar with Yeonju. As soon as she saw the look in her eyes, she immediately understood what she was thinking. She frowned. Are you now thinking that behind the ID Empty, it's not just Yi Chen alone? When Wenwu said this, she still held a glimmer of hope. She didn't want to think of Yeonju in such an embarrassing way. But she was disappointed. She clearly saw the light in Yeonju's eyes. Then she heard her speak. So, is that the case? Empty is not just Yi Chen alone. Wenwu's heart sank instantly. No wonder they say the leopard can't change its spots. Her disciple really left her speechless. If it weren't for her having Yi Chen as a brother, how could she have achieved her current status? And the words Yeonju had just spoken, which had been suppressed and beaten in the live broadcast room, finally found a breakthrough. The fans began to fight back. I knew it. How could one person know everything? Turns out there are people helping behind the scenes. Ugh. Yi-chan is shameless, saying everything is for the good of Goddess Ju, but actually wants to suppress and step on her to rise to the top. This Yi-chan is really disgusting. How dare he? Thinking that he would find someone to help him cheat, he became the blank space praised by others. What a typical man. He's really shameless. I've come to realize that men are truly despicable creatures. Men are just so concerned about their image, always trying to save face. Yi-chan has packaged himself as someone who can do no wrong. Does he really think he's a king? If you look closely, you can see that the angry scolding from these fans sometimes has nothing to do with the matter at hand. This proves that the so-called angry scolding from these fans is actually mixed with personal emotions. They are not really scolding Yi-chan. Yi-chan is likely just a target. Deep down, what they really want to scold is men. The chaotic barrage in the live broadcast room naturally did not affect the atmosphere in the studio. When Woo looked steadily at Yeonju in front of her, she sat on the sofa, the spotlight above her head shining on her enchanting face, making her red lips appear even more fiery. Her figure was graceful and alluring. The red cheongsam draped over her thighs made her even more seductive. She was the ever-changing enchantress praised by countless people, as well as the respected singer-songwriter. She used to be her proud disciple. But at this moment, when Woo wished she had never known her, she gave a bitter smile, even a hint of self-mockery. I never expected that. Even now, you still refuse to admit it. The truth of the matter has been laid bare before you, yet you still try to find all sorts of excuses to refute it. Yeonju. For the first time, when Woo called out her full name, it was evident that when Woo was truly disappointed at this moment. I am truly disappointed in you. Yeonju's heart skipped a beat. When Woo's words felt like a resounding slap, fiercely striking her face. If she had seen those memories before, she might have had a slight inclination to admit her mistake to Yi-chan. But now, she had nothing. When a situation hits rock bottom, it is likely to swing to the other extreme. Yeonju clenched her fists. Disappointed? Teacher, you're disappointed in me? Her eyes turned red, and her delicate face became even more charming because of the tears. Teacher, you've only spent a year with Yi-chan. Can you really trust him so much? I've been with him for over 10 years. Don't I know better than you about what kind of person Yi-chan is? I'm not denying you, teacher. I'm denying Yi-chan. I don't believe in him. I grew up with Yi-chan. I know exactly what skills he has and doesn't have. Yes, it's true that the memories now show that Yi-chan indeed has many abilities, and he did use them in front of you. But does that conflict with my suspicion of the identity behind the account blank just involve him alone? Yeonju's words were already very clear. She didn't believe it. At this point, when Woo didn't know what else to say, she was utterly disappointed. The twins couldn't help but speak up. Yelan, fourth sister, stop making excuses all the time. Yeonju, I don't think Yi-chan is that kind of person. Yeonju refused to engage with them. From her perspective, everyone had been deceived by Yi-chan. She was the most clear-headed. At this moment, all her fans also voiced their support. They all spoke up. Goddess Ju, we support you. Even if a few of your previous songs were written with Yi-chan's help, so what? You wrote the rest of the songs. The goddess doesn't need to belittle herself. That's right. No matter what happened before, it seems like Yi-chan only helped Goddess Ju write 2 songs at most, right? Even if it's 3, it's not that impressive. The classic songs of Chrysanthemum Goddess should not be too many. What about the ones written by Yi-chan? So, sisters, have you found it? In fact, Yi-chan just wants to use these songs to suck all the blood from the goddess. Yi-chan eats the blood of the goddess. It's disgusting, shameless to the extreme. When can Yi-chan let me host a banquet? I must sit at the children's table. Starting with shooting Yi-chan, the whole network happily feasts. Love the appearance of not kneeling, love the fate of gambling with a gun. What? Yi-chan can host a banquet now. I'm very happy. It's my poor quality. It has nothing to do with my fans and the country behind me. Chrysanthemum's fans have started to Photoshop black and white photos of Yi-chan. As for Chrysanthemum herself, she wants to end this absurd live broadcast. By now, the memories of the 4 of us should have been played. Shouldn't this show end too? She no longer wants to continue participating. Chrysanthemum always has a feeling. If this show continues to be broadcast, everything she said before will be reversed. This is not what Chrysanthemum wants to see. The host was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the script. It seemed that there was no other content on the script. So, it should end. But what Chrysanthemum didn't know was that once Pandora's box was opened, it would not stop so easily. The show she is participating in now is that Pandora's box. The host confirmed several times that the script had been completed and the process to be followed, picked up the microphone, and sat up straight. The recording of the show ends here. Indeed, it is time to say goodbye to everyone. Before this was said, it was interrupted by the director. Wait a minute. This show is not over yet. Everyone looked at the director. The director walked up from the stage and stood directly in the center of the stage. Chrysanthemum looked at him with a sinister look. Director, what do you mean? When we talked at the beginning, we have already talked about all the topics we agreed on. If so, where is there anything that has not ended? The director's smile looked very mysterious. Yes, it's true, the content we talked about before between us has indeed all been played. But the audience, after watching so many memories, don't you have any other doubts in your heart? For example, who exactly is Dust that has been bothering everyone all along? And who is the clown who has been wearing a mask all along? Audience, don't you want to know? As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately launched countless barrage replies. Of course we want to know. Please tell us quickly, I'm so curious. Is Dust and the clown really each in? And there are still many doubts in this show that have not been clarified. We want to continue watching. The director looked very satisfied with the replies from the audience. Then he turned to Chrysanthemum. Our celebrity's childhood is a variety show mainly focused on recording. What does recording mean? Of course, it is to clearly play out the whole thing. So naturally, we can't let the audience leave with doubts. Chrysanthemum already understood the meaning in his words. This director wants to continue the broadcast. The deep-seated panic in her heart made Chrysanthemum subconsciously shake her head and refuse. This is your show's business, but I will only do what we discussed before. Second sister, third sister. The show has ended, let's go find the eldest sister. Then we'll go home. But how could Ji-lan be willing to listen to her? What she most desires in her heart is to know if the clown is really Yi-chen. I can't go with you. Yelan shook her head slightly and looked at the director, just as the director said, I want to know if the clown is really Yechen. And if I'm not mistaken, my eldest sister must also want to know if Chennai is really Yechen. Yeonju began to worry in her heart. Second sister. Don't listen to them. How these memories came about, whether they are true or not, no one knows. Yeonju, among the four sisters, seemed the most fragile and indecisive. But now, she looked at Yeonju with eyes full of disappointment and directly pierced through her deepest fear. Fourth sister, what you just said is just an excuse, isn't it? Whether these memories are true or false has already been verified countless times. These memories are real. It's just that you don't want to admit it. Yeonju exposed Yeonju's last fig leaf. Yeonju's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and couldn't possibly admit it. I'm not making excuses. The twin sisters said in unison, then let's continue watching. Yeonju was completely at a loss. She could only be pinned down here invisibly, waiting for the continued judgment of her memories. Yelan looked at the director. We've all sat down, so can those memories be played now? She appeared very calm on the surface, but in reality, no one knew how much turmoil was going on inside her. Clown, are you really Yechen? Seeing them sit down again, the director immediately spoke. Of course. He was extremely confident at this moment. There was no longer any fear or apprehension. The reason was simple. He had received a call from Zhang Ming. Time rewound. In the hospital, Zhang Ming was looking at Yeme and said, because I want you to know how much Yechen has sacrificed for you four sisters. This sentence shook Yeme to the core. She looked at Zhang Ming in disbelief. How much do you really know? Zhang Ming coldly said, how much do I know? Naturally, it's more than any of you can imagine. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because you don't want to admit the truth? Zhang Ming felt it was ridiculous. Yechen, oh Yechen, you've done everything for these four sisters, but have you seen how they treat you now? These four ungrateful wolves are not worth your sacrifices. Yeme couldn't allow someone to call her an ungrateful wolf to her face. I'm not. I just want to find out the truth. Yes, she didn't deny it. Everything she did was just to seek the complete truth, because what was happening was too absurd. The Yechen in their memories was completely different from the one being played. This would feel out of place for anyone. Yeme stood tall and firm. You've been obstructing me from seeing Yechen all along. This makes me doubt your motives. Because I just want to see him, to ask for the truth. Zhang Ming looked at her firmly. Do you really want to see Yechen? Yeme didn't hesitate. Of course. If not, why would I come here? Zhang Ming took a deep breath and finally found the right moment to say what he had been holding back. Alright, I'll take you to see him now. This sudden statement left Yeme at a loss. The path she had taken to see Yechen was too convoluted. Hearing this now, her heart suddenly started racing. So much so that her blood supply suddenly seemed insufficient, and her limbs became somewhat cold. Yechen, where is he now? Zhang Ming really didn't plan to continue playing those hide-and-seek games with Yime this time. He really wanted to take her to see Yechen. "Come with me, you'll know when we get there," he said, then turned and walked ahead. However, after walking a few steps, he felt something was wrong and turned around, only to suddenly realize that Jihye hadn't followed. She was standing still. Jungming stopped. "Haven't you always wanted to see Yichen? Why aren't you coming?" Yime's heart trembled. She looked up at Jungming, her breathing gradually becoming heavy. "Nervous. That's it." Jungming vaguely guessed and couldn't help but sneer. "What? You've been talking about wanting to see Yichen all this time, and now that I'm really taking you, you're scared?" Yime swallowed hard. "Who says I'm not brave? If I wasn't brave, how could I have come here?" "Yes, that's right, calm down. You were brave enough to push open the door to the ward and draw back the curtain just now. What's so scary now? Let's go." Yime had prepared herself mentally and walked quickly to Zhang Ming's side. Zhang Ming coldly smiled and said nothing more, continuing to walk forward. Yime followed him hesitantly. Soon, they were in the elevator. Yime looked at the floor he pressed and the department marked, and a bad thought came to her mind. Before she could think more, the elevator arrived quickly. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Zhang Ming walked out first. "What are you still standing in there for? Come out." Yime's chest rose and fell continuously, her fists clenched tightly, and she walked out of the elevator. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Zhang Ming stopped and looked at Yime. Yichen is inside. Yime's breathing quickened. She looked up at the sign in front of her. Operating room. Yes, the place Zhang Ming brought her to was indeed the operating room. Yime saw the closed door of the operating room and felt a wave of unease. She hesitated for a while before speaking. "Are you teasing me? Zhang Ming, what benefit would I get from teasing you, Yime? Yichen is indeed inside." The operating room door was tightly closed. Only the red light above, showing "in surgery," confirmed that there was indeed a surgery going on inside. "But, Yime, how can I know that the person having surgery inside is Yichen?" Zhang Ming couldn't help but sneer. "See, you don't believe me again. I've brought you here, is there any need to deceive you? Besides, the reason you came to this hospital is because you've already found out that Yichen is in this hospital." At this point, Zhang Ming also felt that there was nothing more to hide. His good brother Yichen was about to die. And before that, he really didn't want Yichen to go to hell with the hatred and disgust of everyone in the world. He wanted to reveal to the public what Yichen had really done, even if it violated the agreement between him and Yichen. Yime didn't speak, because it was true. "Zhang Ming, if you had come a few minutes earlier, when you pushed open that door, you would have seen Yichen. But you came late." He wasn't lying. Yime did come late. Just a few minutes before she arrived, Yichen suddenly started vomiting blood. His blood oxygen saturation immediately dropped, and then he went into shock. After some rescue efforts, he was taken into the operating room. Now he's undergoing rescue inside. Yime clenched her fists tightly. The reason he went into the operating room was because of his stomach. Is there a problem? In the playback of her memory, Yichen did seem to have a problem with his stomach. She knocked on the door outside, and he was vomiting blood inside. Zhang Ming stared at her with deep eyes. "He has stomach cancer." Yime's pupils suddenly dilated. Stomach cancer. How could it be stomach cancer? Countless memories surged, and Yime suddenly realized that Yichen's stomach cancer might not have been so unexpected. "He's inside now. Even if you want to ask him questions, you probably won't be able to." But Zhang Ming took something out from his pocket. "Although he can't speak, I think this thing should be able to prove a lot." Yime saw what he was holding. It was extremely familiar, because half an hour ago, this thing was still in her hands. It was the diary she had found under Yichen's bed in his room. "You said you didn't take it." Yime immediately wanted to snatch the diary away. Zhang Ming gave her a glance and quickly put it away. "The reason I took it is because Yichen asked me to." Yime didn't care what Zhang Ming wanted to say. She only knew that the contents of this diary would be very important. "Give me the diary." "Zhang Ming, I can give it to you, but before that, I want you to promise me something." Studio. The director looked at the people in front of him, holding a microphone. "Now, let's welcome Zhang Ming." "Mr. Zhang, take the stage." The twins and Yeonju were all stunned. Zhang Ming? Didn't he leave earlier? Why did he come back now? In the eyes of everyone's confusion, Zhang Ming walked from the audience to the stage. And not only him, but there was also someone with him that surprised all three sisters. "Big sister. Big sister. You're back? Big sister, you're finally back." "That's right." Yime came back with Zhang Ming. Her face looked terrible. If it weren't for Zhang Ming using the diary as leverage and saying something that touched her, she wouldn't have come back at all. Yime didn't want to say too much. Yeonju approached her. "Big sister, why did you suddenly come back?" Yime looked at Zhang Ming with deep eyes. "Because I want to know what Yichen did behind the scenes." She remembered what Zhang Ming had said at the hospital. He's currently being rescued, there's no point in you staying here. And even if I showed you this diary, you probably wouldn't have a real sense of what Yi-chen has sacrificed. So, do you want to come back to the program group with me? And then let the program group check my memories. Check the memories of what Dust has done for you. Yi Mei inexplicably agreed. And then she appeared here. Director, I'm sure everyone is very puzzled as to why Mr. Zhang has reappeared? Because we are going to extract his memories. Through his memories, we will show everyone the real Dust, and Dust's identity. And at this moment, Yi Mei finally got what she wanted. According to the original agreement, when she accompanied him here, Zhang Ming handed her the diary that had been hidden all along. This is what we agreed on, and now I'm giving it to you. When this diary was in her hands again, Yi Mei didn't know what to feel. If there had to be a feeling, it could only be that this diary was too heavy. The three sisters all looked at her hands at the same time. Big sister, what is this? Big sister, whose diary is this? Looks familiar. Yi Mei looked at the three pairs of expectant and puzzled eyes, took a deep breath. This is Yi Chen's notebook. Yi Chen's notebook? Yi Lan's heart suddenly beat faster. What's written in it? Big sister, can you show me? Yi Lan now had a strong intuition. In this diary, she could find the answers. Yi Mei's expression was complicated. I haven't read it either. Zhang Ming interjected, you can open it now. Yi Mei remained silent for a while, struggling and torn inside. In the end, for some reason, she still didn't open the diary. Hospital, operating room. The dazzling red silently turned into green. In surgery became surgery complete. After the door opened, a group of people pushed a gurney out and returned to the ward. Yi-chen was conscious, but because of the anesthesia, he couldn't move. He could only watch as the nurse lifted him onto the bed. When the nurse finished setting up his heart monitor, Yi-chen hoarsely spoke, "Can you please do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Help me. Open Celebrity's Childhood, the live broadcast of this variety show. Can you?" Hearing this, the nurse thought Yi-chen was crazy. She looked at him with frustration. "You're in this state. You just barely made it through the rescue. Why are you still thinking about this show?" Yi-chen smiled, "Just consider it. My last wish." His words were harsh, and the nurse finally sighed, "Don't say that, I'll put it on for you." The nurse quickly turned on the TV in the ward, then started the live broadcast. Yi-chen finally saw the current progress. How did Zhang Ming end up there? When he heard Zhang Ming's words, Yi-chen's whole demeanor changed. He actually went against our agreement. Yi-chen was incredibly excited after receiving this news. It was an anger-induced excitement. Seeing him like this, the nurse quickly reached out to calm him down. "Mr. Yi, please calm down. Relax your breathing, don't be so tense." Yi-chen tried to compose himself. Why did he go up there? Why did he break the agreement? Stop it. But all his resistance was in vain. Just like how he had been constantly resisting the system in his mind before. He told the system to stop playing, but the system completely ignored him and continued to play all his memories. And now, on the big screen, Zhang Ming had already sat on the sofa, wearing the memory extractor. Then his memories, combined with the memories extracted by the system from Yi-chen, became an incredibly complete memory. It played on the big screen. The weather turned cold. Outside, it was snowing lightly, and the breath that came out could be seen as white mist. Pedestrians on the road hurriedly walked, each wearing down jackets and hurrying with their hands tucked in. In the desolate wind and snow, a child over 11 years old walked out of a small alley. He looked thin, wearing only a very thin sweater. Walking on the road inevitably attracted attention. Yi-chen quickly walked to the bus stop, waited for nearly 10 minutes, and finally caught the bus. As soon as he got on the bus, Yi-chen felt the temperature around him finally warm up. After standing for about half an hour, he finally reached his destination, the headquarters of Hualong Company. When he entered, he was naturally stopped. "I'm here to see General Manager Zhang, I have an appointment." The receptionist clearly didn't believe him. After all, Yi-chen was really too young. Such a young child said he had an appointment with their general manager? Go, kid. This is not a place for you to play. The receptionist's face was not good. "Get out quickly, don't play here." "Yi-chen, I really have an appointment. Kid, if you don't leave, I will call your parents, or call the police to find you." The receptionist was completely impatient. He directly drove Yi-chen out. Yi-chen was very helpless. He could only take out a very old phone and personally called Zhang Ming. "General Manager Zhang, I'm downstairs at your company." When he made the call, the receptionist hadn't left. He couldn't help but sneer, "You're quite good at pretending, kid. After you're done pretending, get out of here. You're pretending at such a young age. Who knows what kind of mischief you'll get up to when you grow up. Sooner or later, you'll end up in jail. The front desk staff seemed to have taken a lot of frustration and finally found an opportunity to mock. Naturally, he was not willing to leave so quickly. After finally finishing his mockery, feeling refreshed and ready to turn back, he suddenly saw Zhang Ming standing behind him. The front desk instinctively put on a fake smile and said, "Mr. Zhang, hello." Zhang Ming's face turned serious and gloomy. "You sure have a lot to say. You've been wronged at the front desk of my company. We don't need a big shot like you here. Later, you can go to the HR department to collect your salary for this month." The front desk was completely baffled. Why? Zhang Ming ignored him and turned to Yi Chen, showing a respectful smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience." The front desk widened his eyes, looking at the previously stern and cold Zhang Ming, who was now being especially polite and respectful to Yi Chen, whom he had been mocking. He had really hit a brick wall. Zhang Ming walked alongside Yi Chen. Even though he had known all along that the genius he had been talking to was the 10-year-old boy in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw him. Truly a young genius. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the ones ahead. Who could have imagined that this 10-year-old boy in front of him had created the two hottest games in the market today? Wow! The most important scene is here. Zhang Ming really knows Yi Chen. The mystery that has been bothering me has finally been solved. So it's confirmed. Chen is Yi Chen, and Yi Chen is Chen. You all have been waiting for this scene, but I want to know what was in the diary that Jihye was holding just now. Yes, what was in that diary? It seems like it holds many secrets. What is Jihye doing? Stop hiding it and show us what's in the diary. The audience in the live broadcast all wanted to see what was written in the diary that Jihye was holding. The resentment of the audience was too great, and the production team naturally noticed. Staff, director, they all want to see the contents of Jihye's diary. The director received the message and communicated with the host through the earpiece. The audience is asking to see the contents of Jihye's diary. Do you have any ideas? The host could only follow the director's instructions. Goddess May, I noticed that many of our audience friends are sending barrage messages saying they want to see the contents of the diary in your hands. May I ask, can we see the contents of this diary belonging to Yi Chen? Before Jihye got the diary, she wanted to open it and see what was inside. But when she finally got it, she hesitated. Or rather, she was afraid. But now, hearing the host's words, she was in a dilemma. Yilan said beside her, "Sister, open it. I also want to know what's inside this diary." Under the gaze of so many eyes and with so many viewers wanting to know, all of this seemed to give her courage. She agreed, "Okay." The camera focused on her and the contents of the diary. Jihye took a deep breath and finally, slowly, opened the diary. At first glance, they saw a few big words: the direction of the sisters' cultivation. The live broadcast room erupted. The direction of the sisters' cultivation. Families. I suddenly understand so much. Why does this diary make me feel so familiar? It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I remember. We have indeed seen this diary. It was when Yeonju was 1 or 2 years old. Yes, I remember too. At that time, Yi Chen was next to him, not knowing what he was writing. So the content in this diary was written by Yi Chen when he was 9 years old. Damn! Has Yi Chen's 9-year-old thoughts already diverged so much from mine? Quickly turn the page. What did he write on the next page? Jihye seemed to have heard the call from the depths of the public's hearts. Slowly opened the next page. The entire page was densely written, filled with all sorts of things. Little sister is now very interested in mathematics, and it is clear that she has a high talent in this area. It's better to focus on cultivating her in this area in the future. If in addition to this educational cultivation, we also need to keep up with the money aspect, otherwise it will definitely be difficult to operate in the future. What should we do in terms of money? I've got it. Games are the most profitable. The entire page, densely written, extracted valid quotes, confirmed Jihye's future development direction as determined by Yi Chen, and confirmed how to make money. From this short page, it is enough to see how many hidden clues Yi Chen has laid for this matter. Jihye's heart was even more shaken. And the audience in the live broadcast room began to speak one after another. So from this time, Yi Chen had already thought about the path ahead. He went to see Zhang Ming, probably also for the sake of money, right? But if it's about games, why not go to someone else instead of Zhang Ming? Isn't he in the mobile phone business? It has nothing to do with games at all. Not only the audience had this question, even the 4 sisters were thinking the same. However, soon the images on the big screen revealed the answer to them. The two sat down in the conference hall. Zhang Ming originally wanted to remain calm and let Yi Chen speak first. After all, there was an unwritten rule in the business world. It seemed that whoever spoke first would be the loser. But in the end, Jung Ming couldn't hold back and spoke first. What you said to me before, I was very interested, but I still don't understand why you came to find me. Because you could have found the top game company. What is the most important thing for game releases? Of course, it's the download platform and promotion. If Yi Chen's small workshop wants to make the game big and strong, it must find a top game company as a platform for promotion. However, Yi Chen did the opposite. He didn't go to find a top game company at all, but instead found a completely unrelated mobile phone distributor. Yi Chen stood up straight, his face still young, but his momentum was like a sword about to be unsheathed. Because I want to break the rules. Why can only the top game platform be used as a promotional channel? In my opinion, General Deng's mobile phone distribution is much stronger than the top game company. Yi Chen was 3 parts fake and 7 parts real. Breaking the rules was just an excuse. In his heart, he actually thought very simply, the top game company takes too much of a cut, and it may not necessarily give him a big promotion. But if he cooperates with Jung Ming, as long as his game is pre-installed on every phone, then this is completely invisible big promotion. There are many hidden benefits. However, Yi Chen didn't need to explain this so clearly to Jung Ming. What I want to say, I have already discussed with General Zhang before. I think General Zhang, you should have evaluated all aspects before wanting to see me. Zhang Ming had indeed evaluated everything in his heart a long time ago. How could he really be so reckless? Indeed. But now that we are really signing the contract, can we discuss the details carefully? Yi Chen showed a confident smile. Of course. The two discussed in the meeting room for almost 2 hours before finally finalizing many details. When the contract was finally signed, Zhang Ming looked at Yi Chen with completely different eyes. You really don't seem like a 10-year-old child. Adults don't have his quick thinking. No, it should be said that even ordinary employees who have been in the market for decades are not as powerful as him. What kind of monster is he? Genius really comes from youth. Not only Zhang Ming thinks so, even the audience in the live broadcast room thinks so. Really, everyone. After watching, I have doubts about my intelligence. What was I doing when I was 10? I was playing with mud, but others had already signed a big contract at the age of 10. Yi Chen is not a human, he is a god. I really want to say at this moment. What kind of monster is Yi Chen? A group of audience members praised Yi Chen. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among Yi Mei's fans. What's so great about this? My goddess signed $1 million contract at the age of 11. Yes. And at the age of 14, she even developed her own banana app. Are we proud? The fans' barrage quickly led to a quarrel. Oh, you're so great. Have you completely forgotten how your goddess achieved all this? I'm laughing so hard, clearly it's all achieved by sucking Yi Chen's blood, and now you still have the face to show off here? It's just as brainless as these 4 hypocrites. The barrage in the live broadcast room started to get chaotic again. But this did not affect the scene playing on the big screen. Yi Chen smiled and did not respond to this. How could he really be a child? In his previous life, he had lived to be over 20. He reached out his hand. The contract is signed. Let's cooperate happily. Cooperate happily. The contract that Yi Chen and Zhang Ming agreed on was very simple. In short, Yi Chen would develop a game again. And this game would only be launched on Zhang Ming's phone. As for what this game would be, Yi Chen had already thought about it. It would be a very simple game. An open-world game composed of just a few small blocks. Players could create any building they imagined on the game map interface created by Yi Chen. The game development was very simple. It also suited the limited resources that Yi Chen currently had. After sorting everything out, Yi Chen also bought groceries and returned home. The 4 sisters were not there, and he didn't know where they had gone to play. Yi Chen put everything down and looked at the time. It was still early. There was no need to cook so soon. He simply sat on the sofa, took out a diary, turned to the second page, and started writing and drawing on it. The preliminary work is almost done. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Although there are already 2 games as a foundation, it's still not enough. I absolutely won't let that disgusting man get close to my sisters. I must do more. Eradicate that disgusting man faster. The eldest sister doesn't have much to worry about in her studies recently, but she hasn't found a hobby that the second sister likes. I can only temporarily put it aside and see what the second sister likes. But perhaps helping her grow happily is also a good choice. The third sister seems to be less and less interested in talking to people recently. I need to pay attention to this. As Yi Chen wrote, he suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach. He couldn't help but cover his stomach with both hands. His face became somewhat unpleasant. At this moment, the sound of keys turning the door lock came from outside the room. It was the 4 sisters coming back. As soon as Yi Mei opened the door, she saw Yi-chen sitting on the sofa. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the twins and Yeonju also noticed Yimei's expression. The cheerful atmosphere also dissipated, and they looked scared, huddling behind Yimei. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Yimei shielded all three sisters behind her. You all go back to your rooms. The obedient twin sisters quickly pulled Yeonju back to their room. In the dim light, because of the spasm pain in his stomach, Yi-chen's face looked extremely grim. Also, due to the dim lighting, Yimei didn't even see how pale Yi-chen's face was. But even if she had seen it, Yimei wouldn't have cared. In her heart, Yi-chen had long been equated with scum. How could she care about the face of a scumbag, whether it was pale or ugly? Seeing him in this state, Yimei mustered up the courage and said, "What are you looking at? Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because your face looks terrible. I'm telling you, I won't be afraid of you." At this moment, Yi-chen's stomach spasmed, rendering him speechless. His face looked even worse. This frightened Yimei, who instinctively took a step back. "No, Yimei, why are you afraid of him? He's the one who wronged us first. He took our money and even our father's inheritance. You don't need to be afraid of him." "Yes, that's right." Yimei mentally bolstered herself and stood tall, saying, "Yi-chen, what are you looking at? We're hungry now. Hurry up and cook for us. Do you hear me?" After saying this with great momentum, she didn't dare to stay any longer. Feeling that her momentum hadn't fully subsided, she quickly ran back to the room. When Yimei returned to the room, Yi-chen couldn't hold back the pain any longer and bent over in agony. Fortunately, the stomach spasm didn't last long and gradually weakened. Yi-chen slowly got up, walked to the table, and poured himself a glass of water. The water was cold, just like his current mood. In the dim light, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Yi-chen's pale face. It's all his own fault. Damn it! The way Yimei looked just now really makes me want to hit her. Is she blind? Is Yi-chen's face really that terrible? His face shows pain, okay? Oh my god. Yi-chen is still thinking about how to help them. But how did they treat him? It's disgusting. Really, I want to cry. Yi-chen is so great. I also want to have a brother like him. With the strong contrast of the recent scene, everyone became increasingly aware of how despicable Yimei's actions were. The studio lights were very hot. Yimei sat below, feeling no warmth at all, only bone-chilling cold. How could this be? It turns out that at that time, Yi-chen's terrible complexion wasn't directed at them. Was it because he was already sick at that time? Yimei struggled to breathe, lowered her head, and tremblingly turned the page of the diary. The second page of the diary was also densely filled with writing, just like the memory. Yimei's face turned pale, and she looked like she was about to faint. Yelan quickly walked over, looking extremely worried. "Big sister, are you okay?" Yimei tried to remain calm. "I'm fine." But in reality, all four sisters looked very terrible. Yeonju covered her mouth in discomfort, looking very pained. It turns out that at that time, Yi-chen had already noticed the signs of her autism. That's why he later came up with so many ways to try to save her. Yelan also felt very uncomfortable. During that time, because of the achievements of the eldest sister and the two younger sisters, she always thought he was trash and worthless. After watching the entire memory, Yelan actually had a faint idea. If Yi-chen really was a clown, if he could do everything, then why did he only help the eldest sister and the two younger sisters and completely ignore her? However, after reading the contents of this diary, Yelan understood. Yi-chen did not ignore her, but wanted her to grow up peacefully and happily. Zhang Ming looked at the four sisters. "You see, everything Yi-chen did was for you. And what he did was not just that." The photographer's lens fell on the other side of the diary with great insight. "I didn't expect that." Besides showing outstanding talent in mathematics, the eldest sister also excels in editing and programming. Indeed, giving the C language book to the eldest sister was a good choice. So, from today on, let's cultivate the eldest sister's broader view of the future: mobile instant messaging, live streaming, and big data promotion. We need to start working on these. She truly is my sister, learning so quickly and cleverly. It's time for her to start programming. But with my current situation, it's really difficult to find a teacher with strong abilities in this area for my sister. There's no other way. I'll have to do it myself. The big screen started running at that moment. Yimei had already owned a mobile phone early on. Because she had too many things to take care of, having a mobile phone would make things much more convenient for her. One day, Yimei suddenly received a text message from an unfamiliar number on her phone. She opened the message and read, "What brother? Did you send the wrong message?" If it were the future, she might have ignored it. But the current Yimei was still a naive child, and she politely replied to the message. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not your brother." At the moment when Yimei sent out this message, on the other end of the room, Yi-chen's phone rang. He opened the phone and saw the message Jihye had sent. He smiled. I didn't send the wrong message, I'm looking for you. But, that was absolutely impossible to send. Yeonju quickly edited the message. Is someone actually using this phone number? Sorry, I just miss my brother too much. This phone number used to belong to my brother. One trying to get close, the other inexperienced. Naturally, Jihye was quickly won over by Yeonju. When they exchanged names, Yeonju remained silent for a moment and did not reply quickly. Name. He looked up at the ceiling. The small house in this alley was particularly dilapidated. The walls were already yellowed and blackened, with peeling wall plaster. And in the corner, there were hard-to-clean spider webs. Suddenly, Yeonju thought of something. It's just the most inconspicuous dust in the universe, the name is not important at all. Then, let's call it Dust. At the same time, Yeonju's name was also sent out. My name? You can call me Dust. When Yeonju thought of using the identity of Dust to approach Jihye, he had already positioned this identity. A grandfather who embraces all things, with a gentle temperament. So he continued to do so. He used the pseudonym Dust to approach Jihye and provide her with the most timely guidance. With Dust, Jihye's progress could be described as leaps and bounds. Unconsciously, the two had known each other for 2 years. 2 years, Jihye was 11 years old. Yeonju looked at the diary, writing and drawing on it. I recently realized that the eldest sister seems to be constantly thinking about Yeonju's company, thinking that she can still have shares in the company, and feels that I took them away. Alas, she doesn't know that Yeonju's company has long been on the verge of bankruptcy, and owes countless debts. It has long been in name only. However, the eldest sister seems to have strong ideas about this. Perhaps, we can guide her in this direction. It wouldn't be bad for the eldest sister to become the CEO of a multinational corporation in the future. If that's the case, then we need to start training now. Recently, I guided my eldest sister to develop a sense of responsibility and encouraged her to run for class monitor. It seems like a step in the right direction. I can move on to the next step now. Yeonju began to write in detail about what to do next. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw Yeonju meticulously writing a detailed plan on how to cultivate Jihye. Damn! I'm shocked by what Yeonju has written. It's really damn good. I'm sorry, I'm not educated, I just can't help but be amazed. I'm going crazy. I'm studying for an MBA. This plan is even more awesome than what my teachers teach. Following Yeonju's tutorial, even an idiot can soar. Damn! What level of monster is Yeonju? I used to think he was awesome, but now you're telling me that what I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. My mom came in and asked me why I was kneeling on the ground. I told her I was convinced by Yeonju. The content written by Yeonju in the diary, even if not part of the circle, can be seen by anyone with a little bit of brains, how detailed this plan is. And if this plan is implemented, as long as the person is not stupid, they can definitely be led by Yeonju. Even the audience can see how powerful and awesome Yeonju's information is. How could Jihye not know? At this moment, sitting on the sofa, Jihye was completely stunned. She looked down at the diary in her hand. What was written on it was exactly the same as the memories playing in her mind. Those memories were real. The diary in her hand felt like 1,000 pounds. Yeonju, what have you been doing behind my back? Jihye looked at the diary in her hand, feeling like she could barely hold it. Her eyes were red, and her voice was tinged with a hint of crying. She originally thought that what Yeonju had done for the 4 sisters was already enough. But as these memories gradually began to play out, revealing all the dust that had been buried, Jihye realized that Yeonju had done much more than she had thought. In the garden, it was him who taught her to enter the world of mathematics. It was him who guided her to the library and met teacher Zhou. Even her increasing sense of responsibility when she started to get involved in programming was because of him. Even at the beginning, Yeonju had already set a goal for her. The CEO of a multinational corporation. Now, isn't she standing at this height? So everything. Was you secretly helping me? Although Yime's confidence was not as arrogant as Yeonju's, it was not too bad. Now, her confidence had been shaken, and she felt completely wilted. The twin sisters looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. At this time, it might be better to let the eldest sister calm down alone. There was one person on the stage whose expression was extremely ugly. That person was Yeonju. She had countless things she wanted to say in her heart, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Didn't we agree that we were watching Zhang's memories? But why is Yeonju's memories playing on it?" She had similar remarks too many times, and the director knew exactly what she wanted to say next. The reason why Yeonju's memories are playing is because we are also extracting them. This is the fusion of memories from both Yeonju and Zhang, creating restored memories. The director said this without any guilt, because Zhang Ming had reminded him from below. Yeonju was speechless. and at this point, the big screen started to play again. Yeonju encountered something that would greatly impact her future life. She was subtly influenced by the dust and developed the idea of starting her own company. She told the dust about this. When Yeonju saw this message, he didn't feel surprised at all. He even smiled. It seems that little sister really had this idea. It looks like the groundwork I've been laying in front of her wasn't wrong. He had been guiding Yeonju all along, making her feel responsible, and even competed for class monitor. The goal was to cultivate her leadership skills. Fortunately, it was as expected. I think your idea is great, and I fully support you, Yeonju replied happily after receiving this message. I will work hard. Afterwards, without Yeonju's knowledge, Yeonju quietly did a lot of things behind the scenes. Finally, under Yeonju's subtle influence, several years later, Yeonju created her first video in life. Banana video. This banana video brought Yeonju's name into the eyes of many big shots, and also opened up her reputation and popularity. Yeonju received a celebratory text from Yeonju. Shun. I did it. This banana video has gained the likes of many people. Yeonju was generous with his praise. You did great, I knew you were the best. This was Yeonju's first video created by herself. Naturally, Yeonju held it close to his heart. He had been silently following the development of this video all along. Then, another video caught his eye. Quick view. This video was a blatant copy of Yeonju's, and it was extremely shoddy. Yeonju frowned as soon as he saw it. If he were to handle it, he could easily suppress this video. However, after some thought, he decided not to. In the end, little sister has to walk her own path. He hardened his heart. Let's see how little sister handles it first. The result was obvious. Yeonju failed. Not only did she fail with quick view, but also because of the incident involving Jihye, she was completely ruined. Her pride completely disappeared at that moment. She collapsed and called Yeonju in a panic. Yeonju finally managed to calm her down. After he hung up the phone, his face had become very grim. What a quick view. What a Jihye. Although I allow little sister to fail, but the interest should be paid back by you in the end. Yeonju's methods and actions were much more ruthless and decisive than Yeonju's. He had long collected various information about Jihye. After signing the contract with Boss Woo, Jihye planned to escape abroad. How could Yeonju let them have their way? He directly submitted the collected information and had already secretly followed Jihye and Boss Woo. He had full control of their travel information. With Yeonju's information, the police quickly arrested the two of them. After a series of pursuits and interrogations, the massive fraudulent organization behind them was soon exposed. Yeonju also received a very bright red banner. However, for Yeonju, this was just a side issue. After quickly resolving this matter, he took action against Quick View. His methods could be described as extremely cunning on the side of righteousness. What are video spreaders most afraid of? Copyright infringement. With just a little effort, Quick View caught the attention of the authorities. Coupled with his slight manipulation, Quick View was directly ordered to be taken down for rectification. As for whether it would be reinstated, Yeonju sneered. As long as he was around, Quick View would never be allowed to go back online. The final shot froze on his smile. In the live broadcast room, the audience had a close-up view of Yeonju's handsome face before he was invaded by illness. Help! Yeonju is really handsome. So handsome that I can't control myself. Sob, my brother Yeonju. Mwah mwah mwah. Yeonju is so handsome. How can he be good at everything? After this, I'm really pregnant on the spot. Oh my. You guys are shameless, aren't you? Yeonju is really being dragged down by his 4 white-eyed wolf sisters. If he were to fight alone, he could definitely create an immensely huge business empire. Please, heaven, open your eyes and let Yeonju be reborn. I want to see him ascend to the throne by himself. The barrage in the live broadcast room was chaotic. It left some people dumbfounded. These people changed their faces too quickly. They had just been cursing Yeonju, and now there was such a big turnaround. It was like slapping the truth law right in their faces. As for the most central figure in this memory scene, Yeonju, she could no longer contain herself and cried out holding her diary. Why? Why are you so good to me? Yeonju had experienced more than her other 3 sisters. She was the first to realize that everything was different from her memories. She was also the first to start investigating the truth. During the process of uncovering the truth, Yeonju's emotions underwent a drastic change. Everything she had thought was false later turned out to be true. Every piece of information shocked her, including the bank card and the diary in her hand, as well as the identity that Yeonju had been hiding, dust. In her long pursuit, layer by layer of truth finally appeared before her. Like an onion, the more she peeled, the more tears flowed uncontrollably. Yeonju cried like a weeping willow, and her sobs through the microphone broke the hearts of all her fans. Finally, Yimei's fans were slightly less brainless. Come to think of it, Yi Chen really helped the goddess a lot. The goddess misunderstood him before. Sob, the goddess is so pitiful, and so is Yi Chen. Why didn't he tell her anything? Don't ask me why I'm crying, the tears just won't stop. Zheng Ming had been watching Yimei all along. Seeing her crying like this, he didn't feel satisfied at all. For Yi Chen, what was Yimei's current state compared to what he had endured? He coldly said, "Do you think that's all he did?" Yimei looked up with red eyes. What do you mean? Did Yi Chen do something else for her besides this? Zheng Ming smiled at her surprised expression. What do you mean? Have you forgotten that in your investigation, there is still something you don't know about cause and effect? Yimei's pupils suddenly dilated. She remembered. The bank card with the large sum of money. Investment. In the hospital ward, Yi Chen had also been watching the live broadcast. Seeing everything he had done in the past being played by the system, and seeing Yimei regretfully crying, he didn't feel particularly satisfied. She was his beloved sister. He had thought so much for his sisters, how could he feel satisfied seeing them like this? He wished the system would stop this meaningless live broadcast immediately. He thought it was almost over. But when he heard Zhang Ming's last words, Yi Chen couldn't help but get excited. Big sister. Cough. Did you investigate me? Investment? Yi Chen's thoughts were so delicate and clever. He suddenly understood the meaning behind Zhang Ming's words. This memory playback would definitely make his sisters notice that bank card. His big sister, who liked to be in control, would naturally investigate the account behind that bank card. Zhang Ming no longer covered up for him, so naturally, all the information in that bank card would be dug up. So his big sister had found out that he had invested in her. The screen on the big screen started to play again. Yimei's banana video software failed. She fell into pain and despair. Yi Chen borrowed the pseudonym Dust and has been encouraging her all along. As Yimei herself said, if it weren't for Dust's constant encouragement at the time, she might have fallen into an abyss and never been able to get up again. With Yi Chen's help, Yimei finally found inspiration again. She came up with an idea for a chat and dating app, which is now very popular. This app is Yimei's turning point and has helped many users find their future partners. As a result, the app has also given rise to many memes. Late at night and no one to chat with? Come to XXX. Want to find your soulmate? Come to XXX. Feeling alone in your pain and sorrow, with no one to share your joy and hope? Come to XXX. However, this app, which has caused such a sensation in the future and is very popular, is still in the conceptual stage. Yimei only shared this idea with Dust. When Yi Chen saw this message, a smile appeared on his lips. She truly is my sister, with such strong insight, he thought. And Yimei did not disappoint him, as she truly thought of this. How to realize a good business idea? Of course, it requires a large amount of money. Does Yi Chen have money? No. All his money is now invested in Yeonju. The entertainment industry does make a lot of money, but the problem is that he has been running at a loss to support Yeonju's development, and the development of a new game also requires money. In order to lay the groundwork for Yimei's future business empire, Yi Chen also needs a large sum of money. In short, the result is that Yi Chen currently has no money at all. Yi Chen is very troubled, even to the point of having stomach spasms, his face turning pale from the pain. He reached out to press his stomach, easing the pain. After finally easing the pain a little, he called Zhang Ming. The call was quickly answered. Zhang Ming's tone was very familiar. Yun Chang. Yes, although the two of them have a big age difference, after so many years, they have become like brothers. Yi Chen went straight to the point. Jihye, I have something to ask of you. Zhang Ming was very straightforward. Go ahead. I want to make a deal with you, in exchange for a sum of money. What kind of deal do we need to make? I can just lend it to you directly. No, I need a large amount of money, so I don't want to borrow it. Zhang Jihye, you should know what kind of person I am. You. Alright, I know. You don't want to owe me a favor. Okay, tell me in detail about the deal you want to make. Yi Chen smiled sincerely. Let's meet and talk about it. At the headquarters of Hualong Mobile Group, Zhang Ming met the now teenage Yi Chen. As soon as he saw him, Zhang Ming smiled. It feels like we haven't seen each other in a long time. Yi Chen also smiled sincerely. Yes, if I remember correctly, we haven't seen each other for almost half a year. He had been too busy in recent years, so his contact with Zhang Ming had decreased compared to before. Because his life might not be much longer. So no matter what, at least before his death, he wanted to do what he needed to do and make the path for the four sisters as smooth as possible. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, there was no awkwardness between them. Yi Chen quickly explained his purpose for coming. After hearing the amount of money Yi Chen needed, Zhang Ming didn't think he was asking for an exorbitant sum, but instead looked at him with curiosity. "What trouble have you encountered? Why do you suddenly need such a large sum of money? If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help you." Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, not hiding anything, and naturally explained the situation he was currently facing. "Actually, it's not that I've encountered any trouble." His honesty had a reason. Because he couldn't personally intervene. In that case, he needed a spokesperson. Yi Chen had chosen Zhang Ming as his spokesperson. So no matter what, Zhang Ming would know, so there was no point in hiding it. After all, having known Yi Chen for so many years, although Zhang Ming didn't know everything about him, he knew a little bit. He expressed understanding. "I understand, so you want me to sponsor your sister in my name, right?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes. I won't let you help me for nothing." He carried a backpack with him. At this moment, he took out a document from the backpack. "Consider this as your reward." Seeing him like this, Zhang Ming was angry in his heart. "We are brothers. It's only natural for brothers to help each other out. There's no need for any reward." Yi Chen insisted. "Perhaps it's a small favor for Brother Zhang, but it's actually a big favor for me. Brother Zhang, there's no need to rush to refuse me. Why don't you take a look at what's inside first?" After hearing this, Zhang Ming was actually eager. He was very familiar with Yi Chen. When he said this, it had already proved that there was something inside that he really wanted. He forcibly suppressed his impatience and calmly opened the document. But after seeing the contents of the document, he could no longer remain calm. As the leader of the domestic mobile phone industry and a key national enterprise, Zhang Ming had always carried a heavy responsibility. Over the years, Zhang Ming had been troubled by one thing. That was the malicious blockade imposed on them by foreign countries. Foreign countries had always been secretly targeting them, not allowing them to access advanced technology, and even refusing to provide them with the necessary mobile phone chips. Zhang Ming was naturally unwilling to be at the mercy of others, so he had been researching new chips himself over the years. Research, of course, would not yield results quickly, not to mention in such a difficult situation. This chip issue had been stuck for a very long time, and there had been no progress in research. Zhang Ming was about to explode. And now, Yi Chen suddenly gave him a document related to chip research. How could Zhang Ming not be surprised? How could he not be shocked? Yi Chen could visibly perceive that Zhang Ming's breathing had become rapid. Zhang Ming's eyes were slightly red, because he was too excited. "Yun Chang, do you know what you've given me now?" He didn't doubt the authenticity of the document in front of him at all. No one would joke about something that could be easily verified. So the document in front of him was absolutely genuine. "Yi Chen, if I didn't know, I wouldn't have given it to you." He naturally knew what it was, so he understood why Zhang Ming was so excited at this moment. Zhang Ming really didn't know what to say. He struggled to speak. "The reward you're giving me is really too heavy." But Yi Chen shook his head. "Compared to what I'm asking of you, this is nothing." He wasn't lying. Although at first, he only asked Zhang Ming to sponsor Yi Mei with $1 million, in practice, $1 million was just a drop in the bucket. It was only the initial investment. There were countless other areas where money would be needed. These were also included in it. So this was really not a loss for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming solemnly accepted the document, and his tone and gaze were extremely firm. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this matter. And not just this matter, in the future, whatever you need, just tell me. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help." "Yi Chen, just having your word is enough." Soon, Yi Mei found Zhang Ming and expressed all her expectations for this software. "Mr. Zhang, believe me, the future prospects of this software are really huge. It's not just a chatting app, it also has a matchmaking function. And it's soul matching, matching based on your own values and personality. What attracts others is not your appearance, nor your status and background, but your inner character." Yi Mei finished speaking eagerly, then waited for Zhang Ming's response. However, Zhang Ming, who had already agreed with Yi Chen, now looked embarrassed and did not seem interested in the software. He also apologized to Yi Mei. Yi Mei suddenly felt low, but she tried hard not to show it. However, in the next moment, Zhang Ming changed his mind. "Although I work with phones and don't have much idea about apps, I can recommend someone to you who might be interested in this app." Yi Mei's eyes lit up. When this memory scene ended, the hidden truth suddenly surfaced. Almost half of the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but stand up from their chairs. They were breathing rapidly, their hearts pounding, and even their fingers trembling. In their hearts, two words involuntarily emerged. "Oh my God." Only these two words could express their current feelings. When they regained their composure from the "oh my God" emotion, they couldn't help but type on their keyboards. "I used to think Yi Chen was already amazing, but now you're telling me that what I saw before is not even half of his full potential. My whole worldview is shattered." It's an exciting kind of shattering. Does anyone understand how I feel right now? It's not about whether Yichin is amazing or not anymore. He's just that kind of person. That rare kind. Do you understand? Does anyone understand? Yichin just gave Mr. Zheng that chip data, which is our country's dragon scale. Damn! He's really amazing. Up to now, I finally understand why Zhang Ming said before that we all know dust. How could the big shot who changed the development of our country's chips not be known? And not only that, did you forget that Yichin also designed games? I suddenly doubt, what can't Yichin do? The four sisters are really dragging Yichin down. Why can't Yichin be more decisive and ruthless? Without women in his heart, he would become a god directly. The audience was extremely excited, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was flooded. If the audience was so excited, what about Yimei? When this complete and true memory appeared before her eyes, Yimei, who was already crying because of what happened before, was now completely devastated. Yichin. Sob. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Sob. She covered her face in pain, tears flowing through her fingers. Her graceful body trembled in tears, and the buttons of her suit almost couldn't hold. Tears fell on her black stockings, soaking them. Yichin had actually done so much for her behind her back. As the president of a multinational corporation, she naturally knew the true value of that chip. Yet, how did she treat Yichin? Not only did she lead her three sisters in constantly scolding him, but she even added insult to injury when he was suffering from stomach pain, vomiting blood, and feeling unwell. She treated him like a servant. She was truly despicable and shameless. Yimei felt sadder the more she thought about it, and she was completely engulfed in an incomparable sadness. The entire stage was filled with her uncontrollable sobbing. The twin sisters, seeing her in this state, felt an immense pain as well. They stood by her, comforting her continuously. Big sister, don't cry. None of this is your fault. You couldn't have known things would turn out this way. Yes, big sister, please don't cry. If Yichin were here, he wouldn't want to see you cry like this. As the twin sisters spoke, their eyes also involuntarily turned slightly red. They had seen all the things Yichin had done behind the scenes, and it touched their hearts. On this stage, the most heartless person was naturally Yeonju. She looked expressionless at everything happening before her. Deep within her, an emotion that no one could guess quietly spread. She was happy, because she saw and knew that Yimei's current achievements were all thanks to Yichin's help. In other words, the big sister she had always looked up to and strived to surpass wasn't as formidable as she had imagined. Everything she had was given by Yichin. Unlike her. So, she was actually more formidable than her big sister. She had successfully surpassed her. However, this hidden emotion was quickly suppressed by Yeonju. She joined the team comforting Yimei. Yimei finally managed to pull herself away from that emotion, her eyes red, her voice hoarse as she asked Zhang Ming, why? Yichin, didn't he say to let you be the spokesperson? But why did you end up lying to him in the end? Her expression, although somewhat logically confused, was still understood by Zhang Ming. You want to ask me why I had already agreed with Yichin, but in the end, I refused you and made up a so-called angel investor, right? The reason is simple, Zhang Ming smiled lightly, because I didn't want Yichin to have nothing. Clearly, all of this belonged to him, but he didn't want anything. Zhang Ming couldn't bear it, so he suddenly made up a so-called angel investor. This was actually Zhang Ming's own idea. He watched Yimei start crying again and felt a lot of pent-up resentment for Yichin finally dissipate. He looked at the big screen and sighed deeply. Do you think Yichin's talent is just this? May, if it weren't for the advancement of technology and the development of this memory extraction device, you would never know what Yichin gave up for you all. Besides this chip, he gave up things you can't even imagine. As if knowing what he was thinking, the frozen big screen began to rotate again. With Zhang Ming's funding in background, Yimei was able to quickly turn things around. From the abyss of banana video, she stood up again, relying on chat software. She founded another software company. Since it was a company, having only one software was not enough. She had to develop other software. As Yimei pondered what software to develop, Yichin, still wearing the cloak of dust, began to slowly guide her again. May, have you played games before? Of course, I have. That's great, I get bored playing alone. If you have time, can you play with me? Of course, Yimei couldn't refuse Dust's small request. She immediately started playing with Dust. When the game ended, Dust sent a very happy message. Indeed, games are more fun when played with someone else. Yimei smiled, about to reply, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her brain. Wait a minute, playing games with someone else. Game companionship. That's it. She has been struggling with the question of whether there is a software that people are lacking. A gaming platform. The gaming industry is so developed now. When many people play games, they hope to play with friends. But often, friends don't have time. At this time, she wants to find someone else to play with. Why not create a gaming companion platform? Meet everyone's needs. When this idea was opened, Jihye immediately started to work on it. Yi-chen realized that Jihye had definitely understood the deeper meaning of his words when he suddenly saw that there was no news from her. He did not continue to send her messages. After more than a week, Jihye finally appeared. She excitedly sent a message to Yi-chen. "Dust, let me show you something good." The next second, Yi-chen received an email. He had long been accustomed to Yi-mei's disappearing act. Whenever her inspiration came, she would disappear. Yi-chen opened the email and clicked on the attached program. This program was the gaming companion platform system that Jihye had initially written. As soon as Yi-chen opened it, he frowned. This gaming companion platform system. It's too bad. Yi-di is frowning, right? So is this system poorly written? I know this gaming companion platform, because I'm still using it to this day. Yimei's former fans, now passers-by, come out and say that this gaming companion platform software is the second program launched by Yimei's company. But the final product is not like this. We used to praise May Goddess for being smart, and even thinking of this, but never thought. The truth turned out to be guided by Yi-chen again. So, Yi-chen definitely helped Yimei to improve it. In the studio, Yimei's eyes were swollen from the recent crying. Her red lips slightly opened. YY Companion. That's right. The gaming companion platform she designed is called YY Companion, taking the first letters of her name. She remembered this program. If the previous soulmate chat software pulled her out of the depths of pain, then this YY Companion further solidified her position. She will always remember that when she first wrote this software, she was extremely proud. She felt that this design was her masterpiece. So when she sent it to Dust, she was also very proud and looking forward to Dust's appreciation. But the result? She was denied. When she received the message from Dust denying her, her first thought was that her mindset exploded. The second thought was to question. What does Dust know? Why is he meddling like this? Denying her program. Just because he's a few decades older than her and has eaten a little more salt. What does that count for? Doesn't he know that old people will be eliminated? Can't keep up with the times. Yimei fell into her own contemplation, completely unaware that she had said everything she was thinking. Yilan, upon hearing this, instinctively wanted to cover her mouth. But it was too late. By the time she covered Yimei's mouth, she had already said everything. Yilan had a look of complete embarrassment. After Yimei finished speaking, she also realized that she had just said everything she was thinking. Zhang Ming's face was indescribable. Although he had known for a long time that Yimei did not like Yi-chen. On the contrary, she was very dislike. But no matter what, in his heart, he still subconsciously felt that Yimei's attitude towards Dust was different, whether it was respect or something else. After all, before, Yimei had also shown a respectful and grateful appearance. But unexpectedly, when all the hypocritical outer layers were exposed, the revealed inner thoughts are so dirty. People are indeed very complex creatures. Zhang Ming's voice was filled with anger. You have really been spoiled by Yi-chen. That man who was all in their hearts and eyes. They couldn't stand it if anything went wrong for them. She had carefully prepared and laid the groundwork for their future. But what did it result in? It resulted in their ingratitude. Yimei felt extremely ashamed and lowered her head, her eyes turning red again. She also realized how despicable and shameless she had been before. Yeonju, who had hardly spoken from the beginning until now, couldn't help but speak up. What do you mean Yi-chen spoiled us? You can't just make up an accusation out of thin air. She turned to Yimei, big sister. You tell him. Although it is this game companion platform, it was inspired by Yi-chen. But whether it's the programming of this game or all the planning afterwards, it was all done by you alone. Yi-chen, everything is about Yi-chen. According to the memories, he only provided an idea. What's so great about that? Everything afterwards was all done by big sister alone. Faced with Yeonju's questioning, Yimei fell into silence. Is it true? Was this game companion platform really all her doing? It doesn't seem like it. She seemed to have really relied on Yi-chen's help. Yimei's silence made Yeonju feel a sense of crisis. The expression on her face involuntarily stiffened. Why isn't big sister answering? Could it be because she really relied on Yi-chen? At that moment, a strange sense of satisfaction surged in Yeonju's heart. But after the satisfaction passed, she fell into anger again. She didn't want Yi-chen to be so successful. The stage fell into a strange silence. The host finally found an opportunity to speak at this moment. He felt like he was about to lose his job. Ahem! What was the whole process of this matter? We will continue to see. Yi-chen frowned. he found a very serious problem. Yimei was too presumptuous. This presumption made her treat this game companion platform as if it were a soulmate social app for programming and design. There was no fundamental difference between the two. If it weren't for Yimei saying this was a game companion, Yichen wouldn't have seen it at all. In the past, Yichen might have spoken gently and guided her. But now, Yichen didn't intend to do so. The mistake Yimei made needed a strong medicine. If she wasn't thoroughly awakened, then next time, she would definitely make the same mistake again. Yichen sent a message to Yimei. Is this a game companion platform, or is it your pirated soulmate social app? I can't see the fundamental difference between the two. Yimei, who was eagerly awaiting Dust's praise, immediately picked up her phone and opened it when she heard the notification. However, when she saw the content of the message, her whole face immediately fell. She had thought Dust would appreciate and praise her gently, but she didn't expect to receive this. Yimei didn't even reply to Dust's feelings. She angrily closed her phone and threw it on the bed. How is there no fundamental difference? These are clearly two different software. Yimei snorted and decided not to pay attention to Dust. She really meant it. Yichen noticed that since he sent a message, Yimei had not replied to him at all. He had originally thought that it was because Yimei had another burst of inspiration and started secluding herself, so she hadn't contacted him. But now, Yichen didn't think so. Even if Mei really had a burst of inspiration and went into seclusion, she would have sent him a message before. In this situation, little sister, could it be that you're angry? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even though Yichen has known Yimei for so long, he cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that he understands her character completely. Yichen carefully composed a message. Little poem, why aren't you replying to my messages? Are you angry? Yimei received the message. After 3 days of cooling off, Yimei's emotions had improved quite a bit. However, she was still a little angry. Just as Yimei was hesitating whether to reply to Yichen, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chun AI. Yimei's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for almost half a minute, she decided to answer the call. Hello. Yichen put on a fake tone. Still angry? Let me ask you a question first. What is the most important thing in game companionship? Is it making friends? Yimei instinctively replied, isn't it? Who plays games without wanting to make friends? Companionship is about making friends and playing games together. Where did this program go wrong? Yichen frowned even more tightly upon hearing Yimei's response. It seemed that she had become angry after seeing his message and had been angry for 3 days without reflecting on it properly. Yichen felt very tired. Besides Yimei, he also had 3 other younger sisters to take care of. But even so, he did not show any complaints or impatience in his tone. He remained absolutely calm. Then tell me, if the focus of this companionship platform is also to make friends, why didn't I choose your so-called soul-calling app and instead spend extra effort and time to download this software? Yimei wanted to retort, but she couldn't say a word. Why? But she didn't want to show weakness in front of Chen AI. Yimei clenched her fists and weakly retorted, my platform is more focused. Yi Chen. After Yimei's retort, she heard Chen AI's silence on the other end of the phone. There was only his breathing in the receiver. She suddenly felt timid. She had indeed realized her mistake. I'm sorry, Chen AI, I know I was wrong. With Chen AI's reminder, she finally understood. She had been too presumptuous before, thinking that game companionship platforms were essentially similar to making soulful friends, but she had never thought that the two were fundamentally different in their positioning. Yichen, they are inherently different because, many times, people play games not necessarily to make friends. They just don't want to play alone and want someone to accompany them. They don't necessarily want to make friends, nor do they expect the other person to be very enthusiastic. They just want to feel less lonely in the moment. That is the true meaning of companionship. Whether the two can become truly close friends after the game is not something our program needs to focus on. Their purpose is very pure. They just need to find someone to play games with at the moment. After listening to Chen AI's words, Yimei suddenly felt enlightened. So that's how it is. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Regarding this companionship platform, Yi Chen's plans were certainly not limited to this. However, he did not intend to reveal everything himself. Now that he had opened up this topic, he needed his elder sister to learn to think critically. So now, what do you think of it? Yimei overturned everything she had thought before and followed the path given by Yichen, offering many ideas. Yichen had been listening all along, without interrupting or interjecting. When Yimei finished speaking, he finally spoke, apart from these, do you have any other thoughts? Yimei's voice sounded a little embarrassed as it came through the receiver. I didn't expect that. Yichen, I think everything you said is very good, but I think there's one thing you might not have thought of at the moment. Mei was a little puzzled. What is it? Yechen only said 4 words, timely communication. She was already thinking of finding a friend online to alleviate her temporary loneliness. How could she not talk a little? And besides this reason, many multiplayer games actually require timely strategy. How can you let the other person know your thoughts quickly through a layer of the internet? Of course, that's communication. Although Mei was a bit arrogant, it was undeniable that she was very smart. Smart enough that when Yechen said those 4 words, she completely understood his meaning. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Chen, I understand what you mean. Yes, Chen is right. What she had thought of before, what a load of rubbish. No wonder Chen would say that making friends with the soul is no different at all. Mei felt ashamed. A blush spread across her cheeks. Yes, I'm sorry. What you said is right. I did indeed mix up the fundamental differences between the 2 software. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had been too arrogant before. She even questioned Chen in her heart. This was really not right. Chen, I sincerely apologize to you. In terms of admitting mistakes and making changes, Mei was much better than Yeonju. If possible, can I invite you out for a meal and apologize in person? Mei's tone carried a hint of expectation. But how could Yechen agree? This matter didn't need any consideration at all, and Yechen directly refused. Sorry, little poetry. Mei had heard this answer countless times. But this time, she couldn't help but want to know one answer. Chen, why have you always refused to see me? I am really sorry for what I did 3 days ago. I know I was wrong. Yechen, it's not your fault, it's my body. It doesn't allow me to travel. Mei knew about this. After the two became familiar, Mei had roughly understood what kind of person Chen was from the information he revealed between the lines. A very kind and gentle old man, with old illnesses. She remembered when she sent a text to Chen before, she didn't receive a reply for a long time. When she finally received a reply, Chen said he was in the hospital, so he didn't reply in time. Mei couldn't help but ask, Chen, is your health better recently? How could Yechen's health be good? Since that time he went to the hospital, his health had been deteriorating. Yechen could clearly feel the increasing frequency of the pain in his stomach. Just like now, his stomach suddenly started to ache. Yechen covered his stomach, but his tone didn't reveal any hint. It's much better now. I have something to do here, so I won't chat for now. After Mei responded, Yechen hung up the phone directly. His face pale, he covered his stomach, large drops of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Everything was fine just now. Why did the stomach ache suddenly start? Was it because he hadn't eaten? Yechen pressed hard to ease the burning pain in his stomach, but that intense pain felt like a meat grinder constantly operating. He gasped for air, leaning on the sofa, and stood up to walk to the dining table. It was just a short distance, and it was such a hot summer with the air conditioning on. But Yechen was already in so much pain that the cold sweat soaked his clothes. He leaned most of his strength on the table, and when the pain in his stomach eased slightly, he had the strength to pick up a glass and pour himself some water. At this moment, Yeonju happened to return home. She just opened the door and saw Yechen pouring water. She didn't want to pay attention to him originally. However, just as she entered the room, the pain in Yechen's stomach suddenly intensified. The water cup in her hand slipped and fell heavily to the ground. Clang! The pieces fell to the ground, and the floor was covered in water stains. Yeonju was startled. She jumped in place. When she came to her senses, she was instantly furious. Yechen, I know you don't like me, but there's no need to throw the cup, right? Yeonju misunderstood Yechen's actions. She looked at Yechen with great anger. I just got back. How dare you show such a temper to me? At this moment, Yeonju was already famous in the music industry. With more praise, her temper naturally grew larger. She quickly walked up to Yechen and saw his pale face. However, she didn't think Yechen was sick. On the contrary, Yeonju coldly smiled. Are you trying to scare someone with that expression on your face? Yechen, don't think I'm still the same child as before, that you can manipulate as you please. Your appearance can't scare me. Yeonju made a face at Yechen, then quickly returned to the room. She turned on the computer and played music at maximum volume. The whole house was filled with earth-shattering music. The floor even resonated due to the volume. Yimei immersed herself in this world of music, humming excitedly and completely isolating herself from the outside world. Outside the hall, at this moment, Yechen's stomach spasms left him unable to speak, let alone argue with Yeonju. The pain in his stomach became more and more intense. Even someone as strong as Yechen couldn't help but sit on the ground. Then, with a whoosh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The air conditioning was blowing cold air, but Yechen felt colder than the air conditioning. His thin shirt was completely soaked. The thunderous music in the room couldn't dispel the loneliness deep in his heart. Yechen couldn't bear it anymore and closed his eyes. Yi Chen is in a terrible state. Help, this scene is so shocking, it made me cry. Sob, Yi Chen has sacrificed so much for his 4 sisters. Yi Ju is really inhuman. Is Yi Chen's pale face and the cup deliberately dropped? He's sick, okay. How did Yi Chen work so hard to support his sisters before? But what did he get in return? This scene is truly ironic. This incident tells us that being a good person must not go unnoticed. Otherwise, it will become a great injustice. The barrage in the live broadcast room was no longer as hostile as before. After all, Yime's brainwashed fans didn't know how to criticize these memory scenes. The image of Yi Chen created by these memory scenes was too perfect, leaving them with nothing to criticize. Yime dared not continue watching. The further she read, the more ashamed and despicable she felt about her actions. During the later phone call, Yi Chen's tone had already shown signs of discomfort, but she didn't notice at all. After hearing Yi Chen say he was fine, she believed it and hung up the phone. Beside her, Yilan watched this scene, biting her lip tightly. I didn't expect that Yi Chen wasn't pretending. Yi Ju was surprised by her sudden remark. Second sister, why did you suddenly say that? Yilan was originally lost in her own memories and spoke unintentionally. When she heard the question, she immediately shook her head. Her eyes revealed her disbelief. Feeling even more guilty, Yilan decided to change the subject. Fourth sister, when you saw Yi Chen's face up close, didn't you think about it? Yi Ju, who had wanted to consider herself an onlooker, turned pale. However, she quickly adjusted back. Second sister, what do you mean by suddenly asking me this question? She looked at Yelan expressionlessly. Are you trying to say that I am indifferent and heartless? Yelan, I didn't say that. Yeonju, but the meaning in your words is clearly that. She coldly smiled. I have nothing to be ashamed of saying. The reason I didn't see it at the time was because at that time, we all hated Yechen to the bone. Yeonju emphasized the word we. She now felt that these 3 sisters were really ridiculous. They had always been the same as her, always had the same heart, and hated Yechen to the bone. They saw him as scum, trash, and useless mud. But after reading those memories, they all betrayed him. Suddenly, they all stood on Yechen's side. Have you forgotten? How did Yechen treat you before? So at this moment, you suddenly have the audacity to question me like this. Yeju's tone was full of blatant sarcasm. The 3 sisters all heard it. Yeme was the first to speak. Fourth sister, we didn't mean that. Yeonju looked coldly at her. Big sister, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm asking the second sister. In her heart, Yeme's aura of being very powerful and strong had disappeared in the exposure of those memories. At this moment, Yeonju felt a bit disdainful towards Yeme. You, who have relied on Yechen for everything, have no right to speak to me? Yelan couldn't help but feel angry at this point. I was just asking. I didn't mean to touch a sore spot for you, fourth sister. Besides, those exposed memories have clearly shown that. All our previous impressions of Yechen were actually wrong. He wasn't really the scum we remembered him to be. We misunderstood him. Yeonju made a rejecting gesture. Wait a minute. Don't casually add we. It's you, not me. She looked at the 3 sisters with a hint of pride in her eyes. Without Yechen, you wouldn't have achieved what you have now. I'm different from you. Yeju's words caused a stir in the live broadcast room. Is this suddenly a performance of sisters turning against each other? Damn! Is Yeonju crazy? She's poisonous, stupid, and bad, and she's the one saying all this. Ah, sister is so cool. I've been wanting sister to say these things. Those 3 so-called sisters will only drag you down. Sister is the best. No, am I the only one who thinks Yeonju has the confidence to be so arrogant? Hasn't she also received guidance from Yechen? Does she now want to distance herself from him? The chaotic barrage in the live broadcast room could not affect the current situation in the studio. The host was starting to panic. He had hosted so many shows, but never had the guests suddenly turned against each other like this. And the key point was that they were his idols, and he didn't know who to support. Zhang Ming sat on the side, feeling a headache coming on. What is all this? He had a hint of despair and mockery on his face. I really want Yechen to come and see your faces right now. Do you still deserve to be called outstanding women of the new era? Can you really be goddesses now? Zhang Ming really couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked towards the direction of the hospital and said mockingly, Yechen, you thought you gave them the best education, provided them with the best material life, and laid the groundwork for them. You thought their future character would definitely be good and kind, right? No, they are completely not what you imagined. Especially you. Yeonju. Among these 4 sisters, you are actually the least qualified person to say those words. Zhang Ming looked at Yeju's face at this moment, extremely gloomy, with an overwhelming pressure. Yeju subconsciously smiled. Why are you bringing me into this? I don't seem to have had much dealings with you, right? The person I've had the most dealings with shouldn't be the eldest sister. You got the wrong name, didn't you? Zhang Ming's eyes were deep. Heh, I didn't get the name wrong. After Yi Chen entered the operating room for rescue, the diary that had been put away naturally fell into his hands. He opened it and looked. Originally, he thought he knew enough about Yi Chen for these four sisters, but after reading this diary, he realized that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. You don't need to rush to defend yourself, because later on, you will all understand. Now, turn the page of the diary. The memories from the previous pages were too profound, and Yimei fell into grief, almost forgetting about the diary. She looked down at the diary in her hand. Trembling, she turned to the next page. The eldest sister's current company has laid a solid foundation, but to truly stand firm, it's still a bit of a stretch. We need to find a way for the eldest sister to release another app and cultivate more users. After all, traffic is king in the future. The second sister has an extraordinary talent in esports, and she seems to like it very much. So, in the future, find a way to deepen her training in this area. The third sister's acting skills have been polished enough. It's time to let her be the leading actress again. The fourth sister. Sigh, this troublesome little friend. The first half of the page was Yi Chen's recent summary of these four sisters, and the rest was full of plans. After reading the content of the diary, Yimei's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. She was screaming inside. This is. Zhang Ming had already anticipated, finished reading? The photographer at this time understood very well and aimed the camera at Yimei's face. The shock and disbelief in Yimei's pupils were magnified on the screen. This can't be. This is clearly the plan for my team. Why? Why was it written by Yi Chen? Yimei felt like her head was exploding on the spot. The content of this page of the diary was the business plan for her next app. But Yimei remembered very clearly. This app was the proposal she submitted. How could it be related to Yi Chen? Zhang Ming looked at her with dark eyes. Why is it impossible? This diary can't be fake. Yimei still couldn't believe it, but, if this was really the case, then, had she been trusting the wrong person all along? Yimei looked at the big screen with the memory extractor, praying that none of this was true. Yimei had a headache. Although her company's operation was gradually getting on track. However, the more she was in it, the more she knew and understood how fierce and ruthless the competition in this industry was. If you were just a step behind, those resources could quickly be divided up by others. You could only keep advancing and advancing. As long as you didn't give up, you had to keep pushing. Yimei hadn't slept well for many days, because she was puzzled about the development of the third software. The first two software had solidified her position and gained a loyal and stable user base, but it wasn't enough. She had to make a few more software. She didn't even know how many she had already developed, and the people below hadn't come up with a good plan. Yimei felt more and more tired. When she got home, she didn't even have the energy to take off her coat and just lay down. The buttons on her white shirt were tight, and her tired legs in black stockings were draped over the sofa. She was really tired. When she closed her eyes to rest, she heard the sound of the door being unlocked from outside. Yi Chen had returned. Yimei saw that it was Yi Chen and immediately sat up straight from the sofa. She had considered moving out. She had already found a house. She just needed to wait a few months until she came of age, and then she would completely lead her sisters away from this place, away from Yi Chen. Before that, she would endure him for the time being. Yimei dragged her weary body back to her room. Yi Chen recalled the exhausted look on Yimei's face just now. Was his eldest sister worried about something related to the company? He returned to his room and took out a diary from the drawer. After pondering for a moment, he began to write on it. The clock on the wall ticked away, and the view outside the window gradually changed from late night to dawn. It wasn't until the sun completely rose above the horizon that Yi Chen finally stopped writing. Phew, finally finished writing. A thick stack of papers had accumulated on the desk in front of him. These papers were densely filled with writing. In addition to these, the document open on his computer screen was also densely filled with words. It was a business plan. Yimei was shocked to see the content displayed on the large screen and stood up directly from the sofa. This is the business plan for my life marking app. How could it be like this? So, this plan was really written by Yi Chen, but why did it end up in her team in the end? Yimei looked down at the diary, trying to find the answer from it, but there was none. The diary only contained a rough idea of this business plan. Zhang Ming watched Yimei's actions and sneered. I told you, what Yi Chen did for you is not just those things. Do you want to know why this business plan ended up in your team? The answer is not obvious? Yi Lan's brain quickly turned. Finally, a flash of inspiration, she said, elder sister. Is it that person who stole Yi Chen's business plan and then gave it to you? Otherwise, how else could it be explained? That person is a thief. Yi Mei also understood. So, he stole Yi Chen's plan and gave it to me. In the live broadcast room, the remaining brainless fans of Yi Mei began to make a fuss. So actually, Goddess Mei didn't intentionally take Yi Chen's business plan, everything was done by that thief. Goddess Chrysanthemum just mistakenly trusted the wrong person. Goddess Mei is just too kind and beautiful. But now, Yi Mei was no longer the same as before. Seeing the fans defending her, she felt that what they said was right. She just felt even more convinced. She was just a waste. Zhang Ming heard Yi Mei's words and shook his head with a wry smile. So you think, can something like this be stolen? This was in Yi Chen's computer, how could it be stolen? Yi Mei took a deep breath. If it couldn't be stolen, then it could only prove. Yi Chen rubbed his sore eyes and took out his phone, finding a person from the contacts list and dialing the number without hesitation. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I have something for you to do. What is it? I have already written a business plan. After you get it, give it directly to Mei. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I understand, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen hung up the phone. Soon, he packaged the file in the computer into an email and sent it to him. Within a minute of sending it, there was a new reply to the email. Mr. Yi, I have received it. I will take care of this matter. Yi Chen smiled. He had no doubt about his abilities. If he wasn't sure of his abilities, how could he have let him help in Mei's company? Managing a company. Talent is of utmost importance. Yi Mei's company. Yi Mei sat on the chair with a headache, looking at the blank document on the computer screen, sighing countless times. What exactly should the new app be developed? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yi, I have come up with a new app plan for you to review. Yi Mei lazily raised her eyes and said, let me see the document. Her subordinates had already written many plans in these days, but none of them met her expectations. None of the plans impressed her. The stack of documents in front of her was thick. Yi Mei opened the first page. The title on the first page briefly summarized the entire plan. Tag and share life? Yi Mei found this interesting. Her lazy attitude suddenly became serious. She carefully read through the plan and became completely immersed in it. Fantastic. This is really fantastic. I didn't expect it to be like this. It definitely fits the market. After finishing the entire plan, Yi Mei realized that she had completely immersed herself in it. Yi, is this plan feasible? Yi Mei looked up at the person in front of her with bright eyes. No doubt. This plan is definitely executable. And I have a feeling. This app will definitely be a hit. After all, Yi Mei had already successfully developed 2 apps. Even if she was considered a waste, she should have some insight. Moreover, Yi Mei was not a waste. How could she not see the future prospects of this app? You are simply a genius. This plan is written so well. Yi Mei did not hesitate to praise him. When she felt a bit dry in her mouth, she suddenly remembered something important. She hesitantly asked, by the way, what is your name? She had too many subordinates, so it was natural for her to forget their names. The person in front of her did not show any offense. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, my name? I am Lei Yunti. He was originally under Yi Chen, but later, Yi Chen asked him to help Yi Mei's company. After learning about what Yi Chen had done for these 4 sisters, he was completely convinced. Yi Mei did not realize the deep meaning behind his name. She just found his name a bit strange. But it was someone else's name after all, so she didn't know what to say. I got it. I will definitely credit you when this app is released. Lei Yunti smiled and said, thank you, Yi. Memory extraction complete. The audience watching the live broadcast didn't know what to say. I originally thought this plan was stolen, but I didn't expect Yi Chen to personally hand it over. For these 4 sisters, Yi Chen really. I don't know how to express it. Yi Chen has done so much for them, I beg them to open their eyes and understand. Everyone, you have forgotten something very important. Even though Yi Chen is not their biological brother, he is not their biological brother at all. So he doesn't need to go to such lengths for these 4 sisters. Yes, not only is he not their biological brother, he also suffered serious injuries when he was adopted by the parents of the 4 sisters. But he not only did not retaliate, but also, I can only say that the 4 sisters must have done something to save the universe in their past lives. They really came back as angels. In the recording studio, Yi Mei had completely fallen into silence. So, he's not a thief. It was Yi Chen who gave him this plan. The reason is for me. Her voice was filled with a strong sob, which made everyone's heart break when they heard it. Yi Mei closed her eyes in pain, unable to suppress the sorrowful crying in her heart. She covered her face with her hands and began to cry uncontrollably again. Tears flowed in large drops through her fingers. Yi Mei broke down and sobbed from her throat. Woo woo woo. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, what you did for me is far more than I imagined. You clearly have such talent. You should have been able to use these talents to ascend to the throne and lead a splendid life on your own. Leave behind those 4 sisters who always thought you were scum, waste, and a wolf. Then you could have had a beautiful and brilliant life of your own. But you didn't want anything. You gave up the throne that should have been yours, and you gave it all to me. Even when I repeatedly stabbed and opposed you when I ascended to this position, you still supported me unwaveringly. Yi Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Yi Chen. Woo woo woo. Intense sadness enveloped Yi Mei. She no longer had the strength to hold the diary. Her hand loosened, and the diary full of words fell to the side. Yi Mei then knelt on the ground from the sofa. She was like a lost and injured little deer, kneeling on the ground, venting her inner despair and great pain. The twin sisters' hearts were also broken as they watched. This was the second time. The last time, they knew how to comfort and console. But this time, they really didn't know how to comfort anymore. It was because Yi Chen had really done too much. Zhang Ming watched this scene in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. He remained silent for a long time before speaking. Do you know? You realize your mistake now, but it's too late. He didn't mean to deliberately stab Yi Mei in the heart again. It was really too late. Yi Chen was already in the late stage of stomach cancer. He was living in the hospital, not knowing when he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer and pass away. He had already asked the doctor. Given Yi Chen's current condition, even surgery couldn't save him. So, it was already too late. It was then that Yi Mei suddenly remembered that Yi Chen was still in the hospital. I want to go find him. She struggled to try to get up from the ground. But unexpectedly, she was too exhausted from the emotional strain and couldn't even make this movement. Yilan, however, sensed the key point in this sentence. Wait, big sister, what did you just say? You want to go find him? Who is he? Is it Yi Chen? Have you found out where Yi Chen is? Is that right? As she said these words, her heart was beating violently. She also wanted to go see Yi Chen. After watching these memories, she had too many questions for Yi Chen. Yeonju was also extremely excited. Where is Yi Chen? Trembling, Yi Mei thought of the cold operating room door. In a hoarse voice, she said, Yi Chen. Yi Chen. He's in the hospital. She exerted all her strength to finish the sentence. Then she fell into the depths of sorrow and pain again. The twin sisters looked at each other. In unison, they exclaimed, how could Yi Chen be in the hospital? In the extracted memory scenes, there was nothing that could leave a deep impression on them about Yi Chen. At this moment, in their hearts, Yi Chen seemed to be omnipotent. However, now, their eldest sister told them that Yi Chen was in the hospital. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The topic you asked about is really interesting. Why would Yi Chen be in the hospital? Then you tell me. Zhang Ming looked coldly at them. Why can't Yi Chen be in the hospital? After watching his memories for so long, can't you see that he has a stomach problem? The twin sisters lost their words. They did remember. In the memory, Yi Chen sometimes looked very unwell, holding his stomach. They hadn't noticed before. They thought Yi Chen was deliberately making faces for them to see, but they never thought that it was because Yi Chen was sick. Yeonju whispered, he never went to the hospital before. Zhang Ming sneered, go to the hospital? If he had really gone to the hospital at that time, what would you 4 sisters do? Yeonju couldn't help but speak up. What does this have to do with us sisters? Zhang Ming couldn't stand Yeonju the most now, and replied in a disdainful tone, what does it have to do? It's a big deal. Yeonju stood up, stop it. We need to go see Yi Chen. As long as they saw him, everything would be clear. Yilan also nodded in a panic, yes, we need to go to the hospital immediately. Big sister, take us to see Yi Chen. Yi Mei's hands trembled slightly, you may not be able to see him. The 2 sisters' pupils dilated instantly. Big sister, what do you mean by that? Yi Chen, is he dead? Even the audience connected to the live broadcast was equally shocked. No way, Yi Chen is dead. Oh my god. What earth-shattering news is this? Did Yi Chen really die? It's so unfair. He didn't even get to see the 4 sisters crying in pain. Wait, am I the only one who cares? If Yi Chen really died, then how can these memories continue to play? Aren't these Yi Chen's memories? Yeonju also thought of this point. Big sister, are you saying Yi Chen is dead? If he's dead, then what's the deal with these memories? She asked kindly. In fact, she had been looking at the director and the expert team the whole time. In her eyes, there was sarcasm and satisfaction. The director was also stunned. How could this be different from what Zhang Ming told them? As the atmosphere became more and more eerie, Yi Mei quickly spoke up, no, Yi Chen is not dead. He's just in the operating room being rescued. The twin sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Big sister, you need to be clear when you speak. Yeah, you scared me. But no matter what, we have to go see him. That's right. Both sisters wanted to leave. They wanted to go see Yi Chen. Zheng Ming coldly added, even if you go to the hospital now, you won't see him. Didn't your big sister say that he's in the operating room, undergoing rescue? Yi Lan was very clever. She immediately guessed the meaning behind Zheng Ming's words. You don't want us to see him? Zheng Ming said meaningfully, whether you have done something wrong is not for me to decide alone. It's the millions of people watching the live broadcast who will decide. If you think you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid to face judgment? Yeonju said, why should I continue with you? She wanted to leave, but Yi Mei stopped her in her tracks. Fourth sister, what Zheng said is not wrong. If we don't think I did anything wrong, why be afraid of this memory extraction? She knew Zheng Ming was speaking up for Yi Chen-ming. She also knew that if these memories were to be exposed further, she would surely fall from her current high position to the mundane world. But she was willing. Yi Chen is still in the operating room being rescued. Even if they went, they could only wait outside for fate's mercy. Instead of that, it's better to use this time to temporarily accomplish what she wants to accomplish. Yi Mei looked at the production team. I voluntarily allow you to extract all my memories. Please, let the truth be revealed. Yi Chen, Yi Mei, have never liked owing anything to anyone. Since it was my misunderstanding of you in the past, it was me who degraded you to the dust. It was also me who let everyone smear your name and throw dirt on you. So now, I return your honor to you. I wash away your disgrace. Any harm you suffered, I will bear it. Yi Mei held the diary, even though her eyes were swollen from crying. She could still see the determination in her eyes. The twin sisters looked at each other. Yi Lan clenched her fists. Continue. We sisters owe Yi Chen so much, and the only thing we can do now is to make the truth public. Please, judge us. Yeonju stood with them. He is now in the hospital's rescue room, and even if we go, we won't see him. In that case, let's use this time to clear up all the accusations we sisters have made against him. I am willing to accept judgment. The three sisters' eyes were filled with tears, but they stood firm. Yeonju felt that they were crazy. She really couldn't understand. Do you really know what you are doing? There are already enough exposed memories now. Yi Chen is no longer the person they thought he was. Almost all the audience now stands on Yi Chen's side. They hate the four sisters to the bone. If they continue, the position they currently hold will definitely disappear. Collapse. Yi Mei didn't look at her, but looked in the direction of the hospital. What are we doing? We just want to make public what Yi Chen has really done for us. He has suffered so much from the harm we sisters have caused him. I don't want him to die with these accusations on his back. All of this should have been our sister's fault. Yi Mei had tears in her eyes. She was really reflecting on herself. Zheng Ming quietly watched from the side. In her heart, she finally sighed. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, it's not in vain that I raised you as my big sister. What else could Yeonju say? Whatever she says now is wrong. Do as you please. I won't continue to stay here. She turned around to leave, but was stopped by the twin sisters on her left and right. Second sister, third sister, you. Fourth sister, if you don't think you did anything wrong, why not stay with us? Or fourth sister, are you afraid? Afraid of what? I have nothing to fear. Yeonju interrupted them. I am sitting upright and exposed. She would have the director follow the order later. Before that, she would definitely find a way to leave. I love Yi Mei's attitude. You should accept punishment for doing wrong. It seems she still has hope. Yi Chen didn't raise her in vain. I really can't stand this Yeonju. What kind of trash is she? It makes me sick to the point of wanting to vomit. What else could it be? She just doesn't want to admit her mistakes. When will this big B** tch Yeonju die? Yeonju has never been taught the harshness of society. Send her over to me. I'll give her a taste of reality, and she'll know how cruel people can be. Although, can this little broken road be driven on? Inside the studio, Yi Mei turned to the next page of her diary. My sister's company has finally taken off, and the Marking Life app has indeed become popular as expected. Everything is moving towards a better direction. There are always business social events to attend, and even though I want to protect my sister, she has to learn to face countless business gatherings on her own. That person actually dared to touch my sister. Ha! If I didn't kill him, it's already showing mercy. The contents of the diary were enlarged and displayed on the big screen. Yi Lan also knew about this. Sister, was that the time you went to the social event? And when you came back, you told me that Yi Chen was working as a waiter there and disrupted the negotiations with the potential partner. As a result, your collaboration afterwards never succeeded. Yimei's memory was suddenly pulled back to that time. Yes, that's right, it was that incident. She touched the lines. I think he must have had his reasons. In the live broadcast room, Yimei's fans also remembered this incident. It seems like Goddess May mentioned in an interview that it's all Yi Chen's fault. If it wasn't for his appearance, she would have already closed the deal with that business partner. Finally finding the host said, so let's take a look at the real behind-the-scenes reasons for this matter. The screen finally started to move. Yimei's company had already established itself. Naturally, she had to attend various business activities. These events were good opportunities to network with various people. Yimei, dressed in an elegant and noble cheongsam, was holding a glass and engaging in conversations with the crowd. Miss Yi is truly a young hero. At such a young age, she already has such a powerful company. I truly admire her. Indeed, if my rebellious children had half of Miss Ye's achievements, I wouldn't be so worried that my hair turned white. Miss Ye's new app has gained tremendous popularity and attracted many users. The download volume is also impressive. Compared to a few years ago, Yimei was much more composed at this moment. But no one could remain indifferent when faced with so much praise. Yimei's face blushed slightly. Actually, it's nothing. There are still many things for the younger generation to learn from the older generation. Actually, I also want to have a chance to collaborate with General Chen. Oh, General Chen in front of her squinted slightly, smiling even more brightly. A wise person doesn't speak in riddles. I also have high hopes for your app, Miss Yi. I originally wanted to ask if there could be a chance for collaboration, but I didn't expect Miss Yi to bring it up first. Yimei's eyes lit up. Can we further discuss this? She attended the business gathering with the intention of targeting General Chen in front of her. Unexpectedly, the other party also wanted to collaborate. It was a perfect match. General Chen's gaze was very secretive as it swept over Yimei's chest. He smiled gently. Of course, why don't we continue our discussion in the backyard? There are too many people here. Yimei naturally agreed. The two of them went to the backyard together. After various compliments, they entered into business negotiation mode. Yimei could tell that if the two sides collaborated, it would be beneficial for her. General Chen is truly remarkable. I never thought of this idea. General Chen reached out and placed his hand on Yimei's shoulder. It's nothing, just more experienced. And of course, since it's a collaboration with Miss Yi, I naturally have to show some sincerity. Yimei felt the hand on her shoulder was very hot. She looked at General Chen's plump face, took a small step back, and increased the distance between them. In any case, I still have to thank General Chen. So, let's wish for a pleasant collaboration? Mr. Chen looked at his empty hand, his face showing no other expression. He calmly withdrew and then took 2 wine glasses from the nearby table. He handed one of the glasses to Yimei. A pleasant cooperation, he said. Yimei took the wine. In the dim light, she saw some small bubbles in the glass. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Mr. Chen raised his glass. Ms. Yi? Yimei snapped out of her thoughts and stopped observing the glass. A pleasant cooperation. They clinked glasses, and Mr. Chen finished his wine. Yimei raised her glass, her red lips touching the rim. However, just as she was about to drink, a wine bottle suddenly smashed down from the second floor towards them. Bang! The loud sound of shattering glass startled Yimei. Beside her, a broken wine bottle lay scattered. Mr. Chen looked angrily at the second floor. What's going on? Who's throwing wine bottles? How dare they ruin his big plan? It was so close. Yimei also looked towards the second floor and saw Yi Chen standing on the balcony, his expression obscured by the backlight. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? How could it be Yi Chen? Yimei was full of question marks. This was a place he would never appear in. Yi Chen came with Zhang Ming. He dragged Yi Chen along, originally wanting to refuse, but Zhang Ming's last words dispelled Yi Chen's thoughts. He said Yimei would also come. He even said it was her first time attending such a large business wine party, so he didn't want to come and keep an eye on her? This hit Yi Chen's sore spot, and he agreed directly. That's why he appeared here. Because he was worried that Yimei would see him, he had been on the second floor before. Then he saw Yimei and Mr. Chen coming out of the backyard. Yi Chen's face turned slightly cold. He knew this Mr. Chen, a lecherous man. His private life was chaotic. How could Mei go to the backyard with him? He silently watched. Then he saw Mr. Chen take something out of his pocket when Yimei's attention was not on the table and quietly threw it into Yimei's wine. Alarm bells rang in Yi Chen's mind. This was definitely not something good. So, when he saw Yimei about to take the bottle to drink, he finally took action. In response to their questioning, he said coldly, "Why can't I be here?" Mr. Chen turned his eyes and asked, "Who is he? Has this person been standing on the second floor balcony all alone?" Did he see anything? Yi Mei's tone was very cold. Who? Just a waste. No need to remember. Seeing Yi Mei's disgusted expression, Mr. Chen already had an idea in his mind. Yi Mei didn't want to pay attention to Yi Chen. Her only thought now was to continue what she hadn't finished with Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, don't mind him, let's continue our conversation. She raised her hand, wanting to drink the wine in her hand, but as soon as she raised her hand, she saw a shadow flying towards Mr. Chen at high speed. Bang! Yi Mei was stunned, watching Mr. Chen fall straight to the ground, and the hidden weapon that had just been thrown at him was actually an ashtray. Yi Mei had no time to drink the wine, quickly put it on the nearby table, and worriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chen, are you okay, Mr. Chen? Yi Chen's move was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He directly hit Mr. Chen's head. Even though it was getting dark, Yi Mei could see the blood flowing down his forehead. Mr. Chen closed his eyes, his head momentarily losing consciousness, unable to speak. Yi Mei looked at Yi Chen with great anger and shock. Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Out of his mind. Yi Chen was definitely out of his mind. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing in public? Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, wake up! When Mr. Chen was slowly waking up, Yi Chen had already come down from the second floor to where they were. Yi Mei, Yi Chen, look at the trouble you've caused. Yi Chen walked to Mr. Chen's side and watched him slowly wake up. As soon as he saw Yi Chen, Mr. Chen became agitated. It's you. You're the one who threw things at me. Yi Chen looked down at him and said, you can still talk, so it seems like you weren't beaten too badly. Mr. Chen touched his head, looking extremely angry. I'm going to have the security guards arrest you. Send you to prison. Yi Chen sneered, send me to prison? Yes. Mr. Chen was furious, covering his cheek and glaring at Yi Chen. Before you try to send me in, why don't you ask yourself what you did just now? Mr. Chen's face suddenly stiffened, then his eyes widened, and he stubbornly said, I don't know what you're talking about. Just wait. I'll call someone right away. Mr. Chen really picked up his phone and started dialing. Yi Mei watched from the side without any intention of interfering. This was all Yi Chen's own problem, and she wouldn't help him. On the contrary, not only would she not help him, she stood on Mr. Chen's side. Yi Chen, who told you to start a fight? If you really end up in prison, it's your own fault. After Mr. Chen finished the call, he heard Yi Mei say this. A smug smile appeared on his face as he provocatively looked at Yi Chen, silently saying with his lips, what can you do now that you've saved her? So be it. Yi Chen had originally wanted to let him go for now, but his appearance, how could Yi Chen bear it? Without thinking, Yi Chen punched Mr. Chen in the face. He didn't cause trouble because he was afraid, but simply because he didn't want to cause trouble at an event organized by Zhang Ming. Mr. Chen didn't expect that even after he called the security guards, Yi Chen dared to act. He didn't react in time, and his face quickly started to bruise. At this moment, the security guards finally arrived. Several people rushed forward and pulled Yi Chen away. Mr. Chen lay on the ground wailing, you just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. Yi Chen's expression was extremely cold, his tone without any fluctuation, but it sent chills down people's spines. Then come and see who will have trouble first. Yi Mei didn't know how things had turned into this. In the end, the incident of the fight in the backyard became known throughout the entire party. When Zhang Ming hurried over, he only saw a chaotic scene. What's going on? What happened? Yi Mei pointed directly at Yi Chen and said, it's him. He rushed over without any explanation, smashed the wine bottles at us, and even ended up hitting Mr. Chen. Zhang Ming looked at Yi Chen and only saw his cold and stern expression. Then he looked at Mr. Chen and Yi Mei, and suddenly understood. It must be that Mr. Shen's old problem had flared up again. So that's how it is, I understand now. After saying this, Zhang Ming stared at the security guards. What are you doing? Let him go. Do you treat him like a criminal? Yi Chen didn't want him to show any signs of knowing each other, but he didn't say not to be biased. This matter, whether big or small, I believe Mr. Chen has a big heart and won't take this small matter to heart, and then seek petty revenge. So, why not turn this matter into nothing? Mr. Chen didn't expect that after Zhang Ming came, with just a few words, he wanted to pretend that this incident had never happened. And he kept praising him. This completely left him with no room to speak. How could he bear it? Mr. Chen, he gritted his teeth. He had just started to speak when Zhang Ming interrupted him. Mr. Chen, what you want to say is that you also think the same, right? I knew it. Manager Chen is always magnanimous. He definitely won't take this kind of thing to heart. Yimei looked coldly at Zhang Ming's performance. She had never imagined that Zhang Ming would be like this. Since this matter is over, I will take the person away. Manager Chen, you should also get up from the ground and go to the hospital quickly. Zhang Ming gave a glance to Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. Although he was unwilling, he decided not to continue causing trouble. When Zhang Ming wanted to take Yi Chen away, no one dared to interfere. After all, in this business cocktail party, Zhang Ming's seniority and background were the deepest. When they reached a corner with no one around, Zhang Ming said directly, "That old devil Manager Chen wants to make a move on your sister?" Yi Chen's face turned cold. Yes. Zhang Ming sneered. He really thinks highly of himself. Brother, rest assured. I will take care of this matter. I will definitely not let him off easily. Yi Chen was his brother, so naturally, Yimei was, to some extent, his sister. Although he didn't really want this kind of sister who was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yi Chen's expression did not improve. Brother Zhang, this matter doesn't need you to intervene. I will handle it myself. If Manager Chen dared to do such a thing, then he must have been prepared. When he encountered a tough opponent, he would fail. Yi Chen was going to tell him that he had definitely encountered a tough opponent that he absolutely should not provoke. While Yi Chen was preparing to deal with Manager Chen, Zhang Ming was not idle either. He directly called Manager Chen. Manager Chen, listen to my advice. Yimei is not someone you can touch. This time, you really don't know your own limits. Manager Chen was dumbfounded. Then he burst out laughing. He hadn't even said anything, and he had been beaten for no reason this time. He couldn't even find a place to plead his case. Although Zhang Ming was indeed a big shot compared to him, he still couldn't accept it. Manager Zhang, you. Manager Chen had only said 3 words when he found that the call had been hung up on the other end of the phone. He gritted his teeth in anger, went straight to call Yimei. When Yimei saw the private ringtone on her phone, she immediately answered, Manager Chen? Are you feeling better? She hadn't forgotten that Yi Chen was the one who caused Manager Chen's injury. On the other end of the phone came Manager Chen's cold laughter. My injury, you don't need to worry about it, Manager Yi. And, I suddenly feel that this cooperation is lacking something, so let's put it on hold for now. Ha! Can't provoke him. Then he would have to see what he couldn't provoke. Want to continue cooperating with him. Without offering something, how could it work? Yimei was very confused, and when she wanted to call back, she found that Manager Chen had already turned off his phone. Her face turned very ugly. Yi Chen. It was all because of Yi Chen. Otherwise, her cooperation would have already been settled. Yimei was so angry that her eyes were almost black. Was Yi Chen trying to undermine her? Yimei was so angry that she couldn't focus on her work. She simply put down her work and went directly to where Yi Chen lived. She stood at the door and knocked loudly. Yi Chen, open the door for me. She knocked for a long time, and the door was finally opened. As soon as she saw Yi Chen, Yimei started scolding him. Yi Chen, what do you want to do to us 4 sisters? Do you have to force us to death before you can be satisfied? Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He just said coldly, oh, really? Really? Yi Chen, do you know what you've done? Don't you know in your heart? Yimei was really furious. Where did you find out that I was going to attend that business cocktail party? You're really something. You came all the way here just to ruin my career, right? Are you happy now? Manager Chen won't cooperate with me because of what you did yesterday. She was really tired. Her parents had died when she was so young. Leave her 4 sisters, the youngest being a baby in swaddling clothes. All of this could be tolerated, but there was also this so-called brother, a despicable scum. Besides holding them back and mocking and belittling them, he did nothing. She didn't even know how she managed to raise these 4 sisters. Just when she felt extremely exhausted, she heard Yi Chen suddenly laugh. Isn't this great? Yimei was furious. Yi Chen. You despicable person. Yi Chen looked calm, but Yimei could see the mockery in his eyes. He added fuel to the fire. I'm happy that our cooperation can't continue. Yimei almost lost control and slapped him. Yi Chen. Good. You're good. I'll remember you. Just you wait. She would never come back here again. Yi Chen should just go to hell. So, this is all the misunderstanding has caused. Yimei really misunderstood Yi Chen. Yi Chen only acted to save Yimei, but Yimei didn't know anything and still went to question Yi Chen. I can hardly imagine how desperate Yi Chen must have felt at that time. He treated his sister with care, but she didn't understand him at all. Yi Chen is a real man. Apologize, Yimei. Yimei saw the barrage in the live broadcast room. She bit her lip in pain. It wasn't until she stood by and looked from a bystander's God's perspective that she realized how foolish she had been. When she went to find someone, she didn't even investigate the person's basic lifestyle. This led to such foolish deception. She blamed all these faults on Yi Chen. Yi Mei choked. I should have noticed, Mr. Zhang, you are the fairest person, but at that time, you didn't say a word of reproach and even helped Yichen. It's my fault. Zhang Ming's behavior was too obvious. Such bias. If the two were not acquainted and had a deep relationship, how could they have made a big deal out of a small matter when one person hit another, especially with such a disparity in background? It's my fault. Yi Mei shed tears, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry, Yichen. Sob. Sob. Such a good brother, yet she misunderstood him so deeply. She even said he didn't care about the four sisters. If Yichen didn't care about them, then no one in the world did. How stupid could she be? Couldn't she see any of this? Zhang Ming saw everything. He felt it was only natural, but at the same time, he felt it wasn't enough. What Yichen did for the four sisters was not just what was exposed in the memories. He did much more. And Zhang Ming wanted everyone to know about it. Yichen shouldn't just be a shadow. He should be able to be the sun. Mei, just by looking at these, do you already think that Yichen did only this for you? No. I'll tell you, he did more than just this. Yilan spoke faster than Yi Mei. Anything else? Zhang Ming, of course there's more, otherwise, how do you think the money on that bank card came about? The twin sisters and Yeonju all looked puzzled. The three sisters said in unison, bank card? What bank card? Hospital. Yichen had been watching the live broadcast all along. When he saw the scene, he was also stunned, then he smiled bitterly, cough, cough, cough. Shang, you didn't even help me cover this up. Cough, cough, cough. He ignored the burning sensation in his stomach and breathed heavily. After calming his breath, he felt that this was all within reason. After all, Zhang Ming had made it clear that he wanted to make public everything Yichen had done, and there was the system in his mind. He was unable to stop it, and could only watch as everything unfolded before his eyes. Zhang Ming looked at the three sisters and sneered, oh, don't you know about the bank card? The one that appeared in your eldest sister's memory. You also said that Yichen only deposited a few hundred yuan in it, and you didn't care. His words were full of sarcasm. How could they not be? The money Yichen had saved in this bank card was enough for these four sisters to return to the peak of their lives when they had nothing. But they didn't know. Yi Lan was the first to remember. Is it that bank card? Yi Zhu also remembered. Does that bank card really exist? Zhang Ming looked coldly at them. Whether that bank card exists or not, your eldest sister knows best. In addition, the diary also records this bank card. Yi Mei subconsciously looked at the diary in her hand. She turned to the next page. Everything about the four sisters is starting to fall into place. In the future, I don't have to worry like I do now. However, the eldest sister is still too trusting. It's fortunate if she meets sincere partners, but if she encounters bad people. The second sister is finally not as rebellious as before and has found the value of life. But in the end, the esports industry is not a long-term path. The third sister is the one I worry about the least. After 10 years of tempering, she looks the most fragile, but in fact, she is the strongest in mind. The fourth sister. This little troublemaker, too confident, even arrogant. Why doesn't she understand this? What worries me the most is her. In summary, I still can't be too relieved. But fortunately, I have a plan B. The money in that bank card is all my savings. With that bank card, it's enough for them to get through any crisis. Yilan couldn't help but ask, elder sister, have you checked that bank card? Right. So, how much money is in that bank card? How much money is enough to make Yichen say such things? Not only these sisters were curious, even the audience in the live broadcast room was equally curious. Let's bet. According to the expression Yi Mei just made, the money will only increase, not decrease. Yichen loves these four sisters so much, there must be a lot of money in that bank card. Don't forget, Yichen has designed several popular games. Everyone knows how profitable games can be. I bet it's an 8-figure sum. 8 figures? You underestimate Yichen too much. I bet it's a 10-figure sum. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly turned into a gambling game. In the studio, Yi Mei opened her mouth in a daze. In that bank card, the image on the big screen slowly began to rotate. Zhang Ming looked at Yichen lying on the hospital bed with a look of resentment. He said angrily, "You're like this, and you still don't want to tell your sisters everything." On the hospital bed, Yichen was completely different from his former self. His face was extremely thin, and even his black hair had a hint of white. Despite his tall stature, he exuded a sense of desolation. Only his eyes remained bright, as if they were still shining despite being shrouded in darkness. Cough. Tell what? Zhang Ming was so angry that he couldn't sit still. What can you tell? Do you really plan to bring everything you've done into hell? Discuss it with the king of hell. Yichen took a deep breath and smiled faintly. I have long been prepared for this, and I don't think it's a big deal. Zhang Ming was almost laughing in anger. Yes. You're noble. You're amazing. You're fucking great. Yi Chen fell silent. He also knew that Zhang Ming would not understand the things he did. Zhang Ming's eyes twitched, and he was so angry that he directly threw out a harsh remark. In that case, don't come looking for me in the future. I don't want to get involved in your mess. He said it as if he was venting his anger. Zhang Ming would never have thought that his angry words would be taken seriously by Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at him deeply. I understand. Zhang Ge, I am really grateful to you for all these days. I won't look for you in the future, but our previous agreements should still count, right? Zhang Ming sneered, of course. How could they not count? I value promises the most. How could I possibly break my word? Then I can rest assured. Yi Chen took it seriously. Zhang Ming felt that he couldn't continue staying here. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be driven crazy by Yi Chen. Alright, rest well. If possible, I really don't want to see you again in the future. This kind of big injustice can even lower one's IQ over time. Zhang Ming left angrily. Yi Chen watched his back without interference. However, he deeply pondered the words Zhang Ming had said. Indeed, I shouldn't always trouble Zhang Gu in the future. Yi Chen was a person who, once he had an idea, would firmly execute it. Since he had already decided not to trouble Zhang Ming in the future, naturally, cutting off their contact was the best course of action. Yi Chen did not stay in the hospital until tomorrow. After all, he knew his illness very well. Stomach cancer. It was originally incurable. It was meaningless to stay in the hospital. It was better to go back directly. So not long after Zhang Ming left, Yi Chen also left the hospital. No matter how the doctors advised, it was no use. Yi Chen walked on the street, perhaps because it was a holiday. There were particularly many people out for a stroll today. The crowds passing by were lively, mostly in pairs. Two children were happily walking hand in hand, and the younger one, after seeing a cute toy, pulled the slightly older one and said with a smile, "Brother, look. That toy is so cute. Even if it's cute, it's not as cute as my little sister. Hee hee hee." Yi Chen watched the two children walk past him, and a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. It's really nice. Cough, cough, cough. After a difficult cough, Yi Chen looked into the distance. His vision was unfocused, and he didn't know what he was looking at. It's time to get ready. He knew his body best. Yi Chen could already feel that his body could no longer support him for too long, so it was time to arrange everything behind him. The first thing Yi Chen did was to organize all the shares and assets under his name and then step back. Fortunately, when he established these businesses, he had already sensed something, so he had long prepared this backup plan. Therefore, this retreat didn't take too long. When he had finished organizing everything, it had been close to over a month. After sorting all this out, the decision-making for these companies' assets was no longer his concern. He was just a small shareholder waiting for dividends. However, these shares were not held by Yi Chen himself, but were transferred to the four sisters after meeting with a lawyer and the bank president. The lawyer was shocked when handling the matter. He repeatedly confirmed with Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to transfer all your assets to Miss Yimei, Yilan, Yizhu, and Yiju?" The lawyer was so surprised that he even read the names of the four sisters aloud to avoid any mistakes. Even the bank president beside him was equally astonished. He received a notice from the lobby manager early in the morning, saying that someone wanted to transfer a huge amount of property. He originally thought about how big the property was. It required the bank president like him to take action. However, when he saw the huge amount of property, even though he had been the bank president for so long, he couldn't help but feel envious and his heart raced. So after the lawyer finished speaking, he couldn't help but repeat, "Do you really want to give it to them? Where did this big shot come from? This money is given away just like that?" Yi Chen looked at them firmly, without a hint of hesitation in his tone. "Yes. All of it is for them. Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy." The lawyer and the bank president, looking at his pupils, were about to fall out. Wasn't this lawyer a well-known top lawyer in the industry? And the bank president should also be well informed. How could they not bear this? The lawyer forced a smile. If he knew what Yi Chen was thinking, he would definitely shout, "You're not crazy, I'm going crazy." Such a large amount of property transfer. He had never seen it before. The bank president as well. He is well informed. After all, he is the president of a large bank. But, there shouldn't be this much. This is already beyond the limit. And it's still to be given to someone else. But fortunately, both of them still had their professional integrity. So after the shock, they quickly began to handle Yi Chen's requests. Because the amount Yi Chen wanted to handle was too huge, it took a full 3 days just for settlement and processing. There was no way, there was just too much to check. 3 days of overtime for them. Just at the final step, the ultimate signing and sealing, when all the procedures could be completed. The bank president hesitated for a moment. Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to leave some property for yourself? The 3 days of settlement had given them an extremely deep understanding of the wealth Yi Chen had in his hands. And what Yi Chen was doing now was giving away everything he had, whether it was property or shares, to the 4 sisters. He didn't want anything for himself, he didn't want to leave anything. So the bank president couldn't bring himself to seal the deal. Yi Chen's face was a little pale, the burning sensation in his stomach made his head ache, but he still looked firmly at the people in front of him. This is not the first time you've asked me this question, and I will tell you for the last time. I'm sure. I don't want a single penny of this property. All of it is for my 4 sisters. When a person comes into this world, they are naturally empty. So naturally, when they leave this world, they will also leave empty. This property meant nothing to him. After all, he couldn't take anything with him when he died. Besides, even if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't keep this property. After all, from the beginning, he had earned money for the sake of these 4 sisters. So now, he was just following his original intention. Seeing Yi Chen's firm appearance, the bank president knew he wouldn't change his mind. Well then, please sign here. Yi Chen took the pen, signed his name on it, and then stamped his fingerprint. After he had done all this, it also proved that from now on, everything he had fought for and owned was all reset. It all became the property of the 4 sisters. And he had nothing. But Yi Chen didn't feel any sense of loss or sadness. On the contrary, he was very happy. The last heavy stone in his heart had finally fallen. Thank you all. Yi Chen thanked everyone and left the bank. The sunshine outside was bright, and the clouds lazily hung in the sky. Yi Chen smiled. This is the last thing I can do for you. Sob, who knows, I cried. Yi Chen is really amazing. So he gave all his property to the 4 sisters. My goodness, how much faith and determination must he have? Let me count how many zeros there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my, I'm dizzy. Yi Chen has done so much for these 4 sisters. This far exceeds what he should have done. If anyone dares to say Yi Chen is a worthless scumbag, I'll slap them. If Yi Chen is a scumbag and trash, then what am I? Am I even worse than trash? He must have known he was going to die, so he gave all his property to the 4 sisters. If he didn't have cancer, how could he do this? Hypocritical to the extreme. Which dog's owner didn't leash it properly and let it run out to bite people? If you can't speak like a human, then don't speak at all. Let me guess, the one barking earlier must be the dog of that bitch Hyunju. Stop barking, or I'll make dog meat hot pot tonight. Oh, so we can't speak the truth now? Could it be that I'm wrong? I don't believe Yi Chen is such a saint. He must think, since he's going to die anyway, he can't keep the money, so he might as well give it to the 4 sisters to earn some goodwill. Don't speculate about others if you have a narrow mind. And did your mother forget to give you a brain when she gave birth to you? If he wanted to earn goodwill, why didn't he say so at the time? The barrage began to split into 2 factions arguing. One side firmly stood with Yi Chen, while the other side firmly believed that there must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. In the midst of the heated argument between the 2 sides, in the studio, the twins who had just learned about the huge amount of money in the bank card were speechless. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Finally, Zhang Ming spoke with a bitter smile as he looked at the big screen. I never expected that I was just venting at Yi Chen at the time, telling him not to come and find me again. He really took it seriously. No wonder, since that time, I haven't seen him again. He was really angry at the time, so he said that. He never expected Yi Chen to take it seriously. Yi Mei's eyes turned red. After watching this memory, she vaguely understood why Yi Chen had stayed in that dark and damp basement. So, the reason why Yi Chen has been staying in that dark basement instead of going to the hospital is because he feels like he's going to die, so he doesn't want treatment, right? Why didn't he tell us about this? Why did he have to bear so much on his own? Yi Mei covered her face in pain. Just the thought of that dark and damp basement made her even more unable to control herself. Dark and damp basement? Yi Lan seized on this point. What place is this again? Yeonju was also curious. While the eldest sister was taking turns extracting memories, it seemed that she had done a lot of things outside, all related to Yi Chen. Before Yi Mei could speak, the voice of the director came through the host's earpiece. After listening, the host truthfully conveyed the director's message. This basement is where Yi Chen lived. We have some video footage that you can watch. The twin sisters looked at each other. Then they looked at the big screen with great anticipation. After giving away all his property, where did Yi Chen live? The director's team played the video they had previously shot. In the footage on the big screen, a damp, dark, and narrow alley appeared. At first glance, it was clear that it had not been maintained for many years. The walls were dilapidated and peeling due to dampness. Because of the excessive dampness and dirt, the walls were covered with dark green moss. Even the cobwebs in the corners of the eaves were covered with a layer of dusty gray. A tremendously fat rat emerged from the sewer, peeked around for a moment as if sensing someone, and then quickly darted back in. Soon after, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the scene. The camera then panned to reveal Yime, dressed in an obviously high-end tailored black shirt and skirt, with heels that cost no less than 5 figures. Her presence here was starkly out of place amidst the surrounding squalor and decay, creating a stark contrast. The video had been edited to omit the fact that the production team had come to find Yi Chen. After all, the team had previously claimed that Yi Chen was also participating in the program, albeit hidden as a mysterious guest. Following a brief conversation, Yime and the production team went to Yi Chen's home. The tightly closed door was pushed open, revealing a clear view of the interior and furnishings. If one were to use an idiom to describe it, it would be a complete mess. Anyone who saw the contents inside would think it was a homeless person's place. It couldn't even be called a home. The only slightly better aspect than under a bridge was that there were walls all around, at least providing some shelter from the wind. The director appeared on stage at some point, holding a microphone with an incredibly sorrowful expression on his face. "What you can see is what our camera captured," he said. "What you cannot know is the smell here. We all know it's been raining these past few days, and in a neglected alley like this, the septic tank naturally wouldn't be functioning properly. As soon as it rains, the septic tank gets clogged, and when we arrived, we could smell the nauseating odor of the septic tank in the air. The smell is so repulsive that it makes you want to vomit. But Yi Chen, this wealthy tycoon with so much property, he lives in a place like this." The director's voice was incredibly compelling. After he finished speaking, the barrage of comments in the live chat room suddenly became dense. "Oh my, I can't believe it. Yi Chen lives in a place like this. Even calling it a doghouse would be an overstatement. After all, my dog's place looks better than this. I find it so ironic. Look at the clothes Yime is wearing, and then look at what Yi Chen owns. It's simply life's irony. I know this place. It really stinks. It's the kind of place that makes you nauseous just passing by. Oh my, I never thought Yi Chen actually lived here. If it weren't for transferring all that property to the 4 sisters, Yi Chen wouldn't have ended up like this." The twin sisters were once again speechless after watching this segment of the video. Since the revelation that Yi Chen had gifted all this property to them, they had felt as if they couldn't speak. Even Yime, recalling the scene and the overwhelming stench, fell silent. It was because they had seen it with their own eyes and experienced it firsthand that they knew every word the director said was true. The sisters were all speechless, but this was not the result the director wanted. He handed the microphone directly to Yime. Mei was also there at the time. "You can tell everyone whether any of the things I just said were false. Ha! You 4 sisters have been openly and covertly mocking us, claiming that all our memories are fake, that our production team deliberately fabricated them, always coming to pick a fight with our production team. Now I want you to taste this kind of discomfort as well." Yime couldn't not respond. She struggled to open her mouth and finally spit out a word. "Yes, that place really smells so bad. Even worse than the environment we lived in when we were young. I never thought that Yi Chen would live in such a place. The contrast was just too big. One moment, Yi Chen was living a life of great wealth and generosity, and then he gave it all away to the 4 sisters. The next moment, everyone saw how destitute Yi Chen became after giving away all his wealth. This extreme contrast, no matter who saw it, would feel full of visual and sensory conflict. The director felt it wasn't enough and shifted the focus to the twin sisters. "So, Yilan and Yizhu, what do you think? Yi Chen did so much for you, but ended up in this situation himself. What are your thoughts?" Yilan's eyes were red, and her voice was hoarse. She looked at the ground blankly. I don't know." She really didn't know. Her mind was in a mess. Although the impact of Yi Chen's actions was great, she still couldn't be sure if the clown was Yi Chen. Because of this, her remorse was not as heavy as Yime's. Naturally, she couldn't cry uncontrollably like Yime. As for Yizhu, she was the most sensitive and knew that Yi Chen had done a lot for her. So her tears had blurred her face, her lips were no longer rosy but slightly pale, giving her a different kind of pitiful beauty. When the director asked her, she wanted to speak. She wanted to say a lot, but she was in too much pain to even speak. In the end, the director had to hand the microphone to Yizhu. The director's tone was still relatively good with the first 3 sisters, but with Yizhu, his tone was extremely harsh. After all, among the 4 sisters, she was the only one still stubborn. If it weren't for the fact that he was working, he would have wanted to curse at Yizhu just like the audience in the live broadcast. "So, Yizhu, after watching these memories, what do you think?" Yizhu lowered her eyes, and the camera couldn't capture her expression. She remained silent for a long time without responding. Just when the director thought she wouldn't speak, she finally raised her head. Her eyes were icy. "Do you want to know what I think?" She coldly smiled, full of sarcasm. "I just want to say, I don't need Ji-chin to do this. What did he write in the diary? He thinks I'm arrogant? Fine. I am arrogant, so what? Did my arrogance bother him? He said I made him worry the most. Ha ha, ridiculous. As long as I can still write songs every day, my position will never collapse." Flames burned in Yeonju's eyes. Did Ji-chin really think of himself as something? A god who could do anything? It's simply foolish and ridiculous. Yes, she had a few song lyrics that Ji-chin helped write, but that doesn't prove anything. Those melodies were all her own. Even without Ji-chin, she could find someone else to write lyrics for her. So Ji-chin was just the icing on the cake. Yeonju was indeed too arrogant and conceited. She believed too much that she was an omnipotent existence. Even without anyone's help, she could still reach the peak she is at now. What Yeonju said in front of the camera was quickly heard by everyone watching the live broadcast. Damn! I've seen shameless people, but never this shameless. This is just brazen. Yeonju must be sick in the head. She should go get treated instead of continuing to harm others. After listening to Yeonju's speech, I feel like my sanity has dropped. Whatever I do next, don't blame me if it turns bloody. Yeonju is beyond help. Who does she think she is, so arrogant? From now on, I won't listen to any song she writes. You should forgive Yeonju. After all, her brain has been eaten by zombies. In the studio, the three sisters were at a loss for words after hearing Yeonju's words. Their thoughts and feelings were the same as the audience's. The fourth sister is truly beyond help. As long as Yeonju continues to believe that those songs are all made by her alone, she will never admit her mistake. They are all in a low emotional state now, and naturally they have no desire to refute Yeonju's thoughts and feelings. Jung Ming was so angry after hearing Yeonju's words that he couldn't speak. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it and said directly, "May, didn't you say you wanted to see Chennai for the last time, but were stopped? So now, come and see the death of Chennai." Chennai's death also means that Ji Mei has finally grown up and can stand on her own. Yi-chen can finally leave with peace of mind. That's why he completely cut off Chennai's identity. Yi Mei raised her tear-blurred eyes and looked at the big screen. She also wanted to know, what was Yi-chen thinking when he abandoned the identity of Chennai? The picture on the big screen started to play again. After leaving the bank, Yi-chen took out his phone from his pocket. Since these things have already been done, then, say goodbye to them. He looked at the phone with a nostalgic expression, as if he was looking at an old friend. Yi-chen bought a small box and put the phone in it, then disguised the small box as a courier box. After doing all this, he took the small box to a high-end villa. The security guard stopped him at the door. He looked Yi-chen up and down, seeing that he was clearly wearing clothes that cost 10 yuan, and his expression showed disdain as he spoke with a hint of contempt. "What do you want?" "Yi-chen, delivering a package." "Security guard, just leave it at the guardhouse, you're not allowed in." Yi-chen didn't insist on going in, and put the package on the shelf in the guardhouse. "Thank you, this is a package for General Zhang Ming." The security guard waved impatiently. Alright, I got it, just go." As Yi-chen turned to leave, the security guard spat on the ground. "Bah, everyone wants to curry favor with General Zhang." He didn't care about the matter at all. At the same time, Yi Mei was still unaware of all the decisions Yi-chen had made. She still, as before, would message Chennai whenever something happened, talking to him like an old friend about everything that had happened to her. After 3 days, Yi Mei, who had been busy with the company's planning, finally had time to attend to her own affairs. She picked up her phone and suddenly realized something was wrong. Why hasn't Chennai replied to my messages for so long? In the past, whenever she sent a message, Chennai would always reply shortly after. It was only her who would sometimes reply late because she was too busy. Yi Mei sent several messages to Chennai in confusion. "Chennai, are you there? Why haven't you replied to my messages for so long? I've been busy with the company's planning for the past few days, so I didn't have time to message you. Chennai, are you mad at me?" Yi Mei sent several messages in a row, but it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. There was no response at all. Yi Mei felt more and more uneasy. No, even if Chennai didn't reply to my messages before, it was never for this long. Chennai told me that he's not well. Could it be? Yi Mei was shocked by the thoughts in her mind. She couldn't hold back any longer and dialed the phone number directly. Beep, 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 a suffocating blind tone. No one answered the phone at the other end. Yi Mei's anxiety grew to the extreme. Chennai, could something have really happened? Please, Chennai, answer the phone. Yi Mei's eyes began to redden uncontrollably as she continued to desperately dial the phone. but there was still no answer at the other end. Yeme was enveloped in a sense of inexplicable despair and sadness. Chennai was her best friend, the one who had always been by her side. Yeme really couldn't imagine how she would cope if something happened to Chennai. Chennai, please don't joke with me. Tears began to flow as she anxiously held the shaking phone. Beep. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Switched off. Yeme's eyes suddenly lit up. It's still switched off, which means Chennai is okay. Otherwise, how could the phone be switched off? So it's Chennai, unwilling to answer my call. Yeme wiped away her tears and spoke in a fierce tone. Fine, how dare you tease me like this? I won't forgive you so easily this time. However, what Yeme didn't expect was that she thought the phone being switched off was just temporary. But 3 days had passed and Chennai still hadn't sent her any messages. Yeme began to panic again, desperately dialing the phone, but the response at the other end was always the same. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming happened to be returning home. As he passed through the outer security gate, he was stopped by a new security guard. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. This morning, I tidied up the delivery cabinet and found a package that you hadn't collected. Please take it. Zhang Ming lowered the car window in confusion. My package? I don't remember ordering any packages. The new security guard handed over the package, but it's clearly addressed to you. Look. Zhang Ming took it and glanced at it. The package was very simple, with no sender information filled out, but the recipient's name was indeed his. Looking at the date, it was about a week ago. A week-old package. Why am I only receiving it now? The new security guard scratched his head. I don't know either. I only found it this morning, stuffed in a corner. Zhang Ming thanked him politely. Thank you. He took the package back home but hesitated to open it. The package looked very simple. Zhang Ming instinctively guessed that it might contain something terrifying, but with such a small size, it shouldn't be too serious. After careful consideration, he decided to open the package. Inside, he found a mobile phone and a card with just 4 simple words written on it. Chennai is dead. With just these 4 words, Zhang Ming understood the meaning behind Yechen bringing him this phone. Yechen! Zhang Ming slammed the nearby table in anger. You disappear without a word, and when you finally give me some information, it's just this mess. You're really something. Zhang Ming felt like his low blood pressure was about to be cured. He had never seen Yechen act like this. The phone was out of battery. After weighing it for a long time, Zhang Ming reluctantly charged it. The phone automatically turned on. Within seconds, the phone started vibrating like crazy. Zhang Ming opened it and saw that all the messages and missed calls were from Yeme. Zhang Ming casually opened a text message. After reading it, he was certain that this was the phone number that Yi Chen disguised as Dust. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It was Yime. Zhang Ming looked at the constantly jumping phone number on the screen, silent for a long time, unable to make up his mind whether to answer or not. Yime, on the other hand, had already given up hope. These days, she kept calling, but all she heard was the customer service saying, I'm sorry. She didn't know what was keeping her going. Maybe she just wanted a conclusion. However, Yime could never have imagined that she had already given up hope. But just now, when she made the call, the phone that had been off suddenly turned on. There were no words to describe how excited Yime was at that moment. When the phone turned off and then on again, she felt that someone was operating it. Whoever it was, as long as the call went through, she would definitely get an answer. Yime persistently started dialing the phone again. And when she made the call this time, the phone finally connected. The moment she realized the phone was connected, Yime shouted excitedly, Dust. Before the other side could speak, Yime angrily said, Why haven't you been answering my calls these days? Don't you know I've been worried about you? Are you mad at me? I told you, it's because of work at my company. I didn't mean to ignore you. Yime didn't know why, but she blurted out everything that had been hidden in her heart. After she finished speaking, she found that the other end had been silent the whole time. Yime's heart sank. She forced herself to stay calm, but the trembling in her voice revealed her inner fear. Dust, why aren't you saying anything? After a long wait, it felt like an eternity, Yime finally heard a response from the other end of the phone. Are you my grandpa's good friend? Zhang Ming cleared his throat, his face dark. Yi Chen. You lucky brat. Yime didn't sense anything wrong. At that moment, she only felt her heart sinking. She suppressed her fear. Who are you? Why do you have Dust's phone? Zhang Ming still cleared his throat. My grandpa is no longer in this world. Yime. What did you say? In that instant, it felt like a thunderbolt struck Yime. Dust is no longer in this world. What does that mean? Dust. Yime felt her head spinning. She braced herself against the nearby table to keep from falling. Although she had already had a premonition, she had been desperately trying to numb herself for so many days. And now, this one phone call had brought her back to reality. Jiang Ming seemed to feel that he hadn't been harsh enough, and added a few more words. You couldn't get through in the past few days because I was handling my grandpa's funeral arrangements. It took these days to sort out his belongings. My grandpa loved holding this phone when he was alive, and often told us that there was a very good friend on the other end of the phone. So when I was handling his belongings, I didn't throw away this phone. I charged it and turned it on. You must be my grandpa's good friend. After all, apart from us, there's only your name in the phone's contacts. Jiang Ming's words were half true and half false. Yi Chen's phone indeed only stored the numbers of the sisters. Now, I bid you farewell on behalf of my grandpa. Yi Mei's heart was in turmoil. She was choked with sobs. Her tears fell to the ground, one by one. How could? Sob. She couldn't control her crying any longer. Dust was dead. He really died like this. He didn't even say goodbye to himself. He had been with her for several years, her best friend, and the teacher who had helped her so much. His funeral. When is it? She wanted to attend. She wanted to see him one last time. However, the person on the other end of the phone coldly refused her request. No need, my grandfather told me he doesn't like to be watched by everyone as he leaves. He wants to leave alone in solitude. Don't call this number again, because no one will answer. Jiang Ming said these words in a very cold manner, then hung up the phone. Yi Mei still couldn't believe it. The call was just hung up like that. She wanted to call back, but found that the line was already unreachable. It was turned off. Dust. Yi Mei felt completely powerless. The phone fell from her ear to the ground. Then, she knelt down on the ground, crying silently and painfully. From today, she had lost another person who loved her in this world. Heavens! Mei is crying so sadly. Heartbreaking. Hug. At that time, Yi Chen had already made up his mind, wanting to completely cut off everything. Because at that time, he had already achieved his goals and retired. Sob. Yi Chen. He's really too good. Sob. How could there be such a person? Clearly everything he did was for the good of his sister, but he never said it out loud. Please open your eyes, God. Don't let Yi Chen live. Bad people can cause harm for 1,000 years. Why does a good person have to die? The one above, I think you're referring to someone as a bad person. I have a different opinion. I actually want Yi Chen to die quickly. Really? He's living in too much pain. Let these 4 sisters regret it. They have forever lost a brother who loved them so much. The audience in the live broadcast had their own thoughts. At the top university. After finishing his psychology class, the professor finally had time to continue watching the live broadcast. Heavens, it's been so long since I've watched. How far has the story progressed? Have all the memories of those 4 sisters been played? Do they regret it? No, Yeonju doesn't regret it. She's even proud of it. His colleagues summarized it very simply. Then he played those extremely ridiculous remarks made by Yeonju. Finally, he revealed the connection between Yi Chen and Dust, and the segment of his death. The psychology professor burst out laughing. He studied psychology. He had seen and researched countless weirdos, but he had never seen anything that left him speechless like this. Let's not talk about Yeonju being an idiot for now. So now, the matter of Dust and Yi Chen has been exposed. After getting a nod from his colleague, the psychology professor suddenly felt relieved. I had guessed it. Dust must have some kind of connection with Yi Chen. Sure enough, I didn't expect Yi Chen to be Dust. What about Yi Mei? Does she regret it? He pointed to the screen that was playing. She regrets it so much, she's crying desperately now. On the big screen, Yi Mei was indeed crying intensely. Her eyes were completely swollen from crying, and she had lost all composure on camera. The camera not only focused on her, but also on the other 3 sisters. The psychology professor saw everyone's reactions. He quickly got the results. Yi Mei is truly feeling guilty now, and she feels very sad about everything she did before. This Yilan and Yeonju are interesting, although their expressions seem very guilty and equally sad. In reality, their grief doesn't seem as strong as Yi Mei's. The psychology professor stopped speaking at this point. The colleague next to him was puzzled for a moment. What about Yeonju? You haven't evaluated her yet. The psychology professor glanced coldly and disdainfully. Yeonju? That idiot? What's there to evaluate about an idiot? Arrogant and self-satisfied, thinking that her talent is enough to handle everything. She doesn't even bother to see if she really has such talent. Just wait and see. She will definitely end up worse than the 3 sisters. The colleague immediately became excited. Then I'll look forward to it. At this moment, the psychology professor suddenly realized that something was wrong and turned his head abruptly to the corner. It was Zhou Qiguang. An old man in his 60s, his eyes slightly red, sitting alone in the corner sobbing. His current mood was not much different from Zhang Ming's. After all, he indirectly watched Yi Chen go through hardships. He also knew more than others about the hardships Yi Chen had experienced. He had been holding back his emotions all along, but now he couldn't help it. He had been silent from the back, curled up in the corner. The psychology professor silently withdrew his gaze. Forget it, let the dean continue to cry. Let's not disturb the old dean. In the studio, Yi Mei was indeed crying uncontrollably. When she learned that Chen had died, she felt overwhelmed by despair. The despairing pain made her feel as if she were 5 years old again, losing her parents. No one would ever love and understand her like Chen did. After so many years, even though she already knew that Chen and Yi Chen were the same person, when this distant memory reappeared, she still couldn't help but sink into the despair. Zhang Ming sighed deeply and slowly spoke. This is the last farewell Yi Chen gave you. When he made this decision, perhaps Yi Chen had already decided that he would die alone in that dark basement. Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? Yi Mei cried in grief, her eyes unfocused. Yi Ju couldn't bear to see it. Big sister, you don't need to cry so sadly. Yi Chen is not dead. Didn't you say earlier that he was still in the hospital, doing fine? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yi Mei. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Yi Ju as if she wanted to devour her. Yi Ju, how can you be so indifferent? Do you know how much dust helped me? Do you know that if it weren't for him, I would never have been able to stand in this position? He got sick for us. He had stomach problems. And he left all his property to us. And now you say such things, do you still have a heart? Yi Ju was scolded, feeling very aggrieved. She wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Yi Lan. Enough! Don't engage in meaningless arguments. Yi Mei didn't really want to pay attention to Yi Ju, but she was reminded by Yi Ju. Yes, that's right. Yi Chen is still in the hospital. Yi Mei's eyes gradually lit up. He's not dead yet. I can go see him again. After thinking it through, she became extremely determined. I'm going to the hospital. Even if she went to the hospital, it would only be to wait outside the operating room. It would be much better than staying here. Yi Mei looked towards the stage below. Where are the experts? Where is the production team? Take off this memory extractor from me. I want to leave. This memory extractor was very complicated. After all, it extracted memories from the brain. So if you casually removed it yourself, it could affect brainwaves and turn you into an idiot. The staff looked up at the director one after another. The meaning of the late night was simple. Should they dismantle it? Before the director could speak, Zhang Ming spoke. Your judgment is not over yet. How can you leave? He must wash away all the dirt that has been thrown at him by these 4 sisters before Yi Chen enters the Yanwang Palace. So, none of these 4 sisters can leave. If they leave, the trial will not be able to continue. He thought this way in his heart and said it directly. Yi Mei said with a hoarse voice, we sisters are not the kind of people you imagine. The twin sisters nodded in agreement. Yi Ju remained like a bystander. The word trial seemed like a line from a cringy and greasy script to her. Oomph, a trial? What does she have to be judged for? Zhang Ming smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in his smile. Is that so? What about when the diary and piles of evidence are not presented in front of you? You forgot how you refuted everything Yi Chen did. Those are all still in the live broadcast replay. The faces of the 3 sisters looked as if they had been slapped hard. They couldn't say a word. Indeed, if it weren't for the countless pieces of evidence stacked up, they wouldn't have woken up or believed it now. Zhang Ming gathered all their gazes in his eyes. Can't speak now? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? The trial has already begun, and none of you can stop or escape. Yi Mei breathed urgently. Who are you going to continue to judge? Everything about her has been exposed, so it definitely won't be her. As expected, Zhang Ming pointed at Yi Lan. Her, Zhang Ming said slowly, haven't you always wanted to know the true face of the clown? Yi Lan was pointed at, and she didn't feel much surprise in her heart. In fact, she had already anticipated it long ago. Moreover, at the beginning, she had also said that she wanted to know the true face of the clown. So, she took a step forward, her eyes incredibly determined. Then, it's my turn. I also want to know if Yi Chen is the clown. Zhang Ming stared at her expression firmly. So, what do you think? Yi Lan pursed her lips, then gave a bitter smile. What do I think? Even though I used to think that they didn't look alike. If you ask me now, I'm not sure. She seemed to have answered, but she actually didn't. She just passed the ball back. Zhang Ming could see what she was thinking, but he didn't continue to ask. He smiled and said, let's see. The diary can be handed over to Yi Lan. Yi Mei looked down at the diary in her hand, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. She took a deep breath and then handed it to Yi Lan. Yilan reached out to take it. She used all her strength to make her hands look less shaky. In this diary, there were the answers she wanted most. Zhang Ming said, "Turn to the next page." Yilan looked at the handwriting on the diary. They say that reading someone's handwriting is like reading their mind. Every stroke and every dot of Yi Chen's handwriting contained an incredibly sharp edge. From this handwriting, it was clear that Yi Chen was not the waste scum they had described. Yilan's fingertips trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out. In the end, she turned to the next page. The second sister has been very unhappy recently, and it seems like she's going through a rebellious phase. She insists on doing everything the opposite way. She even went and got a buzz cut. Not only did she get a buzz cut, she even dared to go drinking and clubbing with me. I underestimated her. Even when I deliberately put on that act, she remained indifferent. It seems I'll have to try another way. The director seemed to have taken over as the host. What act was he putting on? Yilan furrowed her brow, returning to the distant fragments of memory. Then, she gave a bitter smile. So, that act was intentional? She looked up at the camera and the crowd. What's that play? You'll know when you see the big screen. If I remember correctly, I cursed him very harshly at that time. What a scumbag, waste, and trash. It was all child's play back then. After all, that was the most rebellious time for her. The people she hung out with were also quite diverse. Naturally, she learned a lot of foul language. In the hospital ward, Yi Chen, with an oxygen tube inserted, was struggling to breathe. I should have thought of it earlier. Zheng Ge had not liked his style for a long time. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, he definitely wanted to make public everything he had done to the four sisters. He wanted to clear his name from the dirt thrown at him by the four sisters. He also wanted everyone to know he was not a bad brother. Everything he did was for the good of the four sisters. But could he stop it? Even if he could stop Zhang Ming, could the system in his mind stop it? The screen on the big screen slowly began to rotate, and a basketball court appeared on the screen. Yilan was on this basketball court. She was in a particularly bad mood, and naturally, she didn't have much consideration when playing basketball. If it weren't for everyone on the basketball court giving in to her, she would have been bruised all over. When Yilan missed another shot, her temper flared even more. However, the male classmate next to her quickly took the basketball away. I said, "Yilan, what's wrong with you today? You're so irritable. Are you upset?" Yilan rolled her eyes directly. "No, give me the ball. If you don't explain clearly, you won't get this ball." "Humph, then I'll just take it." Wang Yuan dodged and then smiled. It's not much fun to vent with basketball. Have you ever thought of using other methods?" "What methods?" "Drinking alcohol." Wang Yuan smiled. "Alcohol is a good thing. As long as you drink it, I guarantee you won't be angry anymore." "Is it really that magical as you say?" "Of course it is." The people around started to cheer. "Yes, it really is. Yilan, stop playing basketball, let's go drink. There's nothing fun about basketball." "Yilan, are you afraid?" Yilan was not interested in drinking at all. No matter how they cheered, she didn't care. Only the last sentence made Yilan rebellious. "Who says I'm afraid? There's nothing in this world that I'm afraid of." "Then what are you waiting for?" Wang Yuan hooked her shoulder. "Let's go." 10 minutes later, Yilan really came to the bar with them. The music was loud. The lights were dim. Yilan didn't like this kind of environment. It reminded her of Yi Chen. That waste. Just like the people here. But for the sake of her anger, Yilan still sat down with a stiff upper lip. Wang Yuan skillfully ordered several boxes of alcohol. "If we don't finish these drinks today, we can't leave." "Yilan, coming?" "I'm coming." She drank it all in one gulp. The taste was strong, and she hadn't drunk much before, but after just one bottle, she was already drunk. Yilan lay on the table. Her head felt dizzy, but she couldn't express the relief in her heart. Under the influence of alcohol, she revealed the reason for her irritability deep inside. "Why are my sisters and my sisters so excellent, and I can't do anything? I refuse. Why? We are all sisters from the same mother. Why am I inferior to them? Drink. Keep drinking. He. I never thought that the only person I could despise in the end would be Yi Chen. He's a waste. He's not even worth a wall. What right does he have to be my brother? No. Fortunately, he is my brother. Because of him, I can hypnotize myself, and I'm not the worst. And Yi Chen, this waste, the scum at the bottom. Ha. Completely drunk Yilan had started to talk nonsense. Her speech was all mixed up, but every word was the most genuine feeling suppressed deep in her heart. Yilan was completely drunk in the end, lying on the table, shedding tears of pain.